Testing. Are we live? Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you subscribe. You're on mobile, press high chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. We recap all of it. Don't be an a-hole and watch it, okay? We got your back, but... oh, my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Today is already crazy. So we got the minutes yesterday. The market kind of had a muted reaction, but now if you kind of see how this one plays out, it is looking a little bit like that Monday that we had, or was that Monday or Tuesday? But all of the Ukraine fears, they came back. A lot of back and forth. Even Putin, he was saying something towards inflation, too. He was even calling out Biden with the inflation. Apparently, they added more troops instead of pulling them away. You got a lot of security meetings between countries today, but clearly all of the tensions have came back. So we talked about this. We're going to see what happens with it. Again, this is something that we were saying yesterday. We will watch the tensions. Oil is already going crazy as well, too. There's a couple of other pieces of news, too. So we will see what happens, man. Woo! But good morning. I'm still cold today. I'm clapped from the gym a little bit, so y'all gonna bear with me. But I am excited. Okay, I am excited. But this is a crazy day. Top of the morning. Let's get this shit. Good morning. Good morning, KC. How you living? Good morning, Armando. Good morning, Paul. Good morning, tow truck. Philip, Wesley, Alexander, Ray. Oh, Bradley, fucking Frizzle in the peak, baby. Harder. Good morning. Start your morning with a peach. Oh my gosh. What's the Folgers like? Start your morning with a peach. I don't even know if that is a slogan. Oh, my goodness. Oh, they don't feel me, man. Today's going to be exciting. Today is going to feel like you getting a Solomon peach. That's Solomon Peck. I thought you said Solomon peach. I said, wow, that's exciting. Today's going to be what? It's going to feel like a peach every hour, I feel like. I don't know. You got a lot of volatility. There's a lot of volatility. The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup. The best part of waking up is the peach in the chat. Okay. I sounded like Cartman right there. I'm just saying, I'm excited, man. The peach is in your cup. Okay? Just take it. Embrace it. God bless you, Bradley. God bless you, Chad. I hope you have a wonderful morning. God bless you, Greg. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, good morning, Babinski. Oh, Hambe, you guys feeling good? All right, man. I hope y'all feeling good. I hope you are feeling blessed. Again, today is definitely going to be an exciting one. Already a little bit volatile. So let us see what we have. So, woo! Oh, man. I'm excited. I'm a little clapped, though. I had a good workout. I had a very good workout. Let's see. I'll talk a little quiet. I want to scream. I'm just saying, I want to scream. Today's going to be a wild day. Just get ready. We got to watch a lot of things, okay? We got to watch a lot of things. So, U.S. envoy to the UN, Linda Thomas Greenfield Thomas. That's a Linda Thomas Greenfield Thomas. That's a crazy name. Linda Thomas Greenfield Thomas said that Russia appears to be moving towards an imminent invasion, something that the Kremlin has reportedly denied. Russia said claims of 7,000 new troops near Ukraine's border are unfounded and that pullback troops to the base takes time. Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, he said that Russia's response on security will be sent to the U.S. today. Ukraine and Moscow-backed separatists accused each other of breaking ceasefire rules. EU leaders are holding an emergency meeting. Havens gained with treasuries, gold, and the yen rallying as UK tensions flared. Dollar was steady. Gold stocks were mixed, and U.S. futures retreated. Also contending with the flurry of earnings, WTI was lower amid talks that Iranian nuclear deal may be imminent. Bitcoin fell for the first day in 6. The gap down is all Russia right now. Best part of waking up. Yeah. I'm a little clapped already. New jobless filings unexpectedly rose to 248,000 in the week ending February 12th from a revised 225 the prior period. Probably just a temporary setback as the labor market otherwise gets back on track after COVID. Crypto clash. President Biden's policy rollout was delayed by a dispute between White House and Janet Yellen. She thinks a pending executive order is unnecessary, particularly any mention of a central bank issued dollar, and wants to give the Fed room to develop its thinking. The Treasury said the account was inaccurate. The Fed needs to pursue a Volcker-style approach for inflation for a soft landing. That's what credit strategist Zoltar Pozar said. This means curbing service inflation, which is driven by housing costs, and reducing labor supply. Amazon is to agree to accept Visa cards everywhere after striking a deal on payment fees. Tesla faces another probe, this time into complaints over cars with autopilot suddenly braking at high speeds. Citi, they recruited private bankers from Barclays and HSBC to lure in wealthy clients. Thrive Capital, founded by Jared Kushner's brother, raised $3 billion. Walmart, they rallied pre-market after profit and revenue beat, and it gave an upbeat forecast, but they turned red with the Ukraine news. Palantir, they tumbled as earnings underscored a lack of profits and adjusted operating margins forecast missed. Nvidia, they slipped after forecasts underwhelmed. Cisco rose, upbeat forecast and then buybacks. Airbus reinstated dividend. More on the block trading probe. U.S. authorities are examining recordings of phone conversations between Morgan Stanley and outside fund managers. From the verge of total collapse to the brink of 100 a barrel. Nothing has been more volatile since COVID's outbreak than oil. Citi, Morgan Stanley are pricing in deals $16 billion in IG credit debt yesterday. EM Junk debt issuance roar back to life after the first U.S. rate increase. Oh, shit. Are you ready? I forgot. I didn't know. 11 a.m. St. Louis Fed Bullard speaks. So you got Bullard at 11 a.m. That's going to probably be a catalyst. Again, he has usually been bearish here over the last couple days, so we'll see what happens. Then you're having an 8-week auction bill, then a 30-year TIPS, and then the Fed is offering $500 billion in SRF, and then Fed Mester speaks at 5 p.m. But yeah, Bullard at 11, so at what, like 8? Like an hour and a half, so 30 minutes before push-ups. Bullard, 11 a.m. Eastern. So, again, 8 a.m. Pacific time. So, just shortly after the market. Earnings include Exelon, Redfin, London, Sunrun, Dropbox, Globant, Keysight, Consolidated Edison. Today is also Intel's Investor Day. So, we'll see what happens with that one. More Yellen, soaring inflation is unacceptable, but the U.S. economy recovery is on track, and the Fed has tools to combat rising price growth. That's what she told AFP. She also warned of a global fallout if sanctions are imposed on Russia. New U.S. home construction fell more than expected in January, declining for the first time in 4 months. Residential starts dropped 4.1% to 1.6 million annualized. Today's 30-year tip sale is poised to draw the first positive yield in the 10-year since February 2020, following a record low of negative 0.29. European new car sales fell 2.4 to 822,000. The UK is set to scrap its so-called golden visa program that gives foreign nationals a path to residence if they invest more than £2 million. The ECB is moving closer to normalizing policy that they should do so carefully to avoid derailing the post-pandemic recovery. Japan's exports gained 9.6% from a year earlier, showing slowing from a 17.5% increase in December. PIMCO lowered its recommendation on Chinese sovereign debt to neutral from overweight. Philippine Central Bank held its key interest rate steady at 2%. Lithium is proven to be a standout commodity and already ebullient opening to the year across from raw materials. Commodity has racked up a 50% gain since the end of December. China adding a powerful 400% surge in 2021. And other commodities, oil fell on signs of Iran nuclear deal. Gold extended advance to fresh 8-month high on Haven appeal. Iron ore slumped again as China asked top commodity trading firms to draw down inventories and cooperate with the probe into hoarding. ARS Management is buying Capital Automotive. Circle Internet, the issue of cryptocurrency USD stablecoin, said the terms of its planned merger with SPAC Concord have changed and the value has doubled to $9 billion. Warburg-backed Accenture struck a deal for two investment firms at $1.2 billion. Hasbro investor pressure. Alta Fox is said to be pressing the company to spin off its Wizard of Coast playing card game, a digital playing card game. I didn't know they had that. European earnings. Nestle warned profitability may decline. Stanchart planned $750 buyback. Kering surged as Gucci sales rose above pre-virus levels. Upstart upgraded twice at Bank of America. Goldman Costin says labor market dominates U.S. earnings call. Amazon strikes deal with Visa. SoftBank and Goldman lead $330 million round by India's Elastic Run. Honeywell signs plastic recycle agreement with Total Energies. 3M cut to underway at Morgan Stanley. And then EU drug regulator to discuss Merck's COVID pill next week. Sydney beaches, including the iconic Bondi Beach, were shut down after the first fatal shark attack in 60 years. Let's see. As if weddings weren't expensive, couples are holding bigger events with more guests. With some gatherings, that means people expect to spend 10% more on weddings this year, in line with inflation. On this day in history, Geronimo died. Wow, Geronimo. In 1909, at 79, the Apache leader led numerous raids against U.S. troops in New Mexico and Arizona between 1850 and 1886. Before his final decade of conflict, he surrendered 3 times before accepting life on Apache reservation. Government exploited his fame by displaying him at various fairs and exhibitions, which gave Geronimo the opportunity to make money selling merchandise. He joined the Dutch Reformed Church in 1903, but 4 years later was expelled for gambling. He died at Fort Still, Oklahoma as a prisoner. Geronimo! I did not know that. You feeling good, Chad? Today's going to be a crazy one. Is Biden already speaking? I know there's a lot of meetings today. So, like, a lot of people have already, again, there's a lot of security meetings. Blinken, he's going to be all over the place, but it will be wild. Again, you got Bullard here in a little bit. Yeah, Geronimo has merch. It's crazy. But again, today, you have to mix in digestion as well as global tension. So just keep that one in mind. As far as stocks, you got AppLovin. Shares are down 18%. I believe that's on earnings. AMAT shares are up 3 after beating AMPL. They fall 40%. After they gave a bad forecast. Cisco, they're up 3%. Good earnings. DoorDash, they're up 30%. I forgot about DoorDash and Uber. I don't know if they're going to hold up with all this. Again, watch travel stocks. Any positive Ukraine news throughout the day, travel stocks should do good. But Fastly, they dropped 31%. They missed revenue guided down. Fiverr, they gained 8%. They did good on earnings. Marin, they're up 22% after TikTok integration. Nvidia fell 2% after earnings. Tesla, they fell again. National Highway Traffic Safety Board, again, another one of the complaints. TripAdvisor drops 9%. They missed estimates. Upstart was upgraded by 2 banks. And then Walmart is down now after being up. My, oh, my. My, oh, my. I hope you're ready, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you are ready. Oh, man. Let's go. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, before we do anything here at the Cult, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to the people who have sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and that is the veterans of the United States of America, baby. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge and special shout out to all the veterans, active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you and thank you for doing what you have done. And shout out to the police officers, firefighters, doctors, nurses, teachers, all the other public service out there as well too, baby. God bless you and thank you for doing what you have done. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it to us! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horna. Oh, good morning. Oh, good morning, and God bless you. God bless America. God bless the vets. Oh, you know what I'm talking about? Oh, it's amazing, baby. So, today is going to be a wild one. I think everywhere else in the world is already spooked, to be honest with you. It's not too bad, though. So, again, Europe is still opening. They're going to respond a little bit more. You got global tensions. I mean, it's down 1% now, about 3 points top to bottom. Again, we want to watch out for the key levels here, but it should be fairly simple. So, again, just watch out for the headlines. You got 11 a.m. Eastern time. That is definitely going to be a catalyst. That is when James Bullard speaks, and literally every time he has spoken, we've gotten some level of move. So, just don't forget about that. We will see what happens. I'm going to be watching Lockheed Martin, HII, and GLD. Those are going to be the safe haven type plays. So we'll see what happens. Even XOM and Chesapeake. I do like oil. Again, oil could go both ways. Again, there's the Iran news and now the Russian news. So we're going to talk about it. Those are supposed to balance out, but I'm going to be watching them. Fastly, Matterport, Nvidia, Walmart, Dash as the earnings, and then Uber as a sympathy. And that's it, man. Yeah, Fiverr's a good one too. I forgot about that. But we are live Monday through Friday. So like the video. Stay in the game, Chad. I hope you're ready. Make some call-outs. God bless you and thank you. If you have been making some call-outs, we appreciate everything. And let's go, baby. Let's go. And a shout-out to the vets. Hit the players that we sending in the Jets. You know, it's going to be a good one, man. It's going to be a good one. So I hope you're ready. Co-real estate, baby. Oh. Amen. Round one, fight. Again, check out like Walmart. Walmart had earnings and they went back and forth. Walmart managed to just go green right there. Again, Fiverr too. I think Fiverr, they did good on earnings. That 10%? Oh, that's 17. So again, it'll be a little challenging here with some of the calls. But we will see what happens. Snap, Airbnb, I forgot. Airbnb can still go today, but it is travel-oriented. Yeah, Airbnb is only down 0.5%. Watch, I think Roblo was up for a little bit. DoorDash selling off. Remember, Uber could be a sympathy to that one. Again, I like that one a lot. Again, Dash is up 30. Fiverr's up 20% right now. I don't know. Fiverr option chain isn't loading for me. Or it looks to be the same price. Does anybody have Fiverr option chain loading? Nvidia, I forgot about Nvidia too. Nvidia, watch the other sympathies. Hasbro up 7. I'd watch Lockheed, see if that holds up. Keep an eye on oil too. I mean, SPY's down 0.75. Everything's about equal right now. I mean, tech is down a little bit more, but this is pretty broad based. Interesting. Nvidia 4.6. Yeah, Nvidia is down 5. I mean, watch for a move. If they do able to get a bounce right here, that could be a great post earnings. A couple of things are still going. Like I don't know why Netflix is up. Roblo's up 3. Airbnb's about to go positive. Again, AMAT, that's another earnings. There's also the Fastleys and a lot of other ones. Lockheed's coming back up too. DraftKings, Nvidia. It'll be good if it does bounce again. You just got to see what price we're at. We're at 443. So it doesn't get dangerous to like 442, but still. There was Russia news, yes. More escalation, everything from more troops to apparently they're already shelling each other. There's a lot of different stuff. And Fed futures, they did chill out a little bit, so that's the interesting part about all of this. Amazon pop. LMT chain. Amazon is up $38. This is 2 days in a row. Why is Nvidia down? Earnings. Again, it wasn't like it was just people considered it more so just underwhelming than not. That's the problem. Palantir drops 13. SPY still kind of coming down. I'm looking at a lot of plays. I'm looking at oil, defensives, Facebook's up. In a weird way, tech is doing actually pretty good right now. Again, Facebook and Netflix are climbing. Amazon's already positive. Walmart is on the high ticker now. Is that the Facebook? Oil calls, LXY for oil. Can you look at has range? Give me 1 second. Nvidia call premium crushed. It's not bad. Website of Russia Foreign Ministry is online. So yeah, I mean, y'all keep an eye on the news. I feel like you guys could call out a lot of different stuff here. Because again, there's just like even oil was moving a lot in part off of a damn Iranian tweet yesterday. So just keep that in mind. Okay. No plans to speak with Putin. And we'll see. Beyond's up 2. Intel has Investor Day today, so just keep that in mind. They're down 1. Josh, I'm Iranian. What did we tweet? The nuclear deal. So the head of the nuclear deal tweeted that a deal is going to be done. And then oil dropped because that would add a lot of supply to the market. I mean, my theory is that this is how you combat any future Russia escalation. Essentially, if Russia is going to affect the oil markets, you could bring up some supply from Iran if you get a deal. But don't trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. Watch out for spreads. I made a March LMT call play. I spent like $140. Just don't. The idea is just a small play with the tensions. We had those HIIs still. And those just expire this week, but we'll see. So these ones have a little bit of time on there, but I kept it kind of small just in case they keep leading. It's not like they're like totally up there, but if we get any updates throughout the day, we'll see. And then watch any plays that could get affected by Bullard. So again, the Wells Fargos, they got clapped, but I still do like the financials, especially after he speaks. No butterfly, no butter. I mean, the other butterfly we got, still holding that one. Again, if you didn't watch the watch list, you're an asshole. But if you watch it, you'll see there's we explained it a little bit. That play is just still even break even, or down 5%. Dash calls, if they hold up. Otherwise, I like Uber. Again, I think Uber is a great sympathy to Dash. But they're both holding up very well. Even Uber is holding up strong. Bullard, I don't know if he's going to go live or if he's just going to release a statement. But, all right, Scott, goodbye. But it's going to be, I don't know if it's going to be a statement or just a like a text, but it's going to come out at 11. So in about an hour and a half. I think that's about it. That's the only other event, and then we'll see if there's any other meetings that come up here with the government or even like defense ministers. Again, a lot of people like Blinken is already traveling right now. It's an interesting move we got here so far, to say the least. To say the least. Airbnb for the people. Come on. Spy. What are we dealing with? The spreads are big on Airbnb, but they're coming back. Again, the 220s haven't came back yet, but the 240s and then our other plays. But this is great. SPY literally just recovered all of the first 10-minute drop there in one candle. SPY just flipped. Again, bonds are going up the whole time. Yeah, Airbnb got a pop. Watch some of the other winners again. There was a couple. Baba. Yeah, Baba is straight up 1.4. What's the volume looking like? 6 million in 10 minutes. It's too early to tell. Let's go Baba, DraftKings. Yeah, Baba looks really good. Roblox is up after Kathy Woods buy. Baba earnings February 22nd. Today's the 17th. Again, Walmart too. They had good earnings. I'm surprised they were down in the morning. BA. Amazon's still holding. Facebook doesn't even look that bad, but the premiums on Facebook are high. So SPY coming right back down. Literally, it's doing that what it did last time. You remember when VWAP was like really high out of nowhere? But then we had that gap down, and then we just ran right up to VWAP. It brought it up here all of a sudden, and then now it's coming down here. It's going to be interesting. You're getting a lot of volatility. Again, you got to digest the Fed. I mean, the good part about today is that Fed futures have not done anything negative. So it's not as if the Fed futures have gotten any worse. Again, you're watching the bonds bounce. So this is just purely, in a weird way, this is convergence still. So it could be worse, but it's not the worst. Lucidian. Lucid Donkey. Oh, Lucid is popping. That's good. SPY coming right back down, though. Even Tesla's getting a pop. Palanting. Yeah, he did a face Palantir. AMD, EVs rocking. You can't say EVs gassing. It's a little contradicting. You know what I'm saying? It's very confusing. You know what I'm saying? What do you mean EVs are gassing? I thought we try to stop this part thing. Yeah, man, it's crazy. I saw Rivian yesterday. It's so crazy how many of my conversations, I've had so many conversations that randomly included that phrase. You know that? They just be like, out of nowhere. They'll be like, yo, did you see the earnings report? Yeah, I saw Nvidia, or I saw Nvidia. I saw Rivian the other day. EVs are juicing. EVs are electrifying. I peeped the Polestar. Those are dope. Every time I pull up next to a Polestar, though, the damn Volvo driver always try to race me. I'm like, chill. Okay, Mr. Enzo, relax. They always try to race you, bro. All these EV dudes is like soccer dads and soccer moms, and they're like, you know what real torque looks like? Okay, calm down. Calm down, Habibi. Calm down. Don't worry. EVs bolting. That could be a good one. Could be a good one. Again, Fed futures chilled out today. I don't know. I want to try one more thing. Looking for Walmart plays. What happened to mine? Mine are actually like, they're not even down 10%. In a weird way, the premiums are still kind of holding. But don't trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I went with a March Nvidia play. I only bought one, so I spent less than $75. But I bought like $150, $60 contract for March. Don't trade it. Just as a post earnings with some time, but it could be a little bit early here today. So I got one defensive play. Then we got that, and then we're just riding some things. Yeah, and the video's coming down, and then we're going to let everything else kind of do its work. Call. I did buy a call. No, I got a call on Nvidia. A put might be a good one, but they've already dropped a lot. I'm going to look for those next. But again, we have a couple of plays. Again, a lot of them are coming back. The butterfly is now back. And then I have the Ford and then the Facebooks. Yeah, everything coming down there right now. Oil is starting to gas up here too. TLT's coming up. But SPY's hitting another low, almost down 1% on the S&P. Dow is very, very close by, and then NASDAQ is leading the way down 1. Even small caps. Small caps aren't doing that bad. Shopify target gutted by parade of analysts. Yeah, there's volume on that. I mean, we're coming back to 442. I mean, it just remember these levels last time, and we talked about it again. Anytime we start to slip from here, it just starts to take us back to a more just a lower range in general. So we'll see. Again, we were closer to 450. Like I was saying yesterday, if we had a bullish tilt and we held up some of the dovishness from yesterday, if we didn't get the tensions, we should have been pretty much at 450. But now we're going to be hanging around the lower range for now. Amazon gave it all back. Russia Foreign Ministry website is down. So it looks like that's confirmed. You guys were talking about that a little bit. My sense is that Russia will invade Ukraine in the next few days. There was a lot. I'm telling you, there were so many things this morning. There was the shelling. There was more troops. Putin said something about inflation. And then even like there's one more thing they said. It's like today was a lot of today was a lot of confusion. But I talked about this with a friend of mine yesterday. Oh, and I do have a plug though. I don't know. I have an anecdote. Okay. So I know somebody in Russia, okay? And they told me it was, again, I was telling them, we were talking about this, but essentially pretty much it's like, you remember when I first told you about this, I wasn't really expecting anything to happen. You remember, we kept talking about that, and I still kind of believe that. But the point is just that this is like the definition of tension, is that every single time they like talk shit and then like move and then kind of pull back, it just increases the odds of a mistake. You know what I'm saying? So that's just the question is if a mistake or like some sort of mishap gets created, that's where I stand now, because I'm like, tensions are definitely higher. Okay? So that's the thing. But now I talked to my friend. No, they're like they work and they do a lot of stuff. But pretty much this is what my friend told me. He said he has no clue what's going on. So he said he will let me know when something happens. And why he is important is because last time in 2014, 2015, he knew about the attack in advance. So pretty much he said that all of the balling people in Russia, if they know there's going to be an attack or anything of that nature, they usually tip off all of the crazy people, essentially. So he said, I asked him, I was like, nobody's asked you or your family anything? He said, nope, nobody has any idea what's going on. It does not look like it's escalated to that point. He's kind of the plug. He just said he has no idea. He said he'll let me know though. So, but again, we were just talking about mistakes though. That's it. I think we're good for the most part, but it's just that every time you go back and forth, like I'm saying, it just increases the odds of a what's it called? It just increases the odds of a mistake. That's it. Again, just like we talked about with MH17 in 2014, 2015. They're selling massive weapons. Well, Ukraine got helicopters yesterday. He may not have troops. Yeah, and some people are even talking about he may just drag his feet right now too. So that's what he could do, is that if he slows down the pullback, he could just mess with people for a pretty long time, essentially. Does that make sense? So like now he advances and he's like, no, I'm pulling back. And then he could just mess with them for like another couple of months just playing this game. But again, the problem is if like someone's like, yo, they shot us or they're like gunshots and then they don't know who shoots and then something turns into this or that. That's where it just turns into a ball of mess. Yeah, everything's coming down now. Apple's getting clapped again. Watch it, Facebook and Amazon. If Amazon really sells off, that will be key. Putin. I saw somebody, they sent me a meme. They said Putin, they're like, Putin, it was just like a meme of like counting money and like Putin just faking a war to short the market. I was like, oh man, the theories right now are insane. It's like you could laugh about it, you could get like so tinfoily. It's just like, but this is just a level of global tension we haven't seen in a minute. Microsoft dropping again. Again, you're selling off pretty quick now. We gapped down about like what, 0.7, 0.8. So you've sold off almost another 0.5%. SPY's at 441. Again, watch for the break of 440, and then we just start getting to these weird 430 levels. Like we said, anything around that like 435, 434, that's what I'd watch out for. The good part is the divergence is closing, though. So I don't know if you guys could recognize that as much, but you're somewhat getting a chill out in bonds. So it's pretty interesting. We'll keep watching the safe havens. Where's GLD? You got to alert 7,000 troops. They got to be bad, right? We don't know if it's bad or not. I mean, again, but that's part of the escalation is that pretty much Russia says they literally 2 days ago, Russia was like, nah, we pulled out or we're going to start pulling out. And then they're like, we don't see it. And then today they apparently added more. So, but that is the 7,000 number is definitely one piece of news that is being talked about this morning. That one, apparently they're shelling each other. Apparently, even Putin said something about inflation. Like Putin called out Joe Biden relative to inflation. He's like, bro, you got to deal with inflation. You sure you want these problems? Because I'm just saying inflation a bitch, bro. Nah, what'd he say? Yeah, he said inflation has been a global challenge lately. We need to take active measures. And he said the central bank and government should coordinate anti-CPI steps. But he said something. I think that was part of it. He kind of like hinted at it. But there's another one too. So U.S. stocks fall as U.S. warns of imminent attack again. Stocks drop. Investors weigh geopolitical risks. S&P was down as 0.7 as 9:40 a.m. U.S. Ambassador to the UN Linda Thomas-Greenfield warned that Russia appears to be moving toward an imminent invasion. The Ukraine Foreign Ministry denied claims by U.S. and Britain that they added troops. So Ukraine denies the more troops. Geopolitical risk emanating from Russia is not priced into U.S. equity markets. That's what Lori Kalfazina says of RBC. And then St. Louis Fed, Bullard, he's going to clap us at 11. Again, 1 hour till Bullard. That will be another catalyst. Not everything's selling off on this. Again, a couple of names are holding, but yeah. This is exhausting. Listen, man. If like a 99-year-old can do it, you can do it. Okay? You'll be good. You'll be good. I don't know how anybody in the government, if like I feel you though. It is exhausting. All of it's exhausting, but I don't know how these old people in government, bro, I don't know how they got the patience for this. They always just like, they're attacking. They're not attacking. They are attacking by not attacking because they did attack without attacking, and they're sitting there attacking. Even though they're pulling back, any movement looks like it's movement forward. So, yeah. Okay, let's take a break. We'll come back to it in the morning. Come on, let's watch I Love Lucy. Let's just get it laughing. Come on. Huh? Okay. Yeah. Give a little bibbidi boo. Hammers. Word sounds terrific. Listen, I would have told Putin a lot of things. I would have told him simply, if you come on my land, I'll kill you. He would believe me. We're good friends. Terrific. I would have told him. I don't know why. The Biden guy, I would have handled this last week and lowered the taxes. Huh? All right. It's terrific. Terrific guy. Who cares if my Trump fucking sound isn't good? It's not like he was a good president, apparently. So, terrific. I just love terrific. It needs work. We're trying. It's a good start. I told them. It says not how you start. It's how you end. Everyone knows this. I knew this. I know everything. You were practicing your Trump impression all night. Don't lie. You said you weren't going to tell him. You said you weren't going to tell anyone. Viacom, are they halted? I think they change the ticker. It's like half Trump, half Mike Tyson. I don't know. That's just how I see. That's how I hear it. That's just how I hear it. When I hear it, that's what it sounds like to me. I don't know. Para is Viacom. They were like, yo, we need a rebrand from this Archegos shit. Change the ticker. Yeah, Facebook did it. They lost half their market cap, but still. What do you think about Rivian? I think Rivian for the next, 3 years has a very strategic advertising advantage. That's it. Otherwise, I don't know. I don't know about the range. I don't know how people like it. Again, EV it seems like we still got some time, but a lot of progress has been made. But does that make sense? I wasn't kidding about, I made a joke about it earlier this morning, but it's for real. It's like Tesla's back in the day. I don't know if you remember. You remember when the Tesla first came out, and you would be like, whoa, that's a Tesla. You'd be like, dude, I saw a Tesla. Yo, it's so cool. Did you see the Tesla? So that again, Elon didn't have to spend a lot of money in advertising, but the Rivian, it's just it has that. Every time literally every day I talk to somebody's telling me, yo, I saw a Rivian today. So it's a very and every time I see it drive, my eye catches it. So it's one of those things where I think they got a good position, but they gotta, just like Elon, they need to take advantage of it. They need to execute. So if they could execute as good as Elon, I think they got a good chance. But again, the one thing I think a lot of people, I think they know about it, but we just don't really acknowledge it too much, is the fact that there's a lot of competition in EV right now. That's it. You're competing not only with Tesla and the legacy automakers, and then now 5 other random brand new companies. So competition is very, very high right now. So execution will definitely be the driver here. UVXY pop in. SPY's at a low. All you've done is sell off right now. Dow is down. NASDAQ down 1.3, but so is the SPY. They're matched up. Everything. Dow and NASDAQ are down the same. Walmart premium starting to gas. Yeah. They should be up at 30% right now. They're definitely not bad. Well, that's good. They had a good earnings and could hold today. We just got rug pulled. I was expecting a bullish day, but without the tensions, though. Again, like we were saying yesterday, let's see what happens with the tensions. And they came through with a lot of headlines today. Today wasn't today they restarted everything again. It wasn't, but they did it in the morning. The long-term alert. I haven't made a purchase yet, so there has not been any long-term alerts. We've been patient, and it's been paying off really. Gold making another move up here at the low. Watch out for that. Yeah, Airbnb came right back down. Gold is popping again. Again, gold is hitting an 8-month high, and it shouldn't move, bro. For real, even off the gap up. We'll see if it keeps holding. Throughout the day though, just watch out of it. Neo and Lucid strong. Walmart is strong too. Yeah, Neo's holding up. So is Lucid. Tesla, not as much. They have the consumer report, and now Ford is also slipping. $2022 turns into 2018. 2022, this does feel like the trade war. Again, that's what I'm saying. At the end of the day, even though tensions did go up, and I'm like, man, something negative could happen, it's just like the trade war. Just don't forget about that. Again, remember 2018, 2019, you would wake up and then Trump would say this about China, or China would say this about the deal. And then remember they'd say, nah, we're not doing a deal anymore. And then the stock would drop. And then 2 days later, they'd be like, nah, we found a way to make a deal that we said we wouldn't do a deal on. And then everyone's like, oh, Trump's going to mess it up. If they mess up, it's going to turn, we're going to have a trade war leads to a real war. You know what I'm saying? And then, so it's very, very similar, but this time they have guns. That's the only difference. And it's right, and different teams. That's about it. Peloton, Rivian got Amazon contract. Uber is popping again. Nvidia is kind of chilling out. Peloton is on the high. Dash is going up too. That could be crazy if Dash ends up holding up. TDD pop, Affirm, TTD is popping. App loving, they had good earnings. They're up too. Couple of things are running right now. Couple of things. Even Airbnb came back up to positive. You check the range on Has. What do you mean by that? Somebody, you asked me that earlier. I do not know what you're talking about, range. So it's like, it's up right now. It's up 10%. How does war affect mainland states, more specifically the stock market? It depends. I mean, usually it's good for manufacturing and other things. It's usually short-term pain and then mid-term to long-term benefit, but then it depends on what sort of element you get into. If it's a successful war or not, that's the thing. You got to realize you could have a very successful or a very dismal occupation if you really think about it. So Vietnam, are you ready for this? You guys want me to give you another? I don't want to fuck with you, though. I don't want to fuck with you too hard. I don't want to fuck with you too hard, okay? You got to, do you know what happened in 1970s besides inflation? There was something that happened in 1970s in inflation. Does anybody know? It correlates so well. And it led to a massive, just, it led to more money. It was pretty much the end of Vietnam when we had the what's it called? When we had, it was like beginning and end when we had inflation. So during the last inflation stuff, or your last inflation crisis, it did correlate with a quote unquote war or a failed occupation. Essentially, again, and now Vietnam, it led to government spending, a bunch of money, and people spent a lot of money, but it didn't really produce anything good. So it was, and then again, that helped motivate some of the policies, in the future to get reelected. Again, Nixon wanted a reelection, then people, they wanted war early. Then after Vietnam, everybody hated it, and then it got crazy. But so essentially, I mean, there could be some good economic effects from war. I hate to be that guy to say it. I'm trying to give you the information. Some people don't like hearing that, but yes, it's true. Sometimes there is a very, positive economic effect from fighting and war. However, if your occupation does not become productive or anything, it could easily turn into something that actually weighs on your government spending, and it could be a drag on your deficit and everything. So sometimes it could help very well, but then other times, as history has proven, it could really weigh on the people and also government spending and the core issue of what we're dealing with: inflation, money supply, all of that. SoFi pop in. Uber's going up. GLD again. Coin and Snow. Yeah, they're all pop. Bro, a lot of things are popping right now. Super hyperinflation. I've never heard that one. It sounds big. All right, what time is it? It's only been 37 minutes. Why has this been the longest 37 minutes ever? Marine, Walmart going crazy. Yeah, the premiums are up now, but they're not like crazy. But it's at least holding, I guess, 70 cents. Actually, 50% on the Walmart. It's not bad. PBR leaps, emerging market, biggest producer being OPEC. The PBR, I feel like I'm Petro Boss, right? Shit, let me check that in a second. Made gold calls free. Good work. I like the gold. The gold one is just, again, the fact it's still going up is wild. Even TLT, we'll see what happens. I mean, SPY's pretty much fighting. You haven't really had a bounce all day. Literally, our only bounce was that one in the morning, and it fell big. And then you could kind of see the trajectory here. It's not doing much. Walmart's kind of selling off a little bit. Uber is still going up 2%. Okay. All right. So don't trade it. Not a recommendation. I could have took it pretty early there, but I sold out of that old Ford play. I had a Ford put. I sold out for 30%. It was a big play. It was like $2,000. So I cut that one. And now we riding. And then remember, I still have the IWMs. Those actually came down. And then we have all the other ones too. Let's see. How'd the butterfly? The butterfly, you made 5%, but it's still holding its value. Nothing crazy. Why are you cutting puts? Because it's timing. It's not that. It's just realistically, I would love to hold some of them. But, I mean, it's a March contract. If we get one more bounce or anything like this, or it doesn't go down the same, we were coming off a lot of volatility. You see what I'm saying? This has been your last 5-6 days on some puts, so it could flush, and now we made a lot of other plays. So I have different sets, and I'm pretty much just swapping things. If I have value now, I'm trying to sell it, take the value, and then swap it for something new that could be a little bit more better. So I got 2 butterflies, all of that. So like literally that Ford play, $2,000, I sold out of it. It just paid for my butterflies. And you see what I'm saying? And now the butterflies give me 2 or 3 more months of time, and then I still have a big position on like IWM and stuff like that. So I just want to take profits because at the end of the day, I mean, I was up a little bit more on those Fords, but those Fords, I went up 50% to down 20%, 10% on them yesterday, and then they went back up to 30, 36% today. So I said, okay, let me take those. We'll ride some of the other stuff and go from there. I'm giving you butterflies. So you guys can see it. The butterfly does nothing. Like, that's why I'm saying this is why I like this play. Because, like, imagine if you did this compared to anything else. Imagine a normal put play. If you bought it here, then if you bought a put and then the stock shot up and then we gap down right here tomorrow morning, I mean, you could kind of see how it plays out, but this thing, it just doesn't move. Again, even from, you can't go on the one daily thing, but it just doesn't do anything. Again, remember, the play, since we have the premium sell, it helps us in a much different way, in a much different fashion. So if you didn't watch the watch list yesterday, you're an asshole, but that's okay. You could fix that and go watch it. I explain really how you make money on this. We'll probably talk about it a little bit more here today, but it is important. I changed it, follow SPY, but changed it to execution. Just better than break even now, still letting it go. Nice. Tell me how that one plays out. Let me know. You see what I'm saying? Share some info. That's cool. So same play, but March. So you're gonna decay faster, which is good. That's why if it goes lower by March than not, then you're gonna be straight. Mine has a little bit of time on there. TLT's going up, Ford coming down. Thank you for the detailed breakdown on the watch list. I appreciate it. Amen, man. Amen. God bless you. I hope it helps, for real. I hope it helps. Eisler deal to buy macro hedge fund Glen Point falls apart. It's London. Flying taxi Joby slumps after unmanned aircraft accident. What? How come I didn't hear about this? Wait, we have these? Joby starting fly up the first of new electric cars. They said one of their aircrafts was involved in an accident. Involved a remotely piloted prototype at the test base in California. There are no injuries that say what happened. Oh. I was like, damn, somebody was driving one on the street and crashed. Where'd I get a flying taxi, bro? That's crazy. Tesla. Bouncer flush at 10:30. Come on, man. It don't matter. I know. You know why it don't matter? Because in 45 minutes, Bullard is going to talk. That's it. That's it. So we could do a little mini bounce. We could go a little bit lower right now. None of it's going to matter because at the end of the day, Bullard is going to come in, and whether he says something good or bad, that'll be it. But at the end of the day, though, it is going to Bullard has been 2 for 2 with very, very hawkish. And like we said, Bullard he's going to try to signal the market. He's not like he believes what he's saying, but he wants to push the market to a more aggressive stance so we could have the conversation. He is going to be talking at 11 a.m. Eastern, so in 45 minutes. Russian UN Council speaking right now. We'll see what happens. Watch if the banks come up. Wells Fargo got clapped. Bullard is a savage, though. You waiting on the sidelines with your long term? I'm ready to go. I think I'm on deck with it. Again, there's a couple things. Like I like Roblo. I wanted to see how it holds that range. Airbnb's too high. I like a couple of the REITs and some other things. But just giving it a little bit more time. I think most of the earnings I'm looking for have came out, though. Netflix. What was the other one? Facebook. The Facebook is coming down now, Habibi. The Facebook. Walmart coming up. That's where the premiums just went higher on Walmart. They dropped quick, though. They went up 50 to back to only up 10 right there. DraftKings reports today. Oh, Hasbro. Oh, that's what that guy was saying. He wanted to know what it was pricing in. Yeah, so Hasbro is pricing in $2. Nothing, actually. That's kind of wild. What? How? Huh? Yeah, Hasbro is pricing in $2, bro. It's literally pricing in like less than 2%, under that. So Hasbro's not expected to move. Walmart coming down. Facebook selling off. TLT at the high. SPY chilling out from this bounce level. They already reported? Oh, okay. Yeah, I was like, I don't know, man. I'm like, this is wild. I was like, that's a weird pre-earnings. Microsoft selling low, so watch out now. A lot of the big tech names that were holding up, they're kind of slowly slipping, but it looks like the rest of the market is holding up. I mean, Lucid Doncic is at the top. Tesla, Microsoft selling off. Again, Apple, GLD. Long-term on DraftKings looks promising. 50-50. I only like it for the support. Like if we buy DraftKings at this low of a price, our portfolio is going to jump 10% more. You see what I'm saying? But then if we drop any more though, you're going to start to double your losses on anything below here, but I think we've already taken a lot of it. So that's the thing I like about it, just really good value. It's just very good value. When you look at it, it's out of favor. If they come back up, I mean, you got the Super Bowl and everything else. So I like it. There's a lot of names like that, though, right now, too. But out of my long term, there's only a couple names. That or Coinbase, really. I only have the stocks on DraftKings, and I have an old elite play that's totally clapped. You think Bullard will make the banks pop? He could. But even then, I mean, today's the pressure is spread very, very wide today. You could just see it. Again, you have barely had any relief all day today. And the worst part is you still got Bullard, and we don't even know what the hell sort of headline we're going to get here from Russia. Walmart sales growth is good enough for stock pop. Facebookian is coming down. CFO Brett Briggs says customers are paying attention to rising prices. I feel you. Nvidia's on the low even more. You think this is the start of wave 3? If we get below that like 430 level, remember here we were closer to it here, but I mean you're right at the cusp. You're like if we go any lower from here and end up lower, then yeah. If not, we'll see. But it's doing it little by little, so that's why I'm kind of glad with these butterflies, because if it does not come down as fast, we could have wave 3, but it's just gonna feel different. If that makes sense. What are you buying if the market crashed? Everything that's like Apple, Facebook, or Apple, Google, anything high quality, a little Coca-Cola. You know what I'm saying? Give me some Nvidia if it's cheap enough. Let's see. We could get some more Walmart. I get some McDonald's. Ooh, get some Costco. Ooh, you know what I'm saying? Some big ooh, some more Amazon. We talking like real discount, but that's it. There's a lot of good stuff to buy. Yeah, Microsoft, Apple, they're all slipping now. Facebook put premiums just went wacky. Yo, do you hear me? Oh, shit. Do you hear me? Bro, my computer froze. I've never had that. I haven't had that happen in so long. Do you guys hear me still? SPY's at a low. Yeah, bro. That was crazy. My computer froze. Everything froze. The chat froze. My platform froze. Good. Crypto marketplace back. Shares tumble on user concerns. There are concerns over how the digital asset platform measures customer activity. Trudeau, half of funding the Ottawa protest coming from U.S. America. Yeah, we're just helpful. We just like to be helpful in times of need. It's the UN Security Council meeting. Emergency orders don't infringe on charter rights. U.S. Deputy Chair of Mission Bart Gorman to be expelled. State Department says, let's see. I don't think they have anything live. There's an Air Force One gaggle. And then Secretary, oh wait, there is a UN security meeting.
What to expect and what process and what process we were taking in this crisis that Russia, remember, has created.
This is, I didn't know there's a White House Air Force One thing right now.
Wanted to lay down what we've been doing for the last several months, the last several weeks for the American public, and talked about the impact of this potential if Russia decides to invade, how this would impact the American public. And so that's one way that the president is communicating with the American public. But we have been very, very clear. The president has been very clear for the last several months, the last several weeks, and being transparent about how we're moving forward with our European allies and partners in this moment, and what we're trying to do to deter, and how we're trying to go to a direction of diplomacy. And so that is the direction that we're still working on, hence why Secretary Blinken is up in New York today, and we'll continue to have those conversations.
Are there any plans for the president to pick up the phone and call Vladimir Putin?
I think he answered that himself not too moments ago. I don't have anything. I don't have anything to read out. I don't have anything more to add than what the president said.
On a quick separate issue, does the president have confidence that the Senate will be able to avert a government shutdown?
As you know, we work closely with the Senate and with Congress in general, and that's our path, is to avert a government shutdown.
That's our what?
That's our path, to avert a government shutdown.
So we've received assurances from.
I don't have anything more to say except that is something clearly that is a priority for us, to make sure that there is not a government shutdown, and we are in constant communication with members on the Hill.
Has President Biden been able to review the written response from Russia, and what's his reaction to that so far?
This is the written response. So I can confirm we just received a response from the Russian Federation, and we will refer it to the state. I don't have any more. I don't have anything yet specific to share.
You've been able to see it this morning before coming on this trip?
I cannot confirm. I think he did answer this question on his way here, but I don't have anything more to share. I would refer you to state on any specifics.
Correct. Taiwan's ambassador to the U.S. has said that they want to be part of this Indo-Pacific new economic framework that you guys are about to launch, but instead they have applied for the CPTPP instead. Do you have any comment on this, and on the broader fact that, allies and partners in the region are frankly unhappy that the Indo-Pacific economic framework does not include opening up American markets, which is the thing that they most want in order to become closer to the U.S. rather than China?
So that work is well underway as we consult with the Indo-Pacific Partners Congress and other stakeholders. We'll have more to share as the process is ongoing, as I just started saying it's underway. This framework would define our shared objectives around trade, facilitation, standards for digital economy and technology, supply chain resiliency, decarbonization and clean energy, infrastructure, worker standards, and other areas of shared interest. I don't have more information to share at this time, but we are committed to strengthening trade and investment in the region in a manner that promotes good-paying American jobs, high standards, and supply chain resiliency, and offer the same benefits for our Indo-Pacific partners.
And the other thing that you've been promising to launch early this year is the Build Back Better World plan, which was supposed to be early this year, and it's still another one of those things that you've been promising since June. And so what's the holdup? We know that Dilip Singh has made these listening tours to Latin America, to Africa. Is it that you're not finding enough pilot projects, or is it COVID, or what's the holdup?
As you know, the President is very committed to his Build the Build Back Better World plan. So, as the United States and our partners further develop and implement the Build Back Better World initiative, we recognize that robust, meaningful partnership will be critical to ensure that Build Back Better World delivers infrastructure that meets the needs of middle and lower income countries. That's what our team has been doing, traveling to South America, as you just mentioned, Africa and the Middle East. We will have more details to come in the coming months on how to continue to implement this initiative and the projects the U.S. government is investing with allies and partners. And like I said, this is something that the president is committed.
Confirming that the launch is going to be delayed. Just confirming that the launch of
We'll have more to share in the next several months, and we'll continue to work with. Yeah.
Corinne, has the president interviewed any potential Supreme Court nominees, and where is he right now in his process of evaluating potential picks?
So, as you know, the president has had he's had a series of discussions with lawmakers from both sides of the aisle. He continues to review materials as he considers deeply qualified candidates. As you heard us say, immensely qualified candidate with strong experience, character, integrity, dedication to the Constitution and the rule of law. Potentially, he could begin interviewing nominees as soon as this week, but I don't have any specifics to share. The thing that I can confirm is that, and as you've heard me say before, as you heard Jen say before, is that he is going to have a selection by the end of this month.
Sorry, you said he could begin.
So he could begin interviewing potential nominees as soon as this week, but I do not have anything.
Today is that he has
Thursday.
Good point.
Does that mean that he has not done an interview yet?
I just don't have anything to confirm for you right now.
On Monday, you were able to tell us that he hadn't interviewed anyone then.
Because you had asked over the weekend and what he was doing that weekend, and I was able to.
So he just not been working for 4 days? Like, what's going on?
I just don't have anything to share or to confirm or not confirm on this. This is something, again, he's reviewing materials.
People deserve to know what the president's doing.
I think they'll know when he makes his selection and how he came to that process once he has selected that person. As you know, this is something that the president knows how this goes as being the chair, the Judiciary Committee for many years, having overseen many Supreme Court nomination hearings. He knows how this process works, being the vice president. So this is nothing new to him, but he wants to make sure, again,
Yo, SPY below
process.
440.
He wants to make sure
this is a very key
that,
level here. Watch out to see if we butter or not.
Lifetime commitment is done in a way that's again rigorous and has and lands with the most qualified. He picks the most qualified person to have
Is the president?
Jenny hasn't had a chance yet.
Back on the Russia issue and the sanctions package and the Congress that's broken down, you could say, on the bipartisan measures. Right now, it seems like they're just headed towards a resolution to support Ukraine. Do you think that's sufficient, or would you want to see a bipartisan sanctions package to show resolve?
It's important to show a united front to Russia. We appreciate the bipartisanship support for actions we've taken and we'll take if Russia further invades Ukraine. So that is important to show that force of bipartisanship. Look, we continue to believe that a bipartisan bill will send the strongest message to Putin and serve as a united show of force. And so that's we think it's important that they're doing that.
It doesn't seem like they're headed that way. I mean, the Republicans basically pulled out of negotiations, and now it just seems like a non-binding resolution.
So, we'll leave that process to Congress. What we're saying is we appreciate the bipartisan support that we have seen from Congress in the past several weeks for the actions, what we're trying to do, clearly in partnership, in lockstep partnership with European allies and partners. And so we think that's important, showing that force. But anything with Congress, I will leave it to them to talk about and see.
And then one more on another issue in Congress that is important to you and has sort of broken down on the competition China bill. That also seems to have stalled. There's not really any sign that they're moving to conference, or that either both chambers are in at the same time. So the timing and the substance seem to be a problem here. Can you lay out a little bit how you're trying to get this over the finish line? Of course, this won't be doable before the State of the Union, How important is it for the president, what you're doing there?
No, it's important, and we are in constant communication with Congress on a whole list of issues, and that clearly is one that's critical and important. And we'll just continue to have those conversations with Congress. It is important to us to move forward with that, and so we're going to continue to make sure that we're talking to Congress.
Do you have any sense of timing on when this would?
I don't have a sense of timing on that.
Just one follow-up on the deputy ambassador who was pushed out of Russia, expelled. Thank you. Will there be any retaliation from the U.S. side for that?
I don't have anything literally that just happened, so I don't have anything to share on what happens next.
Just to pick up on this
Just a fine point on Zeke's question about today's trip. A senior State Department official said this morning that this. I said just to put a fine point on Zeke's question about this trip today. A senior State Department official this morning said that this is perhaps the most perilous moment for peace and security since the end of the Cold War. So is there concern that this trip could distract the president from thinking about Ukraine and Russia? Is there a member of his national security team traveling today who's going to keep him updated? Like, how are you managing to juggle, both of these things?
I go back to what I said before. Every president, whether it's a Democratic president or a Republican, has dealt with multiple crises at once, and that's what this president is doing. He was vice president before. He's been in the Senate. He knows how to deal with, multiple crises at the same time. We have an NSC person that travels with him at all trips, and he will be kept updated. This is not going to deter him for what he needs to do for the American public. This is just part of the job. And so the president has been very clear. He has spoken about how we are moving with our European allies and partners forward with dealing with the crisis that Russia has created on the Ukraine border, and that has not changed. As you know, we've read out multiple conversations that he's had with leaders. He spoke to Germany Chancellor yesterday to get an update from him. He spoke to Putin just on Saturday. So he's continuing to have conversations. His NSC staff and Secretary Blinken, Department of Defense Secretary Austin are all talking to their counterparts practically every day, and so he's going to be able to keep up to date on what's happening.
Is the president calling today?
I'm sorry?
Is the president calling anyone today?
I don't have a call to read out today.
One more follow-up. Does this, given what the president just said, that it seems like it's headed towards a potential invasion in the coming days, does this make him change his weekend plans at all?
I don't have anything new on his weekend plans or changes.
Just to pick up on the State of the Union, does the president expect to deliver his speech in a chamber where people don't have to wear masks?
Look, we're going to follow the guidance, the CDC guidance, and clearly we'll be in touch with.
But where is he right now in terms of lifting up federal, CDC guidance in terms of masks and other health protocols?
Just in general?
Yeah.
Well, we've been pretty clear about this. We follow the CDC guidance.
Right.
That's what we.
And Jeff Zients is saying that they're going to change it sometimes, maybe.
Right.
This
Well,
week.
they're looking at all of the guidance. That's what Dr. Walensky said yesterday.
No, what I mean is the last time the president spoke, he said that he feels like it's too early, too premature. Is that changing at all?
Well, what he said was we have to look at the science, and we got to look at and listen to the experts, and that's what we're doing by allowing CDC to go through their process as to what comes next. I don't have anything to do. They're an independent body. They're going to make that decision, and Dr. Walensky spoke to that specifically yesterday, and I'll leave that to what she said.
And just one last thing from me. Is the president still expecting to host in person the U.S.-ASEAN summit in Washington? That's also supposed to happen early this year.
Okay. Give me 1 second as I try to hold on. Okay. President Biden looks forward to welcoming ASEAN leaders to Washington, D.C. for a U.S.-ASEAN special summit in the coming months. I don't have more details to share at this time, but we'll keep you all posted. We are committed to strengthening our partnership with ASEAN as well as its centrality. We've been working to deepen our cooperation in the region and promote a free and open Indo-Pacific.
Address the Ukraine situation and all at the top of his speech today in Ohio? Is it just going to be Great Lakes?
I mean, the focus here is the billion-dollar initiative that you just heard from the EPA administrator, focusing on the Great Lakes and what we're doing, how the bipartisan infrastructure law is delivering in that component of what we talk about, and making sure that the climate change, and we're doing what we can to clean the Great Lakes. So that's going to be the focus. He's going to talk about that. We're going to be there with the local representative who's going to meet us on the ground. As you know, the EPA administrator is here joining us for this trip, and that's going to be the focus of today.
Corinne, does he plan on meeting with the congressional delegation? The local, Tim Ryan is running for Senate.
Today, I don't think I don't think we have anybody else besides the. I don't think there's anybody else that's going to be on the ground. I think the two senators had other things, like I think they had some votes that they needed to get to or deal with. So we don't have anything more to share on their involvement for today.
The Ohio governor's not here, correct? Not going to meet with him today.
No, though we'll have a list of who's gonna be on the ground with us.
Is the Ohio governor invited?
When we visit a state, we always reach out to the governor and to the local electeds in that state, including congressional members that represent that district. And so we're in constant communication with folks when we come into the state. I don't have anything else on that.
Thank you.
Do you have one more comment on Iran? It's moving into like the final phases. Do you have anything to comment on the latest on negotiations?
I don't have the latest on negotiations, but I do have what we have said with talks before, which is that Iran, it reached an urgent point on mutual return to full implementation of the JCPOA. We won't negotiate in public, as we have said before, but we can say a deal that addresses the core concerns of all sides is in sight. If it's not reached in the coming weeks, however, Iran's ongoing nuclear advances will make it impossible for us to return to the JCPOA. Here's the bottom line here. We're confronting a very dangerous situation. Under the JCPOA, Iran's nuclear program was slightly constrained and monitored by international inspectors. Since the previous administrations ceased U.S. participation in the deal, Iran has rapidly accelerated its nuclear program and reduced cooperation with international inspectors in non-performance of GCPO commitments.
Thanks, Corinne.
Thank you, Corinne.
Okay.
Rollie on my wrist. Nah, I don't wanna rap that. Pull up in a big body, I don't put a tap back. Hit me. Sorry, I just thought there was no outro. At least they didn't land and said brace for impact this time. So that was good. Again, I was in the chat. I was saying, watch out here for bonds, because if you haven't noticed, today it's been inverse. So stocks went down, TLT went up, and then it's been like that all day. Then all of a sudden here, watch. If TLT goes down and the market goes down with it, that is not good, okay? So that's what we got to watch for. That's what we got to watch for. But then again, you got Bullard coming on in about 20 minutes. And it seems like the market's waiting for him until there's more updates. I mean, there is, I think the UN Security Council is going on right now, too.
Its job. The SMM should be actively supported by the sides in installing new cameras. And
they're going to, wait, they want to install cameras? I don't know. But that one, I know that one will be a little bit different. I thought the press briefing would have just a little bit of everything. So I thought it would be good. UN prayer circle. TSM down 3. Chicle on snap. SPY strong at 440. Again, that's the key level. The fact that it didn't butter there, that is actually good. That what Bullard said. Bullard, because Bullard is the one who caused a lot of this. Bullard is the one who is bringing up these crazy ideas. So without Bullard, you wouldn't be thinking about double hikes. You wouldn't be thinking about emergency hikes, all of this stuff. Bullard, so literally, we talked about it yesterday, and this is what a lot of analysts are thinking, that Bullard is bringing up like super hawkish suggestions, not because he wants them to happen, but just because he wants to push the market in that direction of pricing something sooner than later. So he has a very just bad history lately of just being very, very hawkish. So, the chances of him, think about it. We got the minutes, but the chances of him saying something like, yeah, we need a double hike, or we got to do this or doing that, that's the thing. Bullard sandbags, everyone else pulls back. Pretty much, Bullard's like, it's awful, and then all the other guys are like, nah, man, it's chill. But again, he's trying to just push the market into pricing something. But lately, as of late, he has been very, very important. Again, the last couple, I think this drop and this drop, or I think this one right here, I know for sure, this one right here was a Bullard reaction off of him being very, very hawkish. ISPO, I have no idea. That thing's up like 200%. And it's barely trade. Got halted like 7 times or something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you don't agree with Bullard? I not entirely. I agree with him on some parts, and then I disagree with him on others. I mean, again, I don't even think Bullard agrees with himself. It just, at the end of the day, I think Bullard wants the market to price in something more aggressive than not, to give the Fed flexibility. Because as you can see here, they came out with the minutes, and since we priced in everything bad, I mean, it really wasn't that bad. But I don't think Bullard wants to crash the market, but I think he'll talk about ideas that could just to get it there. But essentially, I don't think anybody on the Fed is willing to bite the bullet yet and take the response that leads to a double hike. Again, the only other times in history, literally every time they double hike, every time they've done like 50 basis points in modern day history, it usually ends up bad. I think all of them know this, but I don't think they're going to do it again. If there's something you can notice of the Fed futures, isn't it funny how literally last week, a week and a half ago, the Fed futures were pricing in a 99% chance of a double hike, and then all of a sudden today, and even yesterday after the minutes, it's 50-50. So that's the key. Yeah, Bullard, I believe he is a voter. Hyperinflation is bad. It is. I mean, but just think about it. It's like any sinking boat is bad, if you really think about it, right? You don't want to be on a sinking boat. But imagine you were on a sinking cruise ship with a bunch of people. Would you want the captain to tell everybody on an announcement and announce that they are taking extraordinary extra measures? Or would you want them to kind of work on it first before cueing everybody and getting everybody crazy? It's called the Titanic, yes. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like, obviously both answers suck, but that's where it's kind of one of those things where I don't think, it's like they're not, if they have to fight between inflation or not, if inflation was really bad, what I'm trying to say is that the last thing you want is the Fed to admit that. You don't want the Fed to admit it. They said no transitory. They said it's brought in, but you don't want them to say, yo, man, yeah, this shit's fucked up. We got to do all these rate hikes, and then they start making actions. It would have a different vibe to it, and it would cause a little bit more panic than not. Inflation is really bad, but honestly, if you're just telling me that now, and you weren't telling me that last year, I mean, you're just as late as Powell, essentially. That's the problem I've had with everybody, from analysts to just in general, even retail and anybody trying to pick up on it. It's just like, I don't get why all of a sudden inflation is so bad, but we didn't trip out at 5%, 4.6. 440 has a lot of strength there. That's actually really looking good. Big bounce, kind of. I mean, it's the biggest on the day. That one in the morning looked very, very big. OSCE says tensions seem to be easing in eastern Ukraine. You like O over Vici? Yes. But Vici's not bad. TLT. Yeah, see, but at least it's good. They're both going up. At least it's inverse to a degree. Or we'll see, actually. No, because if TLT keeps going up and then the SPY should go up. This is going to be weird. SPY should go down if TLT goes higher today. So we will see. ISPO, short and upstart, TLT chill. Again, think about it. You were just at 135 yesterday. So the bond volatility is starting to pick up a lot more. Yes, I already answered the question, Carlo. I do like O versus Vici. I think Vici is still good, but I do like O. Just because of their history. They've been in the game for years. Bullard did not already talk. He's going to speak here in 12 minutes. See, so look at TLT's going up. Market's probably going to come down if it follows the correlation here today. Let's see. DoorDash stalling. Bullard is in 10 minutes. Check Uber. Facebook's at the bottom. Even Uber gave up. Tesla's not doing good at all. Everything's kind of like it's still from earlier today. A lot of the same trends. Oil flipped, which was interesting. But again, you're going to get a lot of back and forth there with oil. Bullard is live. Is he going to be live or is he going to do that? I thought it's been opposite. Again, I'm only talking about today for TLT. That's the problem. The bond market is messed up. I mean, I wouldn't talk about I'm literally just talking about right here, right now, today. And if you want to understand it in the broader sense, why is today happening with bonds? Like literally, TLT is going up, stock market is going down. The easy way to answer that is the divergence closing. But just for today, because usually it's and it makes sense. It should be an inverse. This is actually normal. As of the last year, bonds and stocks were positively correlated. Bonds go up, stocks go up. That's not how it used to be. So today is actually moving how it should be, but it's only really doing that today, and that is now allowing the convergence to close. Do you see how the teeth are forming now? So now bonds are going up, SPY's coming down. That's how it used to be back in the day. The original correlation up until 2021, it was an inverse. So if TLT went up, stock market went down. That's why in March 2020, we made so much money on TLT. Stock market went down, TLT went up. That's a normal inverse correlation between bonds and stocks. And then in 2021, it broke. And then we spent almost 12 months with a positive correlation between bonds and stocks. Whereas now stock market went down, bonds went down. Stock market went up, bonds went up. That was what was wacky. It's been wacky like that. And that's where we got kind of this divergence. And now we saw this gap forming. And then the one thing about today is that you're watching the normal correlation play out today, but we'll see how long that lasts. Again, we even were watching yesterday. It could break at any moment. So keep your eye on it. Don't read into it too much in the sense of, we're just looking at it very micro as opposed to saying this is how it should be all the time. So it's coming down again. The old IWM puts are coming back. Where's the damn SPY? Airbnb clapping. I think if everything starts to hit it, but again, TLT is leading the way down. We might break the 440. We've had a lot of strength, so let's see what happens. Yeah, Airbnb gave up back to the 180s. Apple's going up, though. So look at Apple, Amazon. They're fighting at 440, bro. This thing is very interesting, so we'll see. ISPO, I have no idea what ISPO is. It's just moving up. On new Warren Buffett, the Brazilian bank. I think it could be good, but I would look at the financials. But I like a lot of other banks. I don't know if it pays a dividend or not, but that's what I would look into. Has there been other times where stocks and bonds have moved? Yeah, a couple times throughout history, but it's not really what usually happens. Otherwise, because again, a lot of people have a nice, there's a bond stock portfolio. That's a very common allocation, especially if you're a boomer. So a lot of people, they have both, and the idea is diversification. There is times where they both could go up, but the idea is you get bonds and stocks, you get the growth from stocks, and then you get fixed income from bonds, and then if stocks go down, your bonds should go up to kind of balance it out like a hedge. So you have the correlation, but there's times where it has broken apart, but very rarely. And the thing about 2021 was very rare because I think that I'm not too sure. I'll have to double check, but I believe that was the longest positive correlation between stocks and bonds. So there's periods where the correlation breaks, but in 2021, what was so unique is that it broke and then it stayed positive, but then it stayed positive for almost a year. Yeah, 6 minutes till Bullard. How bad will it be when you hike? 20% crash or worse? No, not when you hike. The first hike isn't. Again, I'll tell you that I don't think there's ever been a stock market crash that correlated with only one rate hike. Promise you. I don't think there's any. I don't think it ever in the history of the stock market has one rate hike ever caused like the crash. But if you go look back through 2000s, 1999, even the 80s, it would always be on like the third, fourth, or fifth rate hike, essentially. So later in a rate hiking cycle, you could see the market come down. You could see the negative reaction. But on the first rate hike, very, very rare. You think this sell is still too early? Seems like plenty of time. Yeah, again, and we have a lot of headlines. I mean, 5 minutes, you're about to get Volcker. He could change a lot of stuff. You're coming off of a bullish tilt from the minutes yesterday, and then if we get any sort of BS positive news out of Russia, if they're like, oh, it looks like they are backing down. Diplomacy. Let's be diplomatic about diplomacy. And then they'll be like, all right, yeah, it's good. And then the market will be like, see, that's chill. And then it'll do that till tomorrow. You merely adopted volatility. I was born in it. I called Bullard Volcker. Oh, no way. Ah! Yo, that's scary. I had no idea. Holy shit. Oops. I know. I'm saying a lot of things. I know you were saying Freudian slip, but that's actually really funny. That's actually really funny. I don't know why I would say Volcker. Yep. That's really, I'm shocking myself right now. I have no idea. It is Bullard. I don't know why the hell. That's weird. All right, I got to go. I need to go to the bathroom. Don't get too scared about that one. Ah! Follow me on Instagram. We are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out that Chad. Hit the thumbs up button. But baby, okay, you got Volker right now in 3 minutes. Chad, can I have your? I don't have a positive message. I don't have one today. I don't have a good one. I do have a good one, but I don't think I have a lot of them. Actually, I got one. I'll give you like a little preamble. I'll give you, no, I got it. But listen, Chad, I need your help, okay? And I said it last night, bro. Last night, I got to set up this stream, and I set up this stream where you guys could like join in, you know? It's like the little like premiere thing, whatever. And bro, just big shout out to all of you guys who show love, man. Some of you are throwing in your like or late at night, early in the morning. You guys are showing love, man. And I appreciate all of you. So God bless you and thank you for real. Could not do any of this without y'all. I'm telling you, some of y'all just inspire me in so many ways. So I'm here to hype you up on the likes right now, but I just got to give a big shout out to some of the people who really just hold it down, bro. You've been there for a very long time, but even then, you early, baby. You early every day. We love to see it, man. So God bless you, and for real, thank you, okay? So on that note, baby, we are at 1,000 like resistance, Chad. I need your help. Can you help me right now? If there was a guy on your computer screen and he was like, help me, can you help me? Can you give me a lending hand? If you could hear my voice, just hit the like button so I know who's listening. Come on. If you hear my voice. Come on, if you hear my voice, just hit the like button. That's all. No purchase necessary. Okay, minimally invasive procedure. I don't need anything from you. You just got to check in. You remember when you were a kid and you first heard the word present? Right when you were like, oh, I could use present for attendance. And you were like, present. They'll be like, das answers. You were like, present. And then the other kids didn't know what it meant until, you know what I'm saying? Come on. This is your time to flex it right now. Hit the like button if you present. Hit the like button if you present. Oh, come on. Dog. I love it. I love this newfound hype, bro. Almost 700 people. Are you kidding me? Oh, my gosh. Almost 7. I love it, baby. God bless you. Thank you. So listen. I am hype, bro. I was hype every single time, man. Chad coming in hot, bro. I'm surprised where all these people are coming from. I don't know what happened. we ain't even on the 5th gear. They just came out of nowhere and they're like, I'll check in all of a sudden. I like the stock market. You 800 people. Let's go, baby. All right, man. Bullard is imminent. Damn it. I need a pee. I spent too long on that. Okay, listen. I love you. And now that I know 850 people are listening to this, I just hope you know, U.S. adds WeChat and AliExpress to notorious market list. WeChat and AliExpress. See, Baba. Yo, we're early on that. It's going to be another one of those weird ones, but let's see. Oh, they're scamming. Bro. Oh, I got filled? Yes. I paid a premium, but I got filled. Bad Baba news. It could have a bounce, though. I could have got scammed. Hold on. How many did I buy? About 3 of them? I could have got scammed. I did a weekly, but let's see what happens. Yeah, I think I overpaid. Don't trade that one. Not a reco. Let's see. How much did I get scammed? No, I didn't get scammed too much. Hold on. I'm going to sell out. No, I didn't get scammed too much, honestly. I honestly don't know how I got filled on that. So be careful. Don't trade that. There's a little bit more volatility, but it did not drop as much. But you have a purpose. Yeah, it's bad news. They pretty much added WeChat and AliExpress to the notorious market list. So it's pretty much those companies that could be related and have ties with, what's it called? The Chinese government in a negative way. Let me see. Let's see. They're feeling a little higher. Airbnb pops. So, Chad, I'm sorry, I got distracted. You have a purpose. I hope you know that. Don't let anybody play you. Bullard, he should be coming out right now. Oh, shit. He's going to be live. Oh, wow. No, it's not live yet, but it's going to be. I'll have it up right here. This is it. This is just a yellow screen. Yellow light. This is very ominous. The Bullard put could be. All right, I need to go to the bathroom, though. But, Chad, that messed up everything. Okay. You do know I love you, okay? Okay? You do know you have a purpose. I'm sorry. The news came. 900 of you guys were here. We're waiting for Bullard. I still need to go to the bathroom. Oh, but ladies and gentlemen, I don't know. Do y'all feel me when I tell you that every day? Okay, you want me to hear? Now that we got a little distracted there. Do y'all feel me on that when I tell you that if you didn't have a purpose, you would have been born on the Mayflower? I don't know if you feel me. I hope they feel me, man. I hope they feel me. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, for real. Like, why weren't you born in the 20s? You know, like, seriously. Like, why did you get this opportunity to have an iPhone and, like, grow up with, like, an iPad? You know what I'm saying? Oh, come on. So, Chad, I know you hear me. You got a purpose, bro. Don't let anybody play you. And then I'm going to give you another one. We'll see depending on the philo. I'm going to just give you a little trick right now, okay? I'm going to just give you a little trick. It was an old philo I told you a long time ago. Are you ready? You remember the story of Job? All of Job's problems, they started to go away when he started praying for other people. All right? So that's your second positive message. Just take that as a little tip of advice. Show some love, baby, and watch the doors open. Yeah, Baba News, it could be overblown. I mean, we've played this a couple of times. That candle was just very big. I think I got scammed on it. I'm already down a little bit from it. So we're going to find out, but I'll give it a second. It's a weekly, though. That's what we just got to watch out for. But we'll see what the rest of the day. But I need to go to the bathroom. I mean, Bullard is supposed to be coming on live any second now. So the best part is it's not like it's not a pre-written statement. So whatever he says during all of this, I mean, it could have some effect. So we will see. But I'm going to go to the bathroom, and we will go from there. I will be right back. Stay tuned. If it comes on, watch your speakers. He might shock you. Baba. Klappa. Okay. Did you follow me on Instagram? Jay Swings did. Pressure bursts pipes. Pressure makes diamonds. Bro, you look like a young Tiger Woods. Bro, he looked like a young... Oh, I'm gonna watch your drive. Let's go. He got a video of him golfing. You better smack this shit, bro. You better smack this shit. Let's go. He warms up to wind up. I can't see where the ball went. It looked good, though. Good form. Good form. All right. I see you, Jay Swings. Oh, he a golfer, bro. We'll sponsor you, man. That's it. We'll get you a Chad golf bag. Oh, the Guito. I see you with the Z06, baby. Oh, is that an LS3? That's nice. That's nice. What's up, Robert? I see Robert Lisboa. I see you, bro. Is he talking a little chubby while peeing? Why would you talk about your mom like that, bro? Come on. Stop being so wild, bro. You need to relax. Okay? Show her some respect. Okay? We brought you in this world. We'll take you out. So disrespectful. You know what I'm saying?
Sponsored by the,
there it
Paul
is.
Richmond Center at the business school. And Steven Zeldis is here, and he'll also make.
I know I got him with the your mom joke in 2022.
Super happy to also have this morning SGH.
So this
macro
is Bullard.
Sasan Garamani is here, and he'll also be moderating the discussion. And
well, clearly this isn't Fed Bullard, but this is the thing we're waiting for, and SPY's coming up.
Let me just say that this is only the second event that we've held in this room since the beginning of the pandemic. We held one, and I thought that was when we're really leaving the pandemic and we're back to normal. That wasn't quite the case. And getting out of the pandemic is difficult. And obviously this morning we'll be seeing some of the economic aspects of why it's hard to get out. And we look very much forward to that discussion. Thanks again. Let me turn it on to Steve, and then we'll get on with the discussion. Thanks.
Thank you, everybody. And also thanks to those who are here on Zoom remotely. We'll be hearing from you via questions as well. And I know there are a number of people out there who are quite interested.
Did he start with the mask off and put it?
I'm Steve
Look at this
professor over in the business school, and I also co-direct.
Get him another mask, bro. Why are you doing it to him like that, Bullard?
Public policy over at the business school. And this is a joint program between the business and the law schools, focusing on public policy. And I can think
it looked like one of those paper fortune tellers. You know where you used to write the answers, and you'd be like, pick a number, and you'd be like 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, pick another number. 1, 2.
The economy is.
It looked like a fortune teller.
Important issue, and we're happy to be co-sponsoring this, and happy to have everybody here today. I'm going to introduce here next Professor Jennifer Lowe, who is a colleague in the economics department and an expert on monetary policy and monetary economics. And Jennifer's going to kind of frame the issues for today for a few minutes, and then she's going to turn it over to the panel to take the next steps from there. So thank you very much.
Interesting. Watch out, Blinken. So she's not Bullard. Okay, hold on.
Immediately following.
Maybe we listen to Bullard. Somebody keep this one on, because now Blinken is speaking at Ukraine or at the UN conference. So, but hold on, because now when Bullard comes on, yeah. So here's Blinken.
Because the basic principles.
We're just going to keep her on so we could see when Bullard gets on.
Principles that were enshrined in the wake of 2 world wars and a Cold War are under threat. The principle that one country cannot change the borders of another by force. The principle that one country cannot dictate another's choices or policies or with whom it will associate. The principle of national sovereignty.
Yo, look, that's their teleprompter.
This is the exact kind of crisis.
Bro, you can see their teleprompter.
And specifically,
wild.
This Security Council was created to prevent. We must address what Russia is doing right now to Ukraine. Over the past months, without provocation or justification, Russia has amassed more than 150,000 troops around Ukraine's borders, in Russia, Belarus, occupied Crimea. Russia says it's drawing down those forces. We do not see that happening on the ground. Our information indicates clearly that
this speaking is Fed Blinken. They're not Fed Blinken. Secretary of State Blinken. Again, we're waiting for Bullard to come on.
How things will play out. But here's what the world can expect to see unfold. In fact, it's unfolding right now, today, as Russia takes steps down the path to war and reissued the threat of military action. First, Russia plans to manufacture a pretext for its attack. This could be a violent event that Russia will blame on Ukraine, or an outrageous accusation that Russia will level against the Ukrainian government. We don't know exactly the form it will take. It could be a fabricated so-called terrorist bombing inside Russia, the invented discovery of a mass grave, a staged drone strike against civilians, or a fake, even a real attack using chemical weapons. Russia may describe this event as ethnic cleansing or a genocide, making a mockery of a concept that we in this chamber do not take lightly, nor do I take lightly, based on my family history. In the past few days, Russian media has already begun to spread some of these false alarms and claims to maximize public outrage, to lay the groundwork for an invented justification for war. Today, that drumbeat has only intensified in Russia's state-controlled media. We've heard some of these basic allegations from Russian-backed speakers here today. Second, in response to this manufactured provocation, the highest levels of the Russian government may theatrically convene emergency meetings to address the so-called crisis. The government will issue proclamations declaring that Russia must respond to defend Russian citizens or ethnic Russians in Ukraine. Next, the attack is planned to begin. Russian missiles and bombs will drop across Ukraine. Communications will be jammed. Cyber attacks will shut down key Ukrainian institutions. After that, Russian tanks and soldiers will advance on key targets that have already been identified and mapped out in detailed plans. We believe these targets include Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, a city of 2.8 million people. And conventional attacks are not all that Russia plans to inflict upon the people of Ukraine. We have information that indicates Russia will target specific groups of Ukrainians. We've been warning the Ukrainian government of all that is coming. And here today, we are laying it out in great detail with the hope that by sharing what we know with the world, we can influence Russia to abandon the path of war and choose a different path while there's still time. Now, I'm mindful that some have called into question our information, recalling previous instances where intelligence ultimately did not bear out. But let me be clear. I am here today not to start a war, but to prevent one. The information I presented here is validated by what we've seen unfolding in plain sight before our eyes for months. And remember that while Russia has repeatedly derided our warnings and alarms as melodrama and nonsense, they have been steadily amassing more than 150,000 troops on Ukraine's borders, as well as the capabilities to conduct a massive military assault. It isn't just us seeing this. Allies and partners see the same thing. And Russia hasn't only been hearing from us. The international chorus has grown louder and louder. If Russia doesn't invade Ukraine, then we will be relieved that Russia changed course and proved our predictions wrong. That would be a far better outcome than the course we're currently on. And we'll gladly accept any criticism that anyone directs at us. As President Biden said, this would be a war of choice. And if Russia makes that choice, we've been clear, along with allies and partners, that our response will be sharp and decisive. President Biden reiterated that forcefully earlier this week. There's another choice Russia can still make if there's any truth to its claim that it's committed to diplomacy. Diplomacy is the only responsible way to resolve this crisis. An essential part of this is through implementation of the Minsk agreements, the subject of our session today. There are a series of commitments that Russia and Ukraine made under Minsk, with the OSCE and the Normandy format partners involved as well. If Russia is prepared to sit with the Ukrainian government and work through the process of implementing these commitments, our friends in France and Germany stand ready to convene senior-level discussions in the Normandy format to settle these issues.
States, but also practical issues about what's happening with.
I'm pretty sure this is Bullard. Pretty sure.
Policy. So I thought what I'd do is just start with brief remarks here at the beginning to kind of level set the group and kind of lay out what I've been saying recently about current policy and maybe a little bit about how it relates to the academic literature on this. So first of all, the pandemic ended the pandemic recession ended quite a while ago. It was a very deep recession, but only 2 months long. U.S. economy started to recover already in May of 2020. And so we're well along here, more than 18 months into this recovery. It's not a recovery either. It's actually an expansion because real output has exceeded the pre-pandemic peak and is actually not very far from exceeding a pre-pandemic trend line that you would have drawn if there had been no pandemic at all and the economy had just grown at potential. So this, you're not in recovery mode anymore. This has gone much, much faster than it did after the global financial crisis. And so it's a very different situation. It's a fast moving economy with fast moving data and rapidly changing perspectives, even day by day, some might say. So that's the first thing. This has been accompanied by rapid improvement in labor markets. The unemployment rate has come down to 4% from a peak of 14.7% in just that short period of time, less than 2 years. And because real outputs expected to grow above potential this year in 2022, you would expect the unemployment rate to fall even further. And I've been trying to emphasize that to people by saying that I think unemployment might fall below 3% this year in the US economy, the lowest level since the early 1950s. If you want to look at other measures of labor market performance, one that I've been suggesting, we've tried to be broad and inclusive at the Fed. You can look at the Kansas City Fed's Labor Market Conditions Index. That's a broad measure that tries to bring all 20-some measures of labor market performance together, quits, hires, everything else. That labor market conditions index is above the pre-pandemic level and is heading higher. So I think on the labor market side, the employment side of our mandate, at the just completed meeting, we changed our language to just say, labor markets are strong. And then, because I don't think in this situation where you have many more job openings, millions more job openings than you have unemployed people, I don't think it makes sense to continue to argue about labor market performance. It's, even if you think it's not quite what you'd like it to be, it's still going to improve tremendously in the year ahead. So I think that part of the debate is behind us, at least in my opinion. So that puts the focus on the inflation side of the mandate. We have a 2% inflation target. We know from the literature and from Mike's work in particular that this is all about expectations management. So you have to reassure at all times that you take the inflation target seriously and you intend to take action to hit the inflation objective in a reasonable time frame. The committee has been notably vague on some dimensions of that, like exactly what time horizon and exactly what measure. I think the European Central Bank has been more explicit. We can talk about that if you want, but the committee does have preferred measures of inflation, did adopt the 2% inflation target and revamped the framework in August of 2020 at the Jackson Hole conference. So we're about 18 months into the use of the new framework. I think there are going to be questions coming up about that. Now, policy itself, the policy setting, so let's just get the inflation numbers so that we have them in our head. Headline CPI inflation, according to the latest report, 7.5%. That's the highest inflation in 40 years. Alan Greenspan never saw inflation, CPI inflation of 7.5% measured from 1 year earlier. If you want to go to something that's closer to the committee's favorite measure, you could look at core PCE inflation. That throws out food and energy. So you can't come back to me with energy arguments. That number is, we think now, St. Louis Fed thinks about 5.2%. That after these latest numbers, we'll see measured from 1 year earlier. So we're missing our 2% inflation target on that measure by more than 300 basis points as we sit here today. This is a lot of inflation for the US. This isn't what we were talking about in the last decade, where you're missing by 0.5% on the low side. This is a big miss to the high side. So, and then let's go to where the actual settings of policy are. The policy rate is as close as we can get it to zero. It's about 13 basis points, I guess, it's been trading. And we're also buying assets, and we're actually still buying assets as we sit here today. That program has not quite been completed. So we went through a long discussion last year to decide how to taper our asset purchases. We initially were going to finish by the second quarter. Chair Powell and the committee have now moved that up to finish in March here. So what that does is that sent a signal to markets that the March meeting is sort of open. And now markets have priced in an initial rate hike at the March meeting. So for those of you that don't follow it that closely, that's basically where we're at. Now, I've been saying that we should, that the risk here is, one other feature of this, I think most of you know, is that forecasters are saying that inflation, don't worry about the inflation, it will abate. Yeah, soon. They said that last summer, and it didn't work out very well. The inflation reports from October, November, December, and January were all hotter than expected, and possibly showed an acceleration of inflation instead of a moderation of inflation. So it's not very comforting for a policymaker like me to say, "Oh, don't worry, you don't have to do anything, and 6 months from now it'll all be okay." We have to manage the risk that it does not dissipate as some people might hope. And markets are, I would say, losing faith to some degree that it's going to dissipate in any reasonable amount of time. So without Fed action. So I think it's incumbent upon us as policymakers to get off the really pandemic recession level settings that we have for monetary policy and move to something that it puts us in better position to combat high inflation if it does not moderate as we go through this year. So I've said that the best response to this situation is to front load the removal of accommodation. It's not tight policy. Don't let anybody tell you it's tight policy. It's removal of accommodation. And that will send a signal that we take our inflation responsibility seriously, and that we're trying to achieve our 2% inflation target. And that gets priced into markets out over the next couple of years. And that helps us keep inflation expectations under control and helps maintain inflation at the 2% target. So I think the current prescription that I have that's been talked about just recently is that I said, well, let's set a target that we try to get 100 basis points on the funds rate by July 1. And I leave it up to the chair exactly how to go about that. We have 3 meetings between now and then. And also to get runoff of the balance sheet started in the second quarter so that we have that process moving. And then once we get to July, this is all data dependent. Once we get to July, we'll be able to assess the situation and see if we have to move even faster or if we can go more slowly on the grounds that inflation is indeed abating as some predict. Overall, I would say there's been too much emphasis and too much mind share devoted to the idea that inflation will dissipate at some point in the future. There are arguments to make for that, and we'll probably get into some of them here, but I think that's a possibility, and you should put some probability on that scenario, but I think that's actually a minority position now. We're at risk that inflation won't dissipate. We'll have the second year 2022 will be the second year in a row of quite high inflation and big misses of the inflation target to the high side. And so that's why, given this situation, I think the Fed should move faster and more aggressively than we would have, in other circumstances. But that's because this circumstance is very different from other ones. Let me get to one other thing. Sometimes people say, well, if you raise rates, that'll cause a recession. Hey. Slow down here. We're just talking about getting off the very lowest policy rate setting that you could have and getting off the very fast pace of asset purchases that we have and start reversing some of that. So this is just the starting point of a normalization process. I don't think there's much risk of recession coming strictly from that. There's always a recession risk, because of other shocks that could hit. But I don't think we're at much risk of causing recession. So that's why I think we can do these first moves are relatively cheap. I've tried to argue they're relatively easy in this situation, but I think many would agree that, okay, we have to get going. And I think there is actually widespread agreement across financial markets that this is a good strategy. The question is how fast, how much, exactly what should the tactics be, and how will we handle more inflation, even more inflation if we get it in the future. So maybe I'll stop there. That's a basic level set, but I'm not sure I hit on all my my talking points here, but maybe I'll get on some of the others as we go through this.
So thanks, Jim. That's given us quite a lot, I think, to talk about. One issue, something that Jennifer had said in her introduction to the session, she had pointed out that the Fed has used a lot of the same tools in responding to the pandemic as it had to the global financial crisis of 2008. And a question that might raise is whether the unwinding of the unusually aggressive accommodation should also follow a similar playbook to say what it did when the previous policies had to begin to be unwound following 2015. And that time, I think the FOMC proceeded very gradually. There were interest rate increases, there was reduction of the size of the balance sheet, but proceeding in small steps in both cases, lots of signaling well in advance before any of the withdrawal of accommodations started. In the case of interest rate increases, I think there was a first small interest rate increase at the end of 2015, and then a pause for many meetings before deciding whether, in fact, the economy was ready for further interest rate increases. Are there reasons why, the concerns that led to that emphasis on gradualism the last time are not appropriate this time? Or has there been rethinking in the interim about whether that was in fact the right approach to have taken the last time?
Yeah, so it's true that after the global financial crisis, when we did try to normalize rates, we moved very slowly and very deliberately and sent a lot of signals ahead of time. I think it wasn't a completely successful normalization, I would say, although we could argue about that. As some of you know, at one point, I actually switched sides and moved to the other side in that debate because there wasn't any inflation. Inflation was below target, and we were normalizing because we thought that there was some threat of inflation it's vague threat, I think, of inflation in the future, and that we had to normalize for that reason. I think that was a very weak read on which to base normalization. I think what a lot of people wanted was really just to get off zero and to somehow get to a level of interest rates that would allow ordinary stabilization policy to proceed. And when we got to, if you don't remember exactly how this worked, this is basically on pause through 2016 and then started to raise rates in 2017, 2018. And then in 2019, we actually did have problems. You had this trade war going on, and we were able to react to that, lower rates a little bit. I think that did stabilize the economy a little bit. So in that sense, I think it was wise to get off zero, but to cite the threat of future inflation was not all that credible, I think, at that time. So that's why I was on the other side of that. But this time, you have to throw out that playbook. You just have to throw that out. The reason we could do that is because inflation was low. Inflation was below target. There was no imperative really to do anything. And I think an issue that'll come up here in this discussion is that was the European response. They never really got off zero. They said that because they had a double dip recession after the global financial crisis, they said that they were about 2 years behind the U.S. and they never got to that point because the pandemic came along. So, but this time is totally different. Here, after the global financial crisis, it took 5 years to get to where we are today. Here, you're talking a year and a half. It's kind of, and also here you had this dramatic fiscal response to the pandemic, which ultimately I think was quite successful. The joint fiscal monetary response in March and April of 2020 was extraordinarily successful. It did exactly what it was intended to do. You had disrupted workers who had lost income. You were able to replace that income. It didn't work perfectly, but you were able to replace that income. And the Fed's actions, I think, served mostly to avoid financial crisis that could have occurred on top of the pandemic. There was no financial crisis, partly because of the Fed actions, and instead we had financial conditions, financial stress indexes like the St. Louis Fed's financial stress index returning to normal levels even in July, August of 2020. So even at that point, it was clear, okay, well, this isn't going to be a financial crisis all over again. And that helped us a lot. The economy started to recover very rapidly in that third quarter. And even since then, given successive waves of the pandemic, we've continued to recover very rapidly and now are in expansion mode with GDP possibly passing the pre-pandemic trend line. So all of that, I think, has been really great. But the question is like when to pull back and why to pull back on that accommodative monetary policy. And I think we have our answer. We have a lot of inflation here. We're not just 50 basis points above our target or 100 basis points above our target. We're 300 basis points above our target on our preferred measure, on the number that the committee is usually operated with. So, and that core PC inflation rate does not have the reputation of coming down naturally without Fed action. So we're way on one side of the ship and the ship is tilting a little bit. And so I think we have to recenter. And I think there's widespread agreement that we have to recenter, but I want to recenter somewhat faster maybe than some of my colleagues. And I think there's a good case to be made here that there are good reasons to do this in a year where you're expecting rapid GDP growth. I'm expecting corporate sector to continue to do well. They know how to manage their affairs and remain quite profitable as they have been, and labor market continuing to improve. So the real side of the economy will do fine as we try to remove some of the accommodation and get in a better position. So we're not close to neutral. The neutral policy rate would be considered, I think it's about 2%. A lot of my colleagues have an even higher number than that. So we're at zero. You know, if you wanted to put downward pressure on inflation, you'd actually have to get to neutral and go beyond neutral. And I think that's a major concern of mine. We're not really in a position to do that right now, but we have to get in a position to do that at some point in case inflation doesn't moderate as expected. Now, one supplement to the increase in the policy rate is the reduction in the balance sheet, which is far more uncertain what the effects of that are. But I'm counting on if we front load the normalization process, we'll get some of the tightening we need from market pricing, from market anticipations of what we'll do in the future, and from market anticipations of what we're going to do with the balance sheet. That will help keep inflation under control as we're trying to normalize policies.
Jim, thank you. So you just touched on the balance sheet issue, and you'd mentioned earlier that the financial conditions really started to normalize in 2020, soon after the pandemic, and yet we kept adding to the balance sheet through, well, we still are today. I wanted to know if you could talk a little bit about really what's going to be the objective when we get to balance sheet reduction. Is it going to be just getting the balance sheet lower? Is it going to be changing the composition of the balance sheet? Is it going to be targeting a yield curve or targeting some kind of longer term interest rate? Sure, what's the time horizon we should be thinking about for those kinds of discussions?
You mean the time horizon for when we get started?
When you get started, and then I think there's a question of under what conditions would, in fact, we actively sell MBS into markets?
Yes. Well, the number of papers that have been written about the effects of quantitative easing are vast at this point and inconclusive, I would say. We do have this paper coming out in the Journal of Economic Literature by Tari and Neely, which is kind of going to be the Bible of empirical impact of quantitative easing. They do find important impact across different countries of quantitative easing. I think to write down a theory of that is harder and maybe less convincing, but there does seem to be important impacts. You could say that it's mostly a signal of what the central banks are going to do in the future with the policy rate. People have argued that. But whatever the reason, you know, at a high level, I would say the committee undertook these purchases believing that they would add to the accommodation of the economy and help the economy recover. Now that the economy is recovered, expanding, and has high inflation, you would want to withdraw some of that same accommodation. And I think the simplest thing to do near term, and I'd like to get this going in the second quarter, is just to allow natural runoff of the balance sheet. And we've done that before, and we could get that going now. I think that would be an important signal. And then I would like to have a plan B, which is that if we get further along and inflation remains high, does not look to be returning to target at the appropriate speed, then I think we should have a plan for asset sales. And those asset sales could be concentrated more at longer term securities that would presumably, although it doesn't necessarily work in theory, but empirically, I think it does work, that longer term, that would put upward pressure on longer term yields in tandem with the upward pressure that the increase in the policy rate would put. And so you'd maintain a yield curve that was relatively stable, you know, same kind of spreads you'd have today, or maybe steeper than that. So, but I would put that as a plan B that we pull out later if inflation doesn't dissipate as much as expected.
So you've talked about the extent to which inflation is running above the FOMC's target, and that's clearly true with regard to the long run inflation target of 2% that was, you know, announced several years ago, and has continued to be the long run target. But back in August of 2020, of course, Chairman Powell introduced this new policy framework that included the idea of average inflation targeting, which was the idea that instead of just focusing always on a single inflation target, there was going to be contemplated accepting as appropriate overshooting the 2% target for a while as a way of making up for previous undershooting of the target. And so that would raise the question, I would think, in the current period, you know, how do we know when there was enough excess inflation to have in fact compensated for the past undershooting, and therefore under that average inflation targeting framework tightening is necessary because there's a danger of inflation running too far, or whether it's in fact just the amount of inflation that was, according to that framework, of what we should tolerate, again, because of a desire to offset those, the undershooting that had gone on for several years.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. So let me talk about the framework changes a little bit. I was pretty closely involved, and I am an advocate for the new policy framework, although I welcome feedback from all of you. So a couple things. I guess the big picture is that inflation targeting became popular in global central banking during the 1990s. Places like New Zealand and the Bank of England, especially, I think, I've argued that the US implicitly adopted inflation targeting in about 1995. Between 1995 and 2005, the inflation rate in the US is almost exactly 2% on average. The ECB was founded with a 2% or less inflation target. So it became a global standard, and it was fantastically successful. Inflation was reduced around the world. Inflation expectations started to concentrate around these targets. All good. So kudos to everybody involved. I think we had great success. However, those frameworks were developed without too much attention being paid to the zero lower bound as a serious problem for monetary policy. So when we hit the zero lower bound after the global financial crisis, not just in Japan, but now in the US and Europe as well, we got new problems, which the introduction here referred to. New issues arose, and I think the very general conclusion from that was that if you don't take the zero bound into account ahead of time, and you think you live in a world that you're going to hit the zero bound from time to time, then you're going to have a downward inflation bias. You're going to miss your inflation target to the low side, which is what happened in the United States up in the period between the global financial crisis and the pandemic. Some estimates of longer run inflation expectations have drifted down to about 1.8% instead of 2%. So it's a worse equilibrium. You're missing. You're not as credible as you could be. You're missing your inflation target to the low side too often in that kind of scenario. So I do think it's proper and fitting to take the framework and adjust it for the effective lower bound or the zero lower bound. And that's what we tried to do here. And we did several things. But one of the most important component of that is sort of the makeup strategy part, that if you missed to the low side, you would make up for that by having a somewhat higher inflation for a period of time, such that inflation would average 2% over a relevant horizon. True to form, the committee did not define the relative horizon or the metrics on which we would do this, but the spirit of it is that you could rationalize higher than target inflation after a period of lower than target inflation. Whether this would work the other way was conspicuously absent in the framework review. That is, if you had a period of higher than average inflation, would you then promise a period of lower than average inflation? And I think the answer to that is no, because the expectation would be that some big shock will come along at some point in the future and force you back to the effective lower bound. And during that period, it's going to be very hard to hit the inflation target, and you're going to be struggling with inflation below target. And so if you take a very long time horizon where you think of sometimes hitting the effective lower bound because of major shocks or changes in the global macroeconomy, that therefore you would actually hit inflation on average 2%, and you would maintain credibility, and that would be a better equilibrium. Now, when this was contemplated, some other things that we did in there, broad and inclusive language around the labor market. As a macroeconomist, I have always felt macroeconomics is about everybody. If you look at the models, you're trying to get the best results for everybody in the economy. I think that language tried to impress upon observers of US macro and monetary policy that we really do care about everybody, and we really do want the very best outcomes that we can get for the entire economy. So I liked that. We also said that there's no longer any such thing as
what just happened? Where's Bulbul? Where's our Bulbul? Oh, sound.
employment side.
Thank you.
We do care if we're missing employment. We got too little employment, but we're not worried about having too much employment. So that's a change, and I think one that should be studied. But the point of that is that if there really is a Phillips curve or a big Phillips curve effect, you will see it in inflation, and you can react directly to the inflation. You don't have to tell a story about unemployment being too low. You've just got inflation that's too high, and you're missing on that part of the mandate. So I thought that was a good improvement for the committee. Then the pandemic came along, we had all this major policy response, and now we've got inflation considerably higher than anyone, I think, was anticipating. I think most people, when they're thinking about this, were thinking that high inflation would be 2.5%, not 7.5%. So we got way more inflation. So I think for this part of the business cycle and where we are today, you probably have to look back to this earlier era in the 80s and 90s when you did have higher inflation, and the kinds of things that the committee had to do to continually reassure markets that we wanted to get inflation down to the 2% target. And that's probably going to be more informative during this phase than what we did over the decade previous to the pandemic. So now this average, how long should you calculate this average over? I've advocated 5 years. That's because I think any central bank worth its salt can control inflation over a period of as long as 5 years. I'm not sympathetic to those that say, oh, it's got to be 10 years or 20 years or something like that. It gets, those kinds of horizons are so long that it starts to not make any difference to anybody if you're saying something like that. So I think a 5-year horizon makes sense. It's not looking good right now. I will say that if you take the SEP from December, that's the summary of economic projections, that's what the committee says. You take the SEP median, and if you're willing to go with core PCE inflation, which is going to get your number down a little bit, and you average across, let's say, the last 5 years or the 5 years centered moving average, including this year as the center of the moving average, and you look at what the committee thinks is going to happen in the future, you'll get something in the 2s and maybe in the low 2s, depending on exactly what you think is going to happen. So even that arguably is too high. You'd like to get to 2%. You're saying you can get 2% on a 5-year average, no matter what happens in the economy. This was a particularly large shock and a particularly unusual situation, but credibility is credibility. You want to hit your 2% inflation target.
Can I just jump in for a second?
Yeah.
You're talking about a very unusual situation, why this is different, policy being a ship being a kilter. We all know that 0% or 0.125 is not the appropriate policy rate for now. My question is, are Fed officials, and you're talking about a different policy response than the last hiking cycle, are Fed officials too concerned about telegraphing to the markets and gradualism? If we know that we're 100 basis points where we should be now or in July, why not go in bigger increments than 50? I'm not trying to be super provocative here, but I think I hear arguments from some of your colleagues against 50 basis points, worried about, kind of market reaction, or I'm not sure that I can really grasp those. It harkens back to the whole removal of the accommodation and all the concerns about taper tantrum and how long the FOMC deliberated and how concerned they were about not shocking the markets when the markets were already way ahead of that. And every indicator was that this is what's needed for the economy. So the question is, why not 75? Whoa. Okay, so let me try to riff on this a little bit. I think an argument can be made, and I'm going to make it right now, that the reason you had the taper tantrum and the reason you had difficulties in 2015, December, especially that rate hike, is because you were trying to pull back accommodation in a situation that didn't make any sense. Well, I'll state it kind of harshly. Okay, so in the taper tantrum, this is May 2013. You have to remember your Fed history really, really well here. May 2013, June 2013. Some of you astute students may recall I dissented in June of 2013. I was on the right side of that one. But what was going on was that in 2013, Bernanke was saying that we were going to continue with the quantitative easing program until conditions, improved substantially, and then we were going to end the program at that point. But he didn't really do that. When we got to spring of 2013, he's going to pull it back anyway, even though the data wasn't that good, and even though we were actually downgrading our forecast for the U.S. economy at the June meeting. So this is the juxtaposition. Their markets are saying, well, what the heck? I thought you were going to continue this program. So that was a jarring affront to our credibility, and global yields went up real yields went up a stunning 100 basis points and did not really ever come back down. So that was a big shock. But I would say that that was a case where the committee and the chair were out of sync, so to speak, with markets. Now, if you look at 2015, this is December 2015, we did try to normalize, but there again, inflation's running very low, running below target. Economy was very sluggish, took a long time to get back. This really wasn't anything dramatically calling for us to move. I don't think it was the move in December 2015. It was the fact that we moved and said we were going to also go another 100 basis points during 2016. So if you recall, there's a big sell-off during the winter of 2015, 2016, and we had to adjust policy, which we did. And I thought Chair Yellen handled that very well. And then we ended up with staying on pause actually through 2016. So those are situations where you're trying to normalize policy, but you don't have the inflation above target, and you don't have a good reason to say that, well, what are you trying to accomplish with this? It was just kind of the desire to normalize. And that, I think, was very hard to communicate and very hard to get in sync with financial markets on that. But here you don't have that. Here you have, okay, we had a great response to the pandemic, but this has also generated a lot of inflation. We're going to have to get this inflation under control. We haven't taken any steps so far, so the initial steps should be very easy to take because everyone should be in agreement that these are going in the right direction. There will be some debate later on when we're farther along in this process whether we go too far, but we're not going too far at this point. So I think we can execute this without the kind of very sensitive market response that you allude to in your question. And frankly, I think a lot of it's already been priced in anyway in the 2-year having come up, more than 100 basis points or 20 basis points just in the last couple of weeks here. So what we'd really be doing here is following through on the market pricing that's already in, that followed from
the chair saying he was going to double the pay or end asset purchases much sooner. So after that, we start to get a lot more pricing that the Fed would get much more hawkish. And so now if we make some moves here at coming meetings, that will be ratifying what the market already has priced in, and that will be a good thing because it will mean that those shouldn't be too disruptive, except for whatever signaling would be for future Fed moves.
Thank you, Jim. So getting this idea of just bringing inflation back to target and thinking about once we get to neutral, what has to happen after that. It strikes me that the FRB models, 100 basis points of tightening only gives you what, 0.5 percentage points, 0.05 or 0.1 percentage points of reduction of inflation. So really what is going to happen to bring inflation back down to target?
Yeah, this is a great question, and that's why I think we're out of position today, and we have to get in better position in case we have to put downward pressure on inflation. I will just make two caveats about that. Is we've also got the balance sheet channel, which I want to play the balance sheet card as soon as we can here, so that should help us. And
that's not a good statement.
We're also counting on some natural moderation. Now, most people on Wall Street have some moderation. The question is how much. In the minutes, I think the staff forecast is listed as, we get all the way down to 2.6% inflation in 2022. So that would be quite the good outcome. I would say that has to be accompanied with an appropriate monetary policy during 2022 so that you're setting expectations appropriately for the year and for future years as far as what we'll do. Now, strictly speaking, we're still going to be below neutral even if you do what I say. Even if you go 100 basis points by July 1st and you start reducing the size of the balance sheet, I'm trying to convince you that it will be enough in conjunction with natural moderation, and inflation, and which has been talked about extensively. And it'll put us in a position, if we have to get more aggressive and more Greenspanian, which I think you were kind of alluding to. Greenspan would see data and react, to the data, on the day or very shortly after, or the upcoming meeting or whatever. So when we say we're reactive to data, it's probably you think more 80s and 90s and less 2013, 14, 15, 16. So I guess I've already made the argument that the market was overly sensitive to forward guidance at that point because there wasn't an inflation problem. It wasn't clear why we had to do what we were doing.
So do we have time for another round of questions, or should we maybe go to the audience? Because
So I didn't realize it's 12 o'clock already.
Yeah, let's leave some time for questions.
Yeah, bro, hurry
please,
up. We've
from
been
the
here for
audience.
days,
So
and Bullard,
just for
he
the
ain't
sake of
scaring
fairness,
us
I'm
like,
gonna
what the
try-
hell?
We'll go
Bullard types a strong game, but then he gets on
Please
screen.
identify yourselves, and we'll take some questions from the audience. Thank you.
Hi, sorry, Michael Crook. I'm with Mill Creek Capital Advisors. Just a question about, I guess, Jim, how you think about current inflation versus inflation expectations, and say you found yourself mid-year, near the end of the year, how you're going to weigh those two variables in terms of thinking about forward policy and what's appropriate, and maybe particularly your view of the neutral rate and getting above that if we're still running a bit hot.
Yeah, so some of most of you might know that I like to pay attention to the TIPS market and to TIPS-based measures of inflation expectations, swaps as well. If you look at the 5-year and you just take a straight read. I kind of favor straight reads. I don't like to manipulate it a lot, but I think it's a barometer of the credibility of the Fed. Can we get inflation to 2% over the next 5 years? It's saying at one point in the fall, it had gone over 3%. It's since come back down. I'm not sure where it's trading today. This is break even, 5-year break even. So I take that as a good sign. I think we have a lot of credibility in financial markets. And I think even though it looks like we haven't done anything, we actually, markets are anticipating that we're going to do the right thing and we're going to keep inflation under control. And I take that as a good sign. So that has given me some comfort that we're on the right track, but I still think we probably do, as I've outlined, you should follow my program in order to keep those expectations under control. I've looked at those. I looked at a swaps curve for the next several years. That looked like it was going to have higher inflation for several years into the future than probably the Fed would like to see. I don't have the graph here, but basically it's over 3% next year or this year, and then maybe still high next year, and not all that low the year after that. So our average inflation targeting wouldn't work very well in that kind of scenario. So we'd probably have to get a little more hawkish if we started looking at that one to get that in line. But the 5-year is still in high twos. All for the whole 5 years. You could say, well, there's an inflation risk premium in there, and there's other things you could argue from that. That's also CPI. So you have to translate to PCE inflation. I've always used a rule of thumb, 30 basis points on that. So let's put it this way, it's high, but it's not terrible at this point.
Why don't we alternate? Sorry. I don't think we have much time, so.
I don't know if I could get Rob Martin, Millennium. Hey, Jim.
Hey,
I just want to go a little bit more academic. So this whole idea on this average inflation targeting was the idea that the zero lower bound was binding and a real problem for monetary policy. And I'm just wondering if it's time to start reevaluating that. So there's, the response to the global financial crisis, it really looked bad, but as you were saying, maybe the Fed moved off the zero bound and off quantitative easing a little too quickly. And then I think in the response to this crisis, monetary policy, perhaps because it was supported by fiscal policy, but monetary policy did a fabulous job getting things to rebound. I'm just wondering what your thoughts are and if it's time to reevaluate exactly how binding the zero lower bound is in a world with quantitative easing.
You're saying it's not that binding? What are you saying?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
because you have other tools.
Because of the other tools,
other things you can do.
That maybe it's not as binding as we thought it was. I mean, that was for years. I thought it was. Maybe it's not.
Yeah, one of the preliminary questions was, what's the future going to hold? Are we going to go back to a world where we're in low inflation, low nominal interest rates, which is where we were before the pandemic? Or is this a regime shift to, higher inflation, higher nominal interest rates? I think the jury is out, but I think for the US, the probabilities have gone up substantially that we're in this, again, back in the world where inflation is, higher on average and nominal interest rates are higher on average. Japan does not seem to be affected so far. So, and you're going on 25 years where the policy rate has not been above 50 basis points in Japan. So whether they would get knocked out of the low inflation, low nominal interest rate equilibrium, I don't know. I think the key for this discussion is Europe. One of the disconcerting factors during the 10 years pre-pandemic was that you had Japan stuck in this trap. You had the US, maybe the UK, seemed to not be stuck in the trap. And then you had Europe sliding into the Japanese situation, partly because of the double dip recession that they had after the global financial crisis. So there's a great chart that just shows German 10-year yields, used to be kind of equivalent to US 10-year yields, and then they slide right down to the Japanese level. And so whether Europe would now kind of join what I would call a Taylor type equilibrium, I don't know. But this is certainly a lot of inflation for the US, not as high in Europe, but new inflation developments in Europe as well.
Elisabetta Cavallo from Brevan Howard. So first of all, thank you so much for your remarks. Sure. I have a question on QT, and I would divide my question in two parts. The first one is, you said that you would consider as potential candidates for asset sales longer term securities. Would you be open to consider both MBS and treasuries, or either? And the second question is, conditional inflation in what quarter, inflation miss in what quarter would you be open in terms of starting active asset sales, and where would you expect the level of rates to be in that moment? So neutral, sub-neutral, about neutral.
Yeah, I mean, these are great questions, but the the committee still has to deliberate on a lot of these details about how to do this. And even, I'm saying we should just start passive runoff in the second quarter, and then have a plan B. So I'm not sure I can get anybody to even agree to have a plan B, but I think we should have a plan B because it may become quite relevant. We're at risk here. Credibility is at risk. Sure, we've got a prediction that inflation will come down, but what if it doesn't? What if we're still at the end of the year and now we're looking at still 7.5% CPI inflation? Well, people are mad. Their real wages are declining. Their standard of living is declining for many households. That's why you have to keep this under control. And we would have to have other cards to play. I would like to have other cards to play at that moment. And that's when these kinds of considerations would come in. Whether it be mortgage backs or longer term treasuries, I can't say at this point. I don't know. The other thought is that the reduction in the balance sheet will help us because we'll put most of the pressure on the policy rate for policy, as the committee has stated repeatedly, but not all of it. We have our other tool that we can use, and we should try to use that effectively so that we don't have to rely solely on the policy rate, which could be very disruptive if you start making very fast moves that are unexpected by markets.
Thank you.
Hi, two questions. Leaving aside the break-evens market, if you look at some of the shorter term markets on a forward basis, you're already pricing in cuts 2 years out, I believe it is. And you have some inversions. So I'm wondering how you look at that market versus break-evens. And then second, you've made a big point about how to put downward pressure on inflation, you need to be above neutral. So I'm wondering, in your mind, what is the actual impact on the economy from going to 0 to 100? How does that actually slow inflation if you need to be above to put downward pressure on? And is it really just to get in position should you need to?
It's very much, it's the risk management argument is get in position now and as rapidly as you can, really, and do as much as you can. I've suggested 100 basis points by July 1, because you may wish that you're in good position later if inflation doesn't fall as expected. We're also vulnerable to other shocks. Other things could happen during 2022. You got Russia, Ukraine going on, but other possible things could happen during 2022 that send inflation still higher. And then the data really starts to go against you, and you have to make moves. So I think it is about getting in position. The only caveat to that is 100 basis points plus the balance sheet runoff. So whatever you want to think about the balance sheet runoff, maybe you can piece those together and get to a neutral rate sooner. They're pricing in cuts at some point in the future. I think that sounds like I'm reading a lot about, well, the Fed's going to make a mistake because they're going to send us into recession. So I tried to push back against that earlier in this discussion. I mean, you're just taking initial moves here barely moving the policy rate off the very lowest level, that doesn't sound like something that should cause a recession, especially since it's highly anticipated in markets. So I think they're getting ahead of themselves. I don't think we're in that position. There will be a moment for that debate where you get farther out into the future, and now it's a question of whether how much is too much. There will be a point, but we're nowhere near that right now.
Hi, Brian Friedman with Goldman. You mentioned data dependent. How are you thinking about like level, given that we're so high above target, the level of inflation versus call it like the second derivative, the movement? Like if you find later in the year you're at 3% PC and maybe 4% CPI, like are you going faster because you're still well above target later in the year? Or are you slowing down because the direction of travel is coming your way?
Well, again, if you look at that staff forecast, 2.6% inflation at the end of 2022, you could say, well, anything higher than that was higher than people were hoping for. Let's put it that way. They tend to be, that number I think is optimistic given where we are today, but there are reasons to make these arguments. You've got, and people have made them, many of you have made them about supply constraints around the world, special factors coming out of the pandemic, and that's going to dissipate as Omicron continues to fade in the days and months ahead. So, but now I think the risks are that you're not going to get that kind of dissipation and inflation in 2022, and because of that, the pressure will continue to be on the Fed to say, what are you guys doing about this?
Hi, Mark Freschel, Tishman Capital Partners. I was just wondering if some inflationary secular trends have filtered through your models. Just listing a couple: common prosperity out of China, higher cost of wages, onshore critical manufacturing, ESG, lack of investment in carbon, and inflation momentum for both services and prices. So is that something you guys are debating, or is that starting to filter through your models? So being
We're
secular,
certainly debating all those factors.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you guys are like, that's not a transitory item. That's something you guys are figuring out if that's a secular trend.
Yeah, I mean, anything like that, you would want to know, well, how permanent or temporary is this, and how should we factor that into our inflation forecast? But we do have a good team that tries to put all this together. But as you know, inflation forecasting is more art than science. It's very, very difficult. So, and we have a big miss this year.
I think we have time for one, maybe we can squeeze in two if they're short. Maybe we can go to the other side of the room.
Hi, I'm Renee Shalom. I'm a third-year PhD student here in the economics department. And I just trying to understand this average inflation targeting. So like by way of illustrative example, if I have 7% this year, I could reach 2% if I get minus 3% the next year, or I could do 0 for 2 years, or I could do 2 for many, many years. Which one of those options are on the table? To be explicit, under what conditions would the central bank ever consider a deflationary target to offset the overshoots? Under what conditions, if any, would it do below 2? And if it does neither the deflation or disinflation, then mechanically it has an above 2% inflation target. How does it reconcile that?
So I'm counting on you to write a paper and tell me how to do this. But I would say that if you're going to do a model of this, and I do think it's a fertile area for research, I'm kind of serious about it, then you have to have a model that would have kind of normal time, have regime switching, have normal times, and then have zero bound times. And then you're going to have to calibrate or estimate how often do you think you're going to be in this zero bound. And then you'd have to have something that says that when you are in this effective lower bound situation, you're probably going to have trouble hitting your inflation target, or inflation is going to run below the target during that period. And then you're going to switch to the high state, and then what inflation rate should you have in the high state in order to, such that the average across the fluctuations between the two states will come to 2%. One of the problems with what I've been discussing here, I said, oh, let's take a 5-year time horizon because any credible central bank can hit 2% in 5 years. The problem with that is that you would not see this switching up and down probably in any 5-year sequence. So these are the imponderables, I think, of writing down models and trying to get this. But the spirit of it, I thought, was that we're probably going to be at the effective lower bound more often than we would have thought when inflation targeting was invented and adopted in the 1990s and 2000s, when people basically put zero probability on the US ever being at the zero bound. At that time, the US had never been in a zero interest rate world since the Great Depression. And my reading of macroeconomics is that everyone just wrote off the Great Depression as some special event and assumed that you would never be back in that. We weren't really in the Great Depression, but we were in an effective lower bound situation for a decade. Also, the other thing about it was it didn't just last for a year, and it didn't just last for a couple of quarters or something, and then you bounced off and went higher. I think that would have been more manageable, but you had this very long many-year situation, and worse in Europe and even worse in Japan. So, these are some of the ideas behind it, but the notion would be, at the end of the day, you really do have more credibility about your 2% inflation target. You really do get a better equilibrium than you would get if you allowed the effective lower bound to drag you away from your inflation target every time that occurs. Yeah, just to reiterate, and the chair has said this, the framework actually does not say anything about this. So we were notably silent on that. Yeah.
Seamus, my Stone Harbor Investment Partners. I think implicit in Tim's question and a couple of the other ones is whether we are in a natural rate world for the unemployment or in a NAIRU world. That is, are we in a world with sort of anchored enough inflation expectations that you would expect it to come back, or are we already in a world where you're diverging off and you're in sort of the 70s spiral where you sort of you have the ratchet type model where you ratchet up? It seems, looking at inflation expectation markets, the market at least continues to think we're in a natural rate world. I'd be interested in your thoughts on which one we're living in.
Yeah, I think based on the tips market conversation from earlier, I think we're retaining credibility of markets, and so I think that's good. I'm advocating that we front load our movement off the effective lower bound sooner so that we can maintain that credibility. I think it's fairly cheap right now to be able to do that. It's priced into markets already. So I think in your language, that would be the natural rate world. But we're at more risk than we've been in a generation, as you know, that this could get out of control. And one scenario would be, now you get new surprises that hit us that we can't anticipate right now, but that lead us to have even more inflation. That's the kind of situation you want to X out and make sure that doesn't occur so that you hit your inflation target. So we're at more risk now, but so far so good. I think we'll be able to maintain credibility, maintain our 2% inflation target, but it's going to take some doing here, and it's going to take some more adept moves in response to data than what we've seen over the pre-pandemic decade. I think
we're 20 past.
Okay, this will be the last question.
We'll take one last question. Thank you.
I just have Hasib Ahmed, Santiba. My question concerns wage versus price inflation. So I could imagine a scenario by the end of this year where, price inflation comes down as some supply chain issues ease, used cars and so on. But what if wage inflation proves sticky at like 5-6% or so? I mean, one can imagine a scenario like that, right?
They are. They are, and we are going to. We're investing like never, ever in history. Back in 1987, an independent commission identified 43 places called areas of concern along the Great Lakes. There are areas where pollution, as EPA director said, where pollution from industry runoff, from agriculture, poor wastewater treatment, put the Great Lakes and everyone who depends on them at risk. 26 of these areas are on the United States side of the border. 12 of them are in Canada, and 5 are shared between the United States and Canada. And our mutual nations made a commitment to clean them up, to be good partners, to protect these shared treasures. And for decades, there was a lot of talk, a lot of plans, but very little progress. It was slow. That changes today. Today, we're announcing an investment of $1 billion. $1 billion from the bipartisan infrastructure bill. It's going to allow the most significant restoration of the Great Lakes in the history of the Great Lakes. We're going to accelerate cleanup of sites across 6 states in the Great Lake Basin, from Duluth, Minnesota to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Gary, Indiana, Buffalo, New York, and everywhere in between. We know these sites were dangerously polluted for decades. We're committed to clean them up. 3 decades ago, we made this commitment. And yes, we've gotten a couple of them done, like right here, like the one of my old hangouts as well. I went to Syracuse University, and I was a lifeguard on Lake Oswego, and I know the Oswego River up in New York. That was another one that's been taken care of. Now we're talking about cleaning up the Cayuga River behind the Cayuga Gorge Dam, and in the process, and it passes through Cleveland. I always mispronounce it, the Mawami River, right? Wami River in Toledo. I can say Toledo. Restoring the shoreline around the Detroit River in Michigan, the St. Louis River in Minnesota and Wisconsin, the Grand Calumet River in Indiana, and so much more. Dredging polluted sediment, restoring wetlands and habitats, making the water safer for swimming, fishing, drinking, providing habitats for wildlife and wildfowl. And the study found that every dollar we spend cleaning up the Great Lakes generates between $3 and $4 in economic benefit. That's a fact. And it's a really good investment. These are not only investments in we're making the Great Lakes. Last month, we announced over $500 million to upgrade the Sulaks in Michigan, which connect Lake Superior and the Great Lakes. 7,000 vessels, and 90% of our country's iron ore moves through these locks every single year. That ore makes nearly all the high-strength steel that goes into U.S.-made cars and appliances. Replacing and modernizing the locks will not only create good jobs doing that, it's going to strengthen our supply chains to get goods moving faster and reduce cost. This is not the totality of what we're going to do, but it's an example of what I've said from day one. We're rebuilding America. We're going to invest in America and build a better America than we found. And for the better part of the 20th century, we used to lead the world by a significant margin because we invested in ourselves. We invested in our infrastructure, our roads, our highways, bridges, ports, airports, the arteries of the nation that allow commerce to function smoothly and move swiftly. And we invested in our people and in opportunity. We're among the first nations to provide universal high school at the turn of the 20th century. We invested to win the space race that facilitates in facilities like Lewis Research Center in Cleveland, which is now named for my buddy John Glenn, God rest his soul. And we led the world in research and development and led the creation of the internet. But somewhere along the way, we took our eye off the ball. We took our eye off the ball. Our infrastructure used to be rated #1 in the world. Today, according to the World Economic Forum, we rank number 13 in the world. China and the rest of the world is catching up and passing us. But now, with our infrastructure law, we're reinvesting in our economy and in our people, reclaiming our leadership and creating millions of jobs for building a better America. That's what we're going to do. But as we rebuild America, we're buying American and betting on American workers. This Buy America law makes the most significant investment in roads and bridges and highways in nearly 70 years through the infrastructure law, fixing as many as 1,300 bridges and nearly 5,000 miles of highway right here in Ohio that are in poor condition. If I note parenthetically, I was not long ago, I went to visit a place in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where a bridge that was well over 100 feet off the ground going over a gorge completely collapsed at 6:30 in the morning. Thank God there was only 3 vehicles on it. No one died. But had it been during rush hour, kids in school buses, there would have been numerous people that would have been killed or maimed. American workers building these roads and bridges with American-made steel is how we're going to do it. Jobs making high-speed internet affordable and available to the 14% of households in the state of Ohio that don't have the internet. We also know that Ohio has the second most lead pipes in the country. You have 650,000 lead pipes here in the state of Ohio. We're going to start undoing the legacy of lead, which has poisoned too many of the region's children. That means replacing 100% of lead water pipes and service lines and addressing what they call PFAS, a dangerous forever chemical that are a threat to the drinking water here in Ohio and other parts of America. Every American, every child should be able to turn on a faucet and know that the water they're drinking is clean and safe. We're also going to create thousands of good-paying jobs in the process with union plumbers and pipe fitters. For generations, the industries that built and defined America, steel, cars, tires, paint, all of them grew and thrived right here in Ohio. Right here on the banks of the Black River, workers built and launched 900 vessels. Freighters, tugboats, tankers, minesweepers, cruisers, built right here, were part of our arsenal of democracy in World War II. Making it in America is what this region was built on, making it in America. This region built America. It's not hyperbole. I'm not just saying that because I'm here. It's a fact. The Midwest built America, and we're building it again.
Wait, why would we build something if it's already built?
You've heard me say this often. You know, if Wall Street's there are a lot of good people on Wall Street. They do good things, a lot of them. Not all, but a lot of them. And guess what? The fact of the matter, Wall Street didn't build America. Ordinary middle-class people built America. And manufacturing and unions built the middle class. So, we're bringing manufacturing jobs back, taking supply chains back home from abroad so we have better jobs and lower prices. And now, instead of losing manufacturing jobs, since I came to office with the help of the congressional delegation down here, we have added 375,000 manufacturing jobs in 1 year. In 2021, we saw the highest increase in union manufacturing jobs in nearly 30 years. A couple of weeks ago, the CEO of Intel joined me and Senator Brown and Senator Portman. And by the way, I grew up in a Senate that really was bipartisan. Senator Portman played an important role in this legislation. And so at the White House, they came to see me, and the head of the Intel came. He wanted to announce at the White House $20 million investment, $20 billion investment in semiconductor campus outside of Columbus, Ohio. Now, semiconductors are badly needed, those computer chips to manufacture automobiles, appliances, cell phones, and so much more. We invented them, but we don't make them anymore relative to the rest of the world. It's going to create 10,000 jobs. 10,000 jobs. By the way, 7,000 jobs constructing this massive facility and 3,000 jobs running the facility, making an average salary at that facility of $135,000 a year, blue-collar workers. Pretty good money. Manufacturing essential products that are stamped made in America. And there's more. Just a couple weeks ago, General Motors announced a $7 billion investment in Michigan to manufacture electric vehicles. creating 4,000 new quality jobs. That's on top of the announcement that I say Ford, that was General Motors. And Ford made last year an $11 billion investment in electric vehicles, creating 11,000 new jobs. 3 weeks ago in Western Pennsylvania, after I went to look at that bridge, the Union Pacific Railroad announced the largest purchase of American-made battery electric locomotives in history. And because the infrastructure law also delivers $7.5 billion to build a national network of 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations all across America along our new highways. And I might add, installed by the IEBW. Last week, a company called Tritium announced a new manufacturing facility in Lebanon, Tennessee to build 30,000 electric vehicle charging stations per year.
Shout out
using
Wakanda.
American iron and
And
American
tritium.
steel and American work.
Great
Creating
energy.
500 new permanent jobs in Tennessee. We're seeing a drumbeat of good-paying jobs unlike anything we've seen in our history. But not only that, with these announcements, we're also showing that growing the economy and creating jobs can go hand in hand with protecting the environment, not decimating it, meeting the moment on climate change. Like our program to clean up abandoned mines and cap and plug orphaned oil and gas wells, sweeping and spewing methane into the air. Thousands of those wells and mines are right here in the Ohio River Valley, here in the Ohio, and they're going to get paid the same amount capping them as it costs to dig them and create those. And they're, again, good union jobs. As good as these jobs are, folks digging those wells are proud what they're about to do because now they're going to cap them. The infrastructure also helps us invest in cleaner, stronger, more resilient electric grid with 100% clean electric energy being generated by the year 2035. And some of those utility poles and transformers are going to be installed by machines that are right here at a place like Skylift. You know, all of this is going to do is create more good-paying jobs and make us more globally competitive and help us fight climate change and get to net zero. Look, there's so much more to say. I'm inclined to go on, but I've kept you too long. Let me close with this. What you've done here in Lorraine shows what's possible. You've reclaimed your waterfront, cleaned your drinking water, restored wetlands, which will help protect against storms and flooding from extreme weather and the spring thaw, and set the stage for jobs and businesses of the future. You know, tomorrow would have been the birthday of Lorraine, one of Lorraine's most famous daughters, Toni Morrison, Nobel Prize winner, Pulitzer Prize winner. And I might add, my wife was an English teacher and professor in college. The First Lady's one of her favorite authors. I remember her going over to Princeton to interview Toni Morrison for a paper she was doing for one of her doctorates. Her doctorate, not one. She has a couple of masters, one doctorate. Toni Morrison is also the mother-in-law of the chair of my economic council, my economic advisors, Council of Economic Advisors, Dr. Cecilia Rouse. Toni passed away a couple of years ago. The reason I mention her is not because of her relationships to the administration, but her words that she told us to live by. She once wrote, quote, "We got more yesterdays than anybody. We need some kind of tomorrow. We need some kind of tomorrow." Places like Lorraine have a lot of proud yesterdays. Now they're going to have some brighter tomorrows. And because of all of you, well, God bless you all. May God protect our troops. And the reason they tell me I've got to head out, I hadn't planned on going immediately, is because of weather going back to Washington. And there's a little thing going on in Europe right now. And so may God bless you all, as I said. And may God protect our troops.
Small.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Rollie on my wrist. Nah, I don't wanna rap that. Pull up in a big body, I don't put a tap back. Hit me with the divvy, I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty, I don't even need the ass fat. Guinea was a freebie, I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy, I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing, y'all need man skin. Little more balance and a lot of bit of can. Pull it to the valley, got these motherfuckers
taking the
scanning.
selfie. He's
Pull
like,
it
let me
to
get a
the lights, I got
selfie.
it looking
Boom.
like a million.
Brony, look at him on the outro, bro. It hits. It's just they moving different.
Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me. Nah, same old Jack.
Okay. Thank you, Bidonius. Honestly, man, I don't. Those were like just two back to back. I'm surprised, honestly. We had Fed Bullard on, and I really thought he was going to say something. I mean, he did comment on balance sheet reduction. Really, we got a little bit of volatility here when he kept highlighting the Fed's credibility being on fire. You know what I'm saying? Or he said it was not on fire, but he said it is Fed credibility is at risk. So there was that. And then Biden, he didn't really say much there, but it's pretty chill. The market is a little bit more chiller than I would have expected, but it's not too bad. Not too bad at all. We're going to see again. Today is just plagued by the Russia-Ukraine stuff, but we haven't seen anything. You never heard that song? You've never heard this, bro? You never heard?
Rollie on my wrist. Nah, I don't want to rap that.
You never heard that? That's crazy. The song is actually, it's named after, well, I don't know. People don't know what it's named after, but it's probably one of the greatest stocks of all time. If you go search A, B, and B, Uncle Answers on whatever website you're on, you'll be good to go. So it's on YouTube, it's on Spotify, but that's Uncle Answers. It's called A, B, and B. A, B, and B. So honestly, oh yeah, did you guys see the door? Yeah, so you see the door? We got the door set up. I don't know how we did that. And we got the house. The house is ready to go. It is. We got the first showing booked. So, but then even today, though, I mean, again, I got stuff I'm working on, but even then, I mean, the market in a weird way after Bullard kind of not being more hawkish and kind of just waiting on Ukraine. Today's kind of been a surprisingly boring day. The door, I think it cost $3,200, which was, and then I, assume like $1,000 for like an expedited fee. So, but it was good. You got my real estate license. Let's go, baby. Shout out Mr. Arroyo. Amen. The TD released 1099s. Yeah, it's a custom door though. It was a brand new custom door. It wasn't that bad. At least it wasn't a Home Depot door. It was actually made by somebody. And then they came in there. But again, I needed it. They got that done in 2 weeks. Or excuse me, 2 days. 2 days. I gave him 2 days. How's it look? It looks good. I just showed you guys the picture of it. Again, y'all went door shopping with me for a little bit. But again, I'm pretty surprised. I'm kind of like, I'm chill today. I don't know why. Everything and how it's playing out. It just, I was really expecting a little bit more Bullard. We calmed down. I mean, this was one of those days where we start off the fear in the beginning and then go from there. Yeah, you go on YouTube. Just search A, B, and B on YouTube, and you'll find the song. It's Uncle Answers. That's how he looks like. He works out a lot. He's in the gym. Co-real estate loves you. Passing by fee, baby. Let's go. And then market is closed on Monday. Did you guys know it? I don't know if you guys knew. But market is closed on Monday. So if any of you guys want to... Wait, what? Hold on. But we could go to Miami. I kind of want to go to Miami if you guys are down. Damn, that's crazy. CNBC doesn't even pay for the Zoom. Hey, with Kathy Woods herself. That's crazy. Yeah, that's my uncle. Yeah. New prof pic, same juice. Oh, wow, it's weird. It's weird because I noticed I read the name, but the profile pic, it did get me. Kathy Woods, Roku to become advertiser of choice. Man, President's Day is on Monday, yeah. Check out the thing I tagged you in on Twitter. I don't really use Twitter. That's why, thankfully, we got young Troy. And you got Troy out there running it. And, Troy get the fast news. Fast stock news. Stock market news with the S. Fast. But I don't really use Twitter. Honestly, the best way to get a hold of me is actually my email. So if you guys don't know that, then yeah, but hit me up on email if you have a property for sale. So Chad, I had 2 Chads. I don't know, Sam. Sam, are you here? Mr. Tabebi, the Michigan one. Get the numbers from the lady if you can. But I also looked in the area. I feel like we could find another one in that area and probably get a better deal. And then, I don't know. I had another Chad deal. I passed up on it if any of you want it, but I don't. It's a house in Arizona, and there's like houses by it that are worth like $300,000, and the house is like run down. It looks condemned, like boarded up windows, all of that. The guy wants to sell it for $90,000. So you have some comps at like $200,000 to $300,000, but it needs work. And the bad part about it is that it's in a neighborhood. It's in a neighborhood where there's like mobile homes. So it's like a weird neighborhood. But like the neighborhoods in there, it's like all of the comps are like there's like 2 or 3 normal houses, and then the rest of the comps are mobile homes. And then the houses that are going for $200,000 or $300,000, those are the ones. It's in a different neighborhood above there, just like new builds going for that much. Where can you get this lead? So I have it. The Chad who wants it, he wants to make at least like I think like 4,000 or 5,000 or 2,000 to 5,000. I need to double check what it was. But so $90,000 for the house, $2,000 to $5,000 wholesale fee, and yeah. Is this in the Inland Empire? No, it's in Arizona. But I think 90,000 is too much for it, because there's like one comp that sold like a year or 2 ago for like $100,000, and it was a lot nicer. But I just don't know how much work it needs. That's what it is. It's not on the MLS. The guy doesn't want to list either. He doesn't want to list. He wants cash sale, and he wants to close as soon as possible. So if you want it, email me, tradingfraternity@gmail.com. You better pay the Chad the wholesale fee. Yeah. This is the tweet.
He was putting us on, huh?
Yeah, that's actually pretty funny. I feel though that's literally what is happening right now. He's putting us on, huh? Oh man, I feel that if that's honestly the stock market. Literally one day we're like, and then we're like, okay, it's good. Then, like I'm surprised again. I know I wanted to see the Russian effect here. We talked about that yesterday, but to watch it here today. I mean, it's really dominating, and today's a lot bigger comparatively. It's like 3.5 points top to bottom. You need to watch South Park. I will. I just found out you have South Park on HBO Max or whatever. Spy, trip, and fall. We're going to see. I mean, literally, we have not gone up anywhere since European close. We've held Euro close level. Again, the only thing that Bullard, he talked about quantitative tightening, or he talked about balance sheet runoff, and nobody was really scared. The biggest market reactions came from Bullard talking about Fed credibility, but it was weird. Honestly, I think the Bullard one was wild, for real. Let's go, baby. Giovanni. Shout out to Josh for the wisdom as always. Shout out to Tyler and Trey taking the time to provide some great nuggets of info last night. Real estate call. Yellow Chad. 2022 is your year. Claim it, baby. Amen. My voice is getting better from the morning, but now you're going to have me yelling. Or nah. Woo. Let's go, man. Let's go. Let's go. We did it, baby. Come on. The writing is on the wall, man. Welcome to the real estate gold rush. Amen. Amen. Gold squeezes. It's still going. I was going to make a play on it this morning, but I just figured it was going to chill. Was I doing the bird calls? Nah, I just woke up. Like I had a fat workout yesterday. I found a new back workout. So when I work out, I'm making sure that like I got my form was really on point yesterday, and I got to work out some muscles, and it felt good, and I was just tired. I was dead this morning, and then that was it, and then we just chilled, and then I don't have my heater. The guy came to fix my heater. He changed the filter, and it's still just blowing out cold air. So I'm freezing today. Okay, you got a Cali boy in the cold, man. It's not good. It's not good. Nah, don't do deadlifts. Deadlifts are dangerous. Deadlifts are dangerous. I was changing the filter, gonna fix the heater. Because isn't that what happens? I think a lot of the times with like the heaters, like if the filter gets too dirty, it'll automatically shut off. So you don't get like, what's it called there? So usually the heaters the filters could do a lot. Deadlifts are fine if done properly. It's just not worth it. That's it. The chances are of you doing it improperly and then the benefit you get from it. We've had this debate so many times on stream. We've had this talk so many times. So it's good. It's good. Is it your pilot sensor? I don't know. He'll need to come down and do it again, though. I thought it was the pilot light. But I don't know, bro. It's cold. It's cold. Send your workout routine. Honestly, I might just do it for you this weekend. You know how long I've wanted to make a workout video for so long. I've just never done it. I've either I don't make a video because I'm busy, or I have another topic that's financial that I want to talk about. I need to get the Chad my workouts. I need to just get you it and just call it a day. Just call it a day. Nah, but the what's it called? The heater just feels like it's like on all the time. Even when I turn it off, it just sounds like it's on. That requires your face. Nah, just wear the Kanye mask. I'll look like Kanye lifting. So SPY's coming down. I mean, this is the lowest we've been in probably about 2 hours and 45 minutes. So let's see where we go from here. Only with bad form. Yes. The deadlifts, again, it's just risk to reward. Obviously, do what you need to do. But I do not promote deadlifts. I am not a deadlift promoter. Josh blanks Tybo. Yeah, man, we could do it. Josh Ann says Tybo workout. 30 minutes a day. Do this workout while you watch the watch list and get ripped. We should do that. We should do that. I'll make you a workout video, and every single one of you who's not an asshole and watches the watch list, I'll give you 3 or 4 different workouts, and then you interchange them. So then you just put on the watch list, 20 minutes, and then boom, that's it. We just get some push, we get some pull, get some core, and then that's it. Billy Banks frizzle coming. I wouldn't be surprised. 17 months on new account after getting clapped during 2020 volatility. Nowhere I'd rather be. God bless you, Mr. Joseph Trades. God bless you. Horna. Woo! Amen. 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 Shout out Juice Trades. Shout out Kentucky. Shout out Kentucky. Seems always running. Could be the wires behind the temp module. All right, look at. Chad was right yesterday. Someone in Chad said it was the filter yesterday, and then that's what the guy told me. Damn, y'all are trying to triple wholesale the house? Jeez. You guys are savage. So don't do that one, okay? I'm telling you, there's just not enough meat on the bone for this one. It's not like it's already again, if I'm not willing to take it, it's really there's going to be a little bit more of a tighter margin on there. Okay? So but some of you are literally trying to triple wholesale it. They're like, all right, let me know, send it to me. I'm going to send it to my guys. I'll still pay the Chad their fee. But then I got 2 of those emails. 2 of you you're smart. I feel you. I understand. But in this case, again, I think the guy's on a timeline, but I heard you like wholesaling. So we going to wholesale the wholesale deal that you just acquired. The house is in Arizona. Arizona. I don't know what city or what it's by. Would it be better to remodel old home or buy newer? It really depends on the price, but then location. So there's the house I just listed is old, but it has a really good location. And the guy, there's another house just built, and he got listed, and he just listed right after me. But his house is like it's down the street. It's a little worse location, but his house is newer. But I'm probably gonna sell my house for more money. So that's its location is the key when it comes down to that. If anything, if you could get a good location, you will be good to go. So I would focus on that and then go from there, and just make sure you don't put too much money into something that's old, more or less, unless you're really going to do it nice. If it's in Phoenix, let me find it. It's by, I can tell you what it's by. It's right outside of Phoenix. It's like in one of those like little like towns south of Phoenix, south of Chandler too. So it's kind of in the boonies, low key. It's nice. It's not bad. I'm just, if the neighborhood, if it wasn't in like a mobile park neighborhood, I would have taken it at 90,000. But it's just like the neighborhood. It's not, it's like a weird, like, it's like a very, very weird area, more or less. Just because like there's like nice, expensive houses, but then it's just like, there's just straight up, what's it called? It's just like mobile homes. There's like one normal house and then 5 mobile homes. Think about flipping condos, 139. Yeah, condos are easy. I flipped a couple of condos in my life. I remember Lending Tips did a condo flip once, and he bought it dirt cheap. This was the funniest thing ever. Lending Tips, literally, he bought this. It was from somebody he worked with. So this was when he was working at the bank, and one of his coworkers, she inherited a property, and she just wanted to sell it, and she sold it to him for like 30 cents on the dollar. It was insane. It was a really good deal. But then it was really bad condition. And then right when he walked in, I've never seen this in my life. I've never seen this actually happen. Right when he walked in, he like took one smell and then he threw up everywhere. I've never seen that happen ever. Like he legitimately was just like, it was so bad. But then he flipped it. It was a condo. Again, it was only like, he bought it for so cheap, but it only sold for like $250 or like $325. But then he was able to, he made a good profit off of it. I remember that one very vividly. But condos are good. I flipped a couple of them too. I usually would do them. I would just keep them as a rental for a year, and then I would just sell them. But if you could get it at a good deal, that's it. Yeah, I remember properties, nobody died in it. They were just like, it was just nasty. It was just like they didn't take care of the house, and like there was a bunch of stuff, and that's why the lady didn't want to deal with it. That's why the lady hated it. She was like, I hate this place. I can't do it. I don't want to manage anything with it. If you want it, it's all yours. And this was back in the day when it was harder to sell a property. So you got to realize, like back in like 2017, 2018, 2019, and any time before that, houses used to sit on the market. I don't know if you guys remember that. You remember those days where like you would actually be able to offer, and then they would counter offer you back, and they wouldn't be like, we have 1 million offers, sorry. So yeah, that was accurate days, bro. That was back in the day. But they, so she didn't want to like make it look nice. She didn't want to deal with it. So she sold it. Just, that's it. KeyBank, Hasbro spinning off Wizards of the Coast. I didn't even know they had like a popular online game. Did you know that Wizard of Coast is like a big deal for them? I was like, what the hell is Wizard of Coast? Wizards of the Coast. any sites on fix and flip loans. Just don't shop around. I mean, there's a lot of money out there for it, and just don't pay if it's a big amount of money. So like if you're trying to do a flip above like $1 million, even above like 700,000, just make sure that the interest rate isn't higher than like 7 or 8. Because then if it's a jumbo loan with high interest, that's where it kills you. But if you're getting like 8-9% on something sub 3, sub 4s, you'll be good. But just be prepared to spend at least 15%. Anybody who won't, you could get 15% right now. That's really all you need. I have a commercial property offer with tool fair 545 at 36. What's the cap rate? So forget what the tenant's paying because it's commercial. You got to see the tax rate, the maintenance, and check everything in between there, and then make sure that like the maintenance numbers actually make sense. And then you have to also factor in how long that property was built, because if it's commercial, at some point you're either going to need to renovate it, or if when you sell it, you're going to have to price that in if it's not renovated. Tax 70. So take that and run the numbers on it. So you got to think about it. If it's what taxes are $7,300 a year, you're making $36,000 or $3,600 a month, right? So you're making $43,000 minus $7,300, and now what are your other expenses? So how much do you plan to spend for either management, taking care of the property, repairs, or whatever? But even then, $359, divide that by 545. It's like a 6% cap rate at the eyes. So like when you look at it, no expenses. I mean, that's not true though. You see what I'm saying? You have to have some level of expense in there. So if there's no like management, no nothing, you got to ask yourself the renovation. But a 6 cap is good. If you're telling me, so with commercial, the hard part is just making sure that the numbers are actually real and that the numbers actually like fit. You see what I'm saying? Because like you could give like gross numbers, but then when you figure out the net income and everything else, everything starts to look a little bit weird. So if that's the case, a 6 cap property, it does sound good. Just factor in when you're going to have to repair it. That's all. And then what's the lease duration of the tenant? Why are you so far at the money on your butterfly? Because my butterflies are set up to play the bond range with the market. So I'm doing this as like a little theory, a little test. I think it's worth it. And we got to take some plays that could pay for it. But essentially, I'm assuming that if there's some level of convergence, it'll put the SPY between 400 and 380. ISPO again. Jeez, we saw that it got salted like 7 times earlier, remember? That thing's still killing it. What do they do? What's the news on that? Thanks for all the burnt premium for science. I don't know what that means. I didn't make any oil plays today. All I grabbed was Lockheed Martin and then Nvidia, and then I got scammed on the Babas. But I think the Babas we'll see coming into tomorrow, but it's a weekly, so that one got scammed. I just showed the owner the Colt stream, and he said, "Let's let the Colt have it for 45,000." How about this? Why doesn't he just let the Colt have it for free, and then we'll cut him in on the deal, and we'll give it to anybody who wants to flip. Whoever wants to flip it, then all they got to do is pay for the repairs. We have somebody go out there and do the work, and then we try to get top dollar for it or return it to an Airbnb. And then we'll split. We'll give him profit in perpetuity. There's another one. This is the house in Birmingham. This is a different house. So somebody sent me another house. That's what I'm saying, bro. There's a lot of leads, but it's old. This one needs a lot of work. Birmingham, Alabama, by the lake. but it needs a lot of work. It's like he wanted 60,000. He just said he'll take 45 for the Colt. But I mean, I don't know if he's down. Tell him to just let us fix it up. We don't even have to sell it, and then essentially just cut us in, and we'll just let somebody fix it up in the Colt. If we could get 80 or 100 for it, everybody will split it and call it a day. Or someone could buy it in here if you guys want it at 45K. Again, I didn't want it at 60. I just think I haven't inspected it. I don't know how much work it needs. It does look decent, though. I think if the lower the price goes, the easier it becomes. It's this one right here. So you can email me if you want it. I think I showed you this one. So here's the first picture. That's how it looks on the outside. These are some shots from the inside. You couldn't see? So it needs a lot of work. That's in Alabama. I've never been out there. I want to go. Yeah, so Sam, Tabebi, are you here? Are you here right now, Sam? TLT, oh shit. TLT, 30-year tips draw 0.195. So again, remember what I told you isn't good, because if the TLT starts coming down and then the SPY matches up with it, that's not going to be pretty. So bond auction for the tips. Where was it? They only awarded 20% to primary dealers. Bid to cover 2.17. 2.17 versus 2.34 at the previous auction. So the rate's lower than previous. That's weird. Yeah, SPY's holding for now, though, but watch out. Because, again, we said earlier, that could be one of the downsides there. Uber low. Revolve on the low. So is Shopify, too. Bob, that's just watch out. Watch if TLT goes red. It's still up on the day. But is Tabebi in here? Mr. Sam? Do we got Tabebi in here? I need a... Shopify is getting destroyed. Yes. All right. So I got your email. Like I said, I talked with even Lending Tips. He looked at the area. I think get the numbers from them. So just let them know. Just tell them you're going to pay cash. Don't even worry about the loan. Because if we want to get it, we could buy it. But just get the Airbnb numbers. So if you could get the Airbnb, let's see what their metrics are. You know what I'm saying? If we get that, then we can, what's it called? If we get that, then we could get a better idea. But we did look at the area. I feel like we could just buy one in that area, maybe cheaper. Because I think they haven't sold that one in a while. So if she has another offer, let her take it. But just put in an offer. You could write it up. You could represent me. You could represent Lending Tips, whichever is easier, if that's what you need to get the numbers. But then get the numbers and just find what the Airbnb numbers are. If they're really good, we'll take it. If not, we should just find one in that area, and we could probably get it cheaper. Tesla low. Yeah, Uber, everything. Even did Ford come down? Ford at least bounced. Coca-Cola. Kathy Wood. Kathy Wood said Facebook ad dollars are going to migrate to Roku. What is she smoking? I don't know anybody who's ever advertised on, what's it called? Watch junk bond. Damn, it's already 10. Oh, I think this is the heater guy. Shit, hold on. I'll be right B. You'll be good. Chad, hold it down. All right, well, he started walking away from the door before I got there, so I just figured we'll just hire someone else. He wasn't supposed to come even then. He didn't even text me. No, you're good. You're good. He lost the opportunity. He lost the opportunity. Yeah. Oh, that's where they are. He got nervous. No, I was walking there, but I'm just like, all right, call it a day. No, now you rung again. I don't want to deal with it. You know what he said? Rolling on my head. I do need a carbo. Any plays? Yeah, I did LMT. And I think those went up. Got clapped on the BABA. Literally scammed. The Walmart plays are holding up. And then I think there's one more. Overstock. I forgot. They'll be good. U.S. Homeland Security Department proposes public charge changes. Hire me to do maintenance on your properties. Are you in Southern California? I bought a Baba weekly. If I grabbed one for next week, it would have been a little bit better. I think you're going to get a delayed reaction on the news. I mean, especially after watching the first candle, but it was one of those news things. Affirm 318 puts being bought heavily. I only got the one from the watch list. It's up it's fluctuating between 10 and 20%. What do we tell homeowners when they ask how you will pay for the property? You could say usually it's cash. UN meeting ended gross. Kind of think war will happen. I mean, we're just going to go back and forth for a very long time. And then we got to really see how the market takes all of it. But Unity, Uber, couple of tech stocks hitting the low right now. The Walmarts are going up, but oh, there it is. Now the premiums are going up. But Walmart's hitting a high. That's at least looking good. Again, they're kind of only moving 3%. CL on the high too. And then TLT, again, the problem would be if the SPY caught up to this. But again, it's still somewhat inverse. You need TLT to really go red, but that move there after the auction was not good. Yeah, I grabbed one call on LMT this morning. Are they up? They're up 20%? I didn't even check. Yeah, they went up 20%. It's just small, though. Only grab one. Felo. I don't know. Today's going to be an interesting one. I have an idea, though. I'll get a carbo, and then I come back. Up. So watch if anything keeps running again. CL, Kellogg's, all of those are on the high, but now you're starting to flush. This is the lowest we've been in about like 3 hours, so keep that in mind. The Baba play was just a put. It got clapped, and we were playing the news on there. They're down like 50% already. What do you think of Hood at 12? Don't tell. Is it at $12? What? Oh, man. I guess at one point it hit 10. I mean, I think it becomes a no-brainer at like $5 or something. But I don't know. I'd give it a while. I think honestly, I don't know. Are you going to hold this shit for 10 years? Like that's what really matters, because I don't know. Some of these financial, it just reminds, I don't know why. Maybe this is a bad example, but it reminds me of when Citibank went to like $1 or $2 after the crash. Any of the old guys know what I'm talking about? So I'm like, if you're really going to hold a good financial name that'll be here in 10 years, eventually it's going to bounce back up. You know what I'm saying? But like, this kind of reminds me of Citibank to a degree. So it's just like, I think I would like, at $5, I would take it. But at like 10, 12, I'll just let it do its thing. But then essentially what I'm saying is that even if this thing gets clapped over time, don't underestimate some of these financial names. Yeah, Bank of America, $2, I remember Citi, bro, is insane. I think Citi was like a penny stock at one point. Amazon selling off after holding up a lot. ISPO, my God. CLX, it's weird. You got a couple of defensive names on the high right now. Yeah, those were not good times. It was. I feel you. I feel you. And then you got the people in the chat. Let it crash. Raise the rates. That's crazy, bro. Airbnb, is they go or does it go down? Oh, it just goes down. MO rocking. There was massive calls on it today. I was thinking about buying some. Oh, I should have. KO move. All the value plays. Check Abivi too. Yeah, they were holding up after chilling out. But again, I just think the market is very, very weird today. Very, very weird today. The news on Baba was that they got added to Alipay and like 3 or 4 other China companies got added to the I forgot the name. It's like compromise list or something. One of the lists of it's like either national security or counterfeit products, but either way, it's just not good. Yeah, Walmart's doing really good. Those plays are actually moving. I think the Walmart plays are almost up 100%. But we're bouncing a little bit. Where's Disney? Disney got clapped. They held up for a little bit. Crocs dump. Didn't Crocs have really good earnings at one time? Didn't they give like a $6 billion guidance? Big tech taking turns. I'm surprised the banks haven't moved up yet. We need them to. Facebook dumping. The put plays are lower than the other day. That's the difference, though. Yeah, Croc's the company. They had a really good guy. Remember, like 2 or 3 quarters ago, they did what? They asked for, or they guided up like $6 billion. Yeah, they had Justin Bieber. They had the Bad Bunny. They had all of them, but again, they guided like a crazy number. Manskin said he's made no decision on Raskin Fed nomination. Crypto's tanking. Are we low-key crashing already? A lot of names are already up. The thing is, your high-quality names haven't crashed. Everything else has. So it's not to say, the question you're asking is like, have we already crashed, or have things that are overvalued came back now to a reasonable level? Have things been repriced? So the thing is, Amazon hasn't crashed yet. Facebook, it came down a lot, but it's still not crashed yet. You know, Apple is literally near all-time highs. Microsoft near all-time highs. Google near all-time highs. Again, even some of the names like Nvidia, not too long ago was like a $20 stock or something. So we are in the process of something happening, but right now you got to realize the stuff that is strong is really holding up the markets. There is still, billions, if not trillions of dollars of companies that are actually still solid. Again, find it Abivi to Coca-Cola, all the way down to Apple. There's a lot of stuff that's still holding. I mean, Facebook dropped a lot, but it's still not like, again, it's not as if it's hitting to the point of, some of these names that went from $100 down to 10. Like, so take a look. Like, again, I mean, it's dropped a lot, but this is not a chart that is crashed. You know what I'm saying? This is bad. Again, even here, it did the same thing. Like I said, 2018 was very, very bad for me when it came down to Facebook. But you could see it. It was able to kind of just hold these levels. It added more volatility, but you got to realize, it's been over 10 years or 10 years, and the $12 stock is still holding $200, whereas the companies that went $12 to $100, they've all came down now. Do you guys see the difference? So which one looks more like a crash or not? Like, you could look at some of the names like Zoom. Again, sadly, even Palantir, what else? Spotify, even to a degree. At least it's back to the level that it held, but you could kind of see, a lot of names have came down. But if you started at a very low price, went up 5, 10x, and now you're within a decent percentage point of that number, that right there kind of highlights it. Like PayPal, I think PayPal, they're still a little better, but they're getting risky. That's how it unwinds. First the weak ones and the stronger ones. Yeah, I agree with you. It's not. That's why the key is, do the next events and do we play out this rest of the year? Does the performance, the data, the economy, whatever else we deal with, if we have sustained pressure, starts with the weak ones, and then before you know it, it's going to start hitting the stronger names, and then we could start talking about it. But what we are talking of is, wave 3, essentially. This wave we never saw wave 3. Remember that. I'm still processing this market as if it was kind of like January. Do you see what I'm saying? So we're still now debating with this move, but the market has been like this. The question is, how much time, though, does it stay like this, and then where does it turn into? But again, 2018, but again, this is why I did the butterfly plays, but do you guys see 2018? Like, do you see what I'm talking about here? And like, do you see what happened? Wave 1, bounce. Wave 2, right? Do you see that? Again, here's your new low, right? So they sell off. You go from almost 400 on the SPY or 300 on the SPY to 270. You drop 10% in like 5 days. Russia school thing. Is that legit? I thought it was old. That's why I didn't respond to that. I don't even know if it was even like fake or not too. But 20, this looks exactly like right now. And again, it's very similar. Taper tantrum, but there was more repo crisis back then. Their liquidity was a lot weirder, and you didn't have 7% inflation. So, but do you see what happened? Here's the first low, 10%. Hold on, are we moving down? I can't tell. High tickers gassing. I need to know. No, SPY's coming down. But take a look. We hit the first low, then we bounce up, and then boom, you go lower than the first low, right? So that's wave 2, and you keep setting new lows. So this is still wave 2 without a bounce. Are you following? And then what happens? You bounce up for like 5-6 days, just like we did, and then you start coming down slowly, and then do you see what happens here? You like chill at this level for a little bit, and then all of a sudden, we wake up and get a wild gap down, but what do you notice? Do you not notice what happened? Something happens right here. What happens right here? SPY is slowly coming down right now too. Oh, dude, a little double bottom, dude. Oh, I feel you, dude. So what happened was it never hit wave 3 right here. I don't call it whatever you want. Support, resistance, double bottom, triple bottom, whatever you want to call it, right? But it just never broke. It never started wave 3. So wave 2 was October 28th, right? 1 month later, it never hit lower than the first time. So then what happened? It bounced again. And then it came right back down. And now do you see what happened? The minute it broke that level, it did another 2-day bounce. And then it flushed. And this was wave 3. So, and then again, you went down to 230. So that's why when I'm looking at everything now, pretty much I'm seeing this as wave. We're still waiting for wave 3. So we still have to test and go lower than here. Again, this was kind of wave. I don't even know if this even counts as wave 1, honestly. This might even be wave 2 to a degree. But remember, like it's almost been a month. Yeah, so give it by the end of the week probably. Or end of next week. SPY is in down channel. Bear trap, dude. Wave 3 Monday. We'll see. We will see. Coffee. They said coffee is about to skyrocket. Apparently. I was like, I just want Starbucks. Starbucks, did it go any lower? Yeah, kind of. CNBC. Coffee and orange juice. Is that like a Wiz Khalifa album, or are we talking about commodities? I just don't know at this point. That's the problem of my culture crossing over with my education. You see? Tell me that don't sound like a fucking Wiz Khalifa album. Okay. Commodities and orange juice. God bless everyone in the chat. Amen. And just get ready right now. We're about to hit the low, but it's weird. Again, we've already made the move bigger. So a lot of the fear days, it was like active. You know what I'm saying? Like you would be like, boom, boom, and then react. Like yesterday was a little bit better. We didn't have one, but the days it was like you were constantly moving with the news. You see what I'm saying? Today we just reacted, we chilled, nothing has happened, and now we're starting to sell into this. So this is where it's just a little bit slower, but just keep your eyes out for it. Picked up Starbucks. I have that one leap. They went down, but I'm waiting. I mean, if Starbucks goes lower, I will add some more. And then Walmart's still gassing, which is good. Are the other ones like CL, Colgate, Clorox, even Altria now? All of the defensive names are moving. And it's not like war defensive names. It's like defensive defense, like consumer staples. It's a very odd move. Long as January, February, nah. January felt like forever. January, I had everything. I had everything from the dealing with the stock market to a new house flooding every week to my house almost got burnt on fire. Like February's been like a blessing, bro. I'm chill with February. I am chill with February. I'm chill. You saw an MO commercial. I've never seen an Altria commercial in my life. It's pretty wild. Are all your Airbnbs on the water or near the water? Nah, they're just near like locations people want to be. So I have some in downtown cities, and like literally Los Angeles, San Diego, in like the city places, like again, places where they put hotels because people want access, people travel, and then everything else is scenery and nature, whether it's water, mountains, snow, hiking trails, anything like that. But those are the things. If really just if it's hipster or if it's like an experience type thing, just go on Airbnb and go search experiences, and then you could go and just see like the areas that are really popular, and it'll tell you a lot about that. Why Target? Because Walmart had earnings today. So Target, I could have got a little bit, but remember Walmart's earnings were like, they called them good enough. They weren't good, they weren't bad, but it was good enough to keep things up. How do you get an Airbnb manager? Even Airbnb, I think they help you find one nowadays. But usually you could find one easier. Down for cold NFTs. Oh, I forgot about that. I think I found out a way to give away the Lambo. Because remember, I wanted to do that, but I was telling you how, like, there's like certain laws. Like, pretty much, if we do a raffle, you have to get it approved by the, what's it called? The Attorney General or whoever handles like anything like that. Yeah. I didn't realize it. I was like, what if we made it an NFT? And then I had an idea. So pretty much we'll just make a bunch of random NFTs, and whoever gets the random NFT, one of them just had it. That's it. It's just going to be, each NFT will be tied to a random item of mine. So literally, you know how we've always, like, I've said I have this shit to give away, or I was like, hey, if you guys want this. So yeah, pretty much if we just tied it to that, I'll be like, all right. So now it's not like a raffle. You buy an NFT, you get a random Josh Answers item. It could be a Lambo or a gold bar, but I just want to get rid of the Lambo, and I want to give it to the chat because everybody's a scammer, bro. That's it. Everybody's a scammer with it. So I was like, all right, man. But I think that's the only way we could do it without, like, where we could do it quickly without any, like, issues. But so if there's anybody in legal or compliance, if you could look into that idea for me, let me know. Because I know if we try to do a raffle for the Lambo, you have to get it approved by the Attorney General. Why don't you like the Lambo? I like the Lambo, but I think it's just I think it's wise to sell it with the price so high, and like I don't really care about it. Like it's cool, and you know, there was a lot going on when I bought it. You know, I was going through some things, but I don't really need it. And I think if I could make the most of it now and get away with it, I mean, I already have way more than enough. And honestly, I just want houses. I would rather take that money and just turn it into a house because that has been, it's just been on fire for me. So I think it's a lot wiser. That's for any raffle. So pretty much if we said, yeah. So the original plan was literally we could do like, it was like $100 or $30 a ticket, but we have enough people in here to do it where you just buy a ticket for $100 and then we do a raffle and whoever wins, you get a Lambo for $100. So, but then since you have to, if you charge for an entry, then you have to get approved. It's considered a raffle, and then you need legal approval and all of that. It's a great idea. I mean, honestly, because then that way I could get paid for the car, and then somebody could walk away with it for literally pennies on the dollar, and then you got a brand new Lambo. Do you consider? Yes. I was looking at a couple. I mean, we have some in our portfolio already, but I'm surprised they're moving up now. It would have been great to get some here today, but the real question in this volatility is how long is it going to last? How bad is insurance? I get it very cheap because I package it with like every other car, but it'll probably cost you a decent amount. It'll probably be at least like $400, $500 a month for insurance. And then you'd have to pay like $20,000 in taxes, I think. Yeah, if you win it, you could sell it and do whatever you want with it. I don't care. Unless you got the car delivered to a foreign country, maybe in Mexico, you may not have to. Maintenance cost, that car is free. The car maintenance is paid for. I already prepaid it for the next like 2 years. So it has warranty, free maintenance, and I barely, like, compared to a lot of the other Lambos out there, it doesn't have that many miles. What about the taxes, registration? If you don't have the taxes and you won, just sell the car. You could just go take it into a dealership and they'll pay. A dealership will give you $275 for it right now, but on like market sale, private party, you could sell it for like 300 to 330. So yeah, someone figure out that idea. If it works, we'll do it. He's done similar. I think they do it. I think they have it structured. So like if we wanted to do it, we did have to do a lot of steps, and it's just not like, it's a lot of work. I just want to get rid of the car. I'm not like in a rush to do it. So, but I thought about this the other day, and then I was like, we could attach it with a bunch of other stuff. You're gonna regret it. Nah, you'll notice if you haven't already. I don't really regret much. You know, amor fati, my friend. Amor fati. I loved what Charlie Munger said, bro. Oh man, I love what Charlie Munger said yesterday. Even though I disagree with him, I love what he did. I love what he said. He said if they asked him if he feels like he missed out investing in crypto. You know what I'm saying? And he was like, I feel like I didn't miss out on anything. Like, that's it. He's just, he said a lot of crazy shit though yesterday. He was like, I applaud China. He was like, he said everybody who's in crypto is selfish. Honestly, you got to listen to what he's saying about that. I kind of had a little self-realization. I was like, damn, man. But then he was going after, like, he was applauding China and a bunch of other things. It's crazy. It's crazy. And the other YouTuber, I don't know how people give away stuff. I mean, we could do it now. Like, you could do it, but if somebody complains or snitches on us, that's it. It's not worth the trouble. And I already know, like, I at least got one person who literally listens to me for 7 hours a day, every single day for the last 2 years, and they hate me. So again, and they would love to ruin the opportunity for all of y'all. So it's just better to do it the right way. But that's why it's like, I think with NFTs we might be able to pull it off. YouTubers are giving giveaways as write-offs. You could give it away, but that's the thing. If we did a raffle, I could give it away 100%, but then it's just a giveaway. At that point, that's just me picking who to give it to or whatever. The raffle, the idea, if we connected it to any sort of dollar amount, that's it. Then you have to do it the right way. Yeah, they're already on Google right now finding out how to mess it up. I like you and disagree. Yeah, I'm not talking about you. I mean, it's fine, man. It's whether disagree. I'm talking like there's some people who have been legitimately like harassing me for 2 years now. Like legitimately, like it's wild. It's wild. But I love them. Honestly, I do pray for them every day and everybody else. And I know that I feel like God puts even those people in my life for a reason. So I accept it. ANGH, Angan? Would you pay them to stop? No, it's not like it does. Honestly, it doesn't really affect me. And if it just, that's it. It's just like it comes down to it's just stuff like stuff like this. It's like where if we wanted to have fun with stuff or little stuff, it just makes you always you just got to watch out for people. Cause like, I just hope they're not like, I don't know the level of hate in their heart. And that's the only thing that's concerning. But other than that, it's not really, I just pray for them. That's it. I just don't know if they're like a borderline like killer or not. That's it. But It's but that's why I'm like, I just hope they're good. I just hope they're good. But yeah, it keeps you on your toes. It's good. I like it. I don't know. It's weird. Trying to sell you trend in old pre-workouts, is it harassing? I need to go back to that LA Fitness, bro. I need to go find that guy who tried to sell me steroids. CPTM popping halt. All right, let me go to the bathroom. SPY's coming down to a low. I feel like I picked the worst times, bro. Is it the guy with the Forex dot? It's literally people in the chat. Like I think half of you would know exactly who it is. It's just all of it starts with like getting banned, or I make a joke about either Donald Trump or Joe Biden or Democrats or Republicans, and then that's it. And then they've been here, and then they just go crazy. And then they never drop it. All right, let me go to the bathroom, though. I'm picking a bad time. I know. But follow me on Instagram, at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. ANGH, unhalted. Yep. Please hold while we connect your call. Hey, I just ran into the shower door, bro. That was intense. I could have died. Man. How are we going to do this? It's already Thursday. All right. Banks, are they going? I need your help. Good. It's actually an idea I had. Because if we don't do, what's it called? If we don't do the Felo, I want to do an 11 at 11, but I want to remix it a little bit. You know what I'm saying? You don't understand the hate. You know, for years, all you done is help. It's just different vibes, man. That's it. That's I think I'm an acquired taste. And I did sell AMC. But at the end of the day, it's love, bro. It's love. But no, so here's my idea for the 11 at 11. If we don't do the Felo, I have a good Felo, though. I have a very good Felo I would love to give you. But if the market starts flushing, then we could do 11 at 11. But I want to do 11 at 11 a little different. I only want to do an 11 at 11 with problems. I want, like, you know what I'm saying? Where anybody who calls in, I want you to have a situation or a problem that we could offer actual guidance and assistance to. Does that make sense? And it doesn't mean I'm going to give you anything, but literally to the point where, I don't know, if you're like, I want to start a company or I'm having trouble doing this. It's just like something. So then it's like, boom, we could see an issue, explore solutions, talk a little bit, and then that's it. You know what I'm saying? And just, you got a problem? Come talk to me. Come talk to me, and we'll get to the bottom of it. Any tips for cold calling? Don't treat it like cold calling. Just treat it. Pretend everybody who's calling you is your friend. You see what I'm saying? Just don't psych yourself out about it. I'm lonely. Does that count? If it's a problem, do you see it as a problem? Have you tried to fix it? Are you having problems fixing it? Do you have a dog? You got maybe a hamster? I feel like, Daniel, you could get a Tinder and that's it. You call it a day, bro. Just call it a day. You know what I'm saying? Okay, some of you non-lizard looking guys out there, you got it easy. All you got to do, that's it. Boom. That's fine. You know, you might have to settle a little bit, but it's okay. No, I'm kidding. Damn, that's a good question. Are you alone or are you lonely? That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, it is crazy. Because that's what I feel. I feel like some people, too, who would even say or even get a feeling of quote-unquote loneliness, I feel like at the same time, though, you also might not like other people in a weird way. Does that make sense? Where I feel like some people would say I've met a lot of people and they'd be like, I'm lonely, I'm lonely, I'm lonely. And then every time they would like get in a place or like get like even with somebody or anything, they would just like, they would hate it. So it's like, it's a lot of internal you got to figure out. Cause yeah, it's like, it's nice being, it is nice being alone to a degree. I have the other means to entertain me. Hey, man. Women run from you in Kentucky because they want to talk, because you want to talk about energy markets and geopolitics. Okay, like I feel you, but then again, you don't need to ever present that to any female the first time you meet them. I promise you. Trust me. I don't know. If that was the case, I feel you though, because there's a lot of stuff I'm like, I can't talk to a lot of people about a lot of things. But if that's how you're opening, I just don't think you're like, hey girl, you hear about Ukraine? But I feel you though. I know exactly what you're talking about though. But that's it. Just make sure it's not the opener. That's it. You save that for like, you got to start with like, what's your favorite color and shit. And then we could go, then the Beanie Babies, and then you go from there. Have the word mechanic quote attached to you is the fastest way to have everyone look down on you. All right, don't tell them what you do. You don't have to tell anybody what you do. That's it. Leave a little mystery. They don't even see my face, bro. That's fine. I won't even tell anybody what, even in real life, I'll just be like, I do random stuff. I do real estate. Make them think you're a drug dealer. It's okay. I got you. Look at that. We just solved two things right there. Big difference. Trust me. I did it. Oh my gosh. And for the young guys, oh my gosh. The subcontractor, the guy who did a lot of the repairs, I met this guy. He's a kid. It was a damn kid. When I went and I saw him, I met him to give him the last check. Bro, this kid's like 6'6", and I see him. I walk to the house, and I'm looking at him, and I'm like, dude, this fool look young as hell. But he did a good job. He did a very good job. He completed everything. There was a couple of hiccups, right? But listen, my young guys out here, for real. I see him, I'm thinking this, and I shake his hand, and then he smiles, and the kid has braces. And I was like, dude, how old are you? And he was like, I'm 20. And I was like, what? I was like, good. I said, good work. I said, never answer that question ever again. You don't have to. Do you realize this guy, he got me, I didn't know how old he was until I cut him the check and saw him. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Literally, because I found him a quote. He went in and did the quotes. He sent a bunch of people in. I think Lending Tips met him, or we talked on the phone a lot, but I didn't get to meet him till afterwards. And I'm telling you, bro, he did a great job. He was a hustler. He gave one of the best bids. He got the business out of everybody. He knew how to talk. He presented himself. He was willing to work, everything. But he's 20 years old. 20 years old. He got that deal. He did everything. I was like, damn. All right. All right. Professional has no age. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Young guys out there, usually they shouldn't ask you until it's like, until they like see, unless you look really young. That's the only way. But even then, I mean, I would have never guessed it. He's a contractor. So what he does is he just like, we called him, we told him what we wanted. He sent people to the house. He gave us a quote, and like he got us the guys for the floors. He got us the guy for the lights. He got the people for the painting. He got the people for the for any removal, destruction, whatever we needed done. He even got me a garage door. Like he even got me the people, even if I didn't use them. And then he quoted me. He never went up on his quote. He was lagging a little bit, and then I had to send LT out there. Lending Tips went out there to put him in check because we had to remember that day we had this schedule, and I was like, shit, they're about to be late. LT went out there because he was young, and like also the people working with him, they weren't like they were, what's it called? They weren't like, they were just doing random bits and pieces. Like, you know what I'm saying? So he like literally would just like, they would just do like a little bit of the inside, a little bit of the outside, a little bit here. And Lending Tips was like, no, y'all need to just finish all of this right now because we need the floors and everything else to come in the next day. So that was the only other hiccup, but he was chill. He just did all of that. Yeah, he probably just used Angie List. I don't know how he did it, but everybody, he got it quick. Again, we were I think we were about a week and a half, 2 weeks ahead of week and a half, 2.5 weeks ahead of schedule. So that's it. And then he contracted him out. They liked him, and that's it. That's funny though. You probably did use Angie's List. That's something you guys could do too. He did remind me. Like any of you could even get into that business. I don't know what licensing you need. But essentially if you like if you could find people, like you could go give bids on houses to remodel them, and then if you know the people to hire and you could get all this stuff, I mean, you could end up doing pretty well. You know that kid was baked the entire time too, probably. Again, he was. I was very proud of him. I was so shocked. He had a nice little Beamer. He was doing good, man. He seemed like a good kid. I was shocked. I was just shocked. He looks like a baby. He looks like a tall baby, and I was like, what? It was nuts. It was nuts. Zero license. Hire people who have them. Yeah. 21, I worked IT since I was 16. I had the same experience all the time. Once I'm on my way out, clients are like, no way, you're 21. Yeah, bro. If you're good at it too, man, that's what I'm talking about. So young guys, bro, grind. Order. All right, what do you want? What do you want, Chad? You want Felo? Or you want 11 out of 11? The market's kind of tense, but it's kind of chill today. I don't know. Which one are you looking for? Felo 11, Felo 11, Felo 11, Felo, go with your heart. Felo, no Felo, Bible, Felo. 2 margin, Felo. Oh, wow. Wow, they took the Felo. Oh, no, that was by popular demand. Oh, wow. At least the lurkers, if you have a say on it, you should have stepped in. Oh, man. All right, we'll do the 11 out of 11 tomorrow then. I think we could do that. It's a cool one, man. It's a cool one. Let's see. Y'all just want Felo so the market goes up. I know what your intention is. I want something that will motivate you. All right. Are you ready for this one, though? Think about it. The fact that you want to even be motivated is motivation in and of itself. You are already a motivated individual by just simply seeking out motivation. No? Okay. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe. I'm just saying. Just think about it. Take a second. Ding. I'm new here. What is Felo? Felo is a very crazy thing. It's one thing that will literally either have you stay here forever or you will leave immediately. It's a very it's a wedge issue is what we'd call it in politics. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you know you're blessed, okay? It's time for Felo. We just got to talk a little bit about mindset. That's what Felo is, okay? A big thing we say, guard your heart, guard your mind, get that armor on. But for real, if you don't, I don't know what you think, honestly, but if you don't think that what you think is important and what you think won't change the trajectory of your life, I encourage you to maybe listen a little bit. You would be surprised. We do talk about a lot of different stuff. We might realm into ventures that may not really you don't hear too often. Quite frankly, I'm a pretty weird person, and we're gonna read the Bible today. I have a Bible verse for you, and we're gonna talk about it. But I hope you know we love all of you, man, for real. Again, I even said it yesterday, and I think it's very important. You guys hear me for many hours a day, some for many, many years. But I really hope you can see it, man. It's like, I know I make mistakes sometimes, but for real, literally, like, I truly, genuinely, I don't got hate in my heart towards anybody, especially if you've even given me a minute of your time to listen and even tried what we got here. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, it's good vibes with all of it, and I hope you realize that whatever you believe, even if you disagree with me or you may think this and that, I just encourage you to just be here with love, in the sense that we will not treat anybody differently, and we treat everybody the same no matter what. And there's honestly, like, it's just, if you got love, that's it. That's all it comes down to, okay? So I hope you understand that. But for today's Felo, you might get called out today. Okay? Are you ready for it? Because I felt called out. This Felo, it got me. It got me. And there's a nice juxtaposition that I got to give you. But you will feel called out. And honestly, if you don't feel called out, that's not good. Have you noticed that? I was glad. Because used to, I was like, man, why do some of these Felos call me out so heavy sometimes? You know what I'm saying? But then I realized it, though. It's like, in a way, kind of like that motivation thing. There's something about somebody who could kind of feel called out versus somebody who could do something and never feel like they're doing wrong. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you understand that? Like, there's one man who will say, no, I'm perfect. Or this, I don't feel like. That's kind of worse than maybe even, kind of feeling called out. But hopefully, don't condemn yourself, okay? Very, very simple. So listen to this, though. We need to talk about prayer. Intercessionary prayer is what I'm actually talking about. Intercession. You know what that means? Praying on behalf of somebody. And I said this today at the Positive Message. Remember that Felo about Job? And how Job, right when he started praying for his friends, that's when his problems started to go away. And I think it's really important. And I think we need to talk about it. Because then I read another verse and you'll see something. It's called intercessionary prayer. Pray for others. And that's what I'm here to tell you today. And this is what I need to call everybody out on. Because I got called out on it myself. Are you praying for other people? Like genuinely and earnestly. Like seriously. Seriously. Genuinely though. Are you earnest about it? Because I'm going to tell you right now, this is one of the big secrets. Did you know that? This is one of the big secrets. In the text, in the word, how it works. A lot of us don't understand God. Even I don't understand God. Trust me. I learn more every day. But this is one of the most important things. If you can, this is how you could easily align yourself with God. It's very simple. You love what he loves. Oh, y'all don't feel me. That's how you got to align yourself real quick. Seriously. How are you going to, do you love what God loves? Yeah. Yes. See, but this one, I felt called out about it. You know why? Because there was something, there's two juxtapositions about it. So if you ever read the Bible, you've probably heard Paul in the Bible. You know what Paul says in the Bible? He says, pray for us leaders. He says, pray for your spiritual leaders. He says, pray for the people who guide you in Christ, right? He said, pray for the disciples. Pray for the people at church. Pray for your church leader. Does that sound familiar? Have you ever read a verse like that? I'm sure some of you may ring a bell. I think we've read something about it. All right? So this is what James says, though. Paul was a preacher, kind of, but James was a little different. And remember, I told you how James always calls things out? So James 5:13. Are any of you suffering hardship? You should pray. Are any of you happy? You should sing praises. Are any of you sick? You should call for the elders of the church to come and pray over you, anointing you with oil in the name of the Lord. Such a prayer offered in faith will heal the sick, and the Lord will make you well. And if you committed any sins, you will be forgiven. Confess your sins to each other and pray for each other so that you may be healed. Let me read that one more time. Confess your sins towards each other and pray for each other so that you may be healed. It says the earnest prayer of a righteous person has a great power and produces wonderful results. But do you see the difference? I'm telling you, this is a secret. He says, confess your sins for each other, pray for each other so that you may be. That's a conditional statement. Kind of. It's not if then. But do you see what I'm saying? It literally says in the words, you pray for other people, you will get healed. And I really thought about it. And I was like, whoa, that makes a lot of sense. And it makes a lot of sense how a lot of prayers sometimes don't get answered because a lot of times we just praying about ourselves. Oh, wow, look at that candle. That was a glitch. But see, there's one thing, there's something key about that, though. It says confess your sins to each other, right? Right? I know it's easy to read that and be like, okay, like we should tell each other like, oh, I did bad. Yo, Josh, I smoked the bong yesterday. Sorry, Josh. I'm confessing my sins. I did something. I'm sorry. I did a YOLO play, Josh. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Josh, I used to write negative comments in the chat. Honestly, I don't think he's talking about that. My interpretation of it is that essentially, even though your prayers are said in public or in private, how would they sound if you confess them publicly? Let me say that again. You should pray in private. That's between you and God. But how would your prayers sound if you said them publicly to everybody that you knew, everybody you loved and prayed for? Yeah, low of the day is incoming right now. Let's see if it butters. Again, we are below 440 now. But do you see what I'm saying? And that's where I got called out. Because then I really thought about it. I'm like, damn. Because I do pray for you guys a lot, but then there's some times where I'm like, damn. Low key, I'm just praying about myself. I wonder what it would sound like to some of y'all if I look back on some prayers. I'm like, damn, I wonder if I said that to the Chad. I feel like they would think I'm a lot more selfish than I really am. And even then, I had to look in the mirror and I was like, damn. And then I was like, man, maybe I should 10x the amount of times I'm praying for people, but it makes sense. Because if God loves everybody, you need to align yourself with God. It's very simple. If you could show love and pray for other people and make that your primary goal. Again, I got prayer requests. I pray for everybody every day. But that doesn't mean I've always made it my number one priority. And then if something in life happens or if I'm feeling a certain way, it's very easy to start praying for myself first. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Because I'm not saying y'all don't do it, but I'm just saying, what's the priority when you're praying? And again, if you presented it publicly, how would it sound? Now, you could feel called out about it. Go ahead. I do. But this isn't here to condemn anybody. I do not feel condemned. I feel free, actually. I feel a lot more peaceful. And guess what? I prayed for a lot more people in the last 24 hours. And it feels good. That book isn't lying, man. For real. But this is what I came to tell you right now. This is the secret. For real. You want to be healed. You are dealing with something and it is bothering you so much that you're saying, God, help me, help me, help me, help me. God, I don't know what to do. God, I feel lost. I feel crushed. Again, y'all reach out to me a lot. And it's funny how some of us could feel the same ways at different times. Some of you feel good. Some of you feel bad. But for real, a lot of people I got to see a lot. But and again, all the prayer requests. Great. That's how you feel. You want your answer. Let me tell you this. In the middle of your pain, if you could find a way to genuinely, in the same passion you have for yourself, if you could pray for somebody else and intercede on behalf of another person, you start aligning with God and watch, you will literally, your problems will be healed. I believe in it. And then I realize it too. Because guess what? There was times where I'm like, it's not like, again, I go up and down and I can realize where my priorities were at different times. But I stand by this. Honestly, even ever since I started the prayer wall, it's crazy the things that have happened. I'm to be honest with you, go look at the date when we started it. It's crazy. But then I was just really thinking about this. And I really, really like it. Because I really definitely feel like we have a little secret here. So for real, what I'm challenging you to today, even maybe for the rest of the weekend, can you genuinely pray for some other people with the same passion that you pray for yourself? You know what I'm saying? That same thing that's troubling you. Whatever it is, that big number one thing you're praying about, where you're telling God every day about it. Some of y'all are breaking down and crying about it. I want you to bring that intensity and pray for somebody else like that. You see what I'm saying? Like for real. Are you worried about money? Are you worried about health? I don't know what it is. But I'm sure you know somebody else too that you probably care about in the same realm. So when you sit down and pray, before praying for yourself, because we know you want it. Again, we're only human. But I'm saying, can you apply that to the person? Because guess what? You'd be like, I know he's struggling with money too. I know he's struggling with health. I know he's struggling with confidence just like I am. I'm sure he probably had it, or he told me about this. But can you pray with it with the same intensity like it's your problem? That's why it's called intercessionary prayer. Can you intercede on behalf of somebody else? So yeah, guess what? All of you pray to God. That's why I love praying for some of y'all. Isn't that great? Shout out to moms, bro. For real. It's nice to have somebody on behalf of God be like, yo, man, just look out for my boy. Look out for him. Please, God. Please. God, you love other people. I'm praying for one of your creations. So it's pretty deep, but I'm just telling you right now. If you could do this genuinely and honestly, your answer is on the other side of that. I promise you. You could try it a couple times. You could try to fool me, but you're not going to fool God. Let's just keep it real. You know what I'm saying? This is why I like this Felo. Because somebody, like it says, the righteous man. Because somebody's really genuinely going to take this. And they will genuinely unlock the door. Because they will bring that passion and intensity for somebody else. Some of you are going to treat it like the price is right. And some of you are going to think, okay, I'm going to try this for a week. Or I'm going to do it for a month, but deep down, I know what I'm really trying to get out of it. You see what I'm saying? But I'm telling you, this is the answer. A very simple one to get a lot of things solved. So, I don't know what you're dealing with, but figure it out. And then find somebody else dealing with it that you genuinely could really care for and pray for them too. Guess what? You got a lot of people in here. You got a lot of people in here. And you see what people say. So please, try it. Pray for your brothers and sisters. So, I know it sounds crazy. Like I said, I know some people ain't going to vibe with this. I know it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But come on. What am I really advocating right now? I'm advocating community. I'm advocating love. I'm advocating a good society. Just honestly, genuinely showing love. Having a genuine interest beyond whatever your selfish desire is, man. And quite frankly, we all selfish. Myself included. To the point where I even surprise myself. Because I'm like, damn, some of these prayers, bro. It's like, why am I trying to keep God to myself like that? It's like God has given me so much. He's blessed me, and I still keep asking him for stuff. It's crazy. And again, if that's me, I don't know. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm sure y'all could keep it real with yourself. I got to. But again, I'm really just talking love, like looking out for people, looking out for your community. Even if you say you care about somebody, I don't know what it is, but like, come on. Can you live their problems like it's yours? Or can you at least give it the same sort of attention as if it was your problem? But that's all I'm speaking here, man. So you could take the biblical, the magic, the hibbity-bobbity-boo, whatever you believe in. I do believe it. But do whatever you want. But all I'm saying, man, is just show some love to everybody else. And for those of you who really vibe with what I'm saying and understand it, it wouldn't be written down there like that for no reason. Again, it says you will be healed. So if you've been asking God, yo, man, God, why haven't you fixed this? God, why haven't you? I prayed to God for so long. I've done everything right. I've done this. Again, you could go down the list. Have you prayed for somebody else and other people, God's other creations, every human, whether you like them or not, or disagree or not, they are all a child of God. Have you prayed for somebody else with the same heart that you have prayed for yourself? That is the answer. Do that and then see what happens. So, I hope you're ready, baby. And I hope you take it to the bank. But this Felo, You could take a withdrawal on it by the end of the week. By Monday, for real. Whoever, if somebody understands what I'm saying, for real. Or they genuinely just get moved like I did. You could withdraw this by Monday. Watch. So try it. But take that to the bank, baby. That is your philosophy. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nally Watch This main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate costs. Which one? My screen just shut off. What happened? All right, which one we got for Uncle? Is it weird? I want to listen to the Russia song again. Let's see. Oh wait, which one was that? Hold on. Push-ups. There was one song I listened to. I forgot what it was. All right, well, we'll just have to hit you with it.
Sent and bought a home, dog.
I said it's fucking payday, motherfucker.
Up in the foreign, rapping about, that should get boring. Looking around, things more important before it go down. I'm gonna short it, mama ain't proud. I ain't a lawyer, but I tell her, I got a coat, need me a castle. I want a moat, financials are fragile. Watch it real close, the technicals lagging. That shit a joke, this shit a fact. I'm not trying to boast, I got me a straddle, play it on both. I always watch candles, come get the smoke, yeah. Hey, it's the realest shit. Reminiscing, Felo 607 switching, then we dip. They said the Fed ahead of this. Investor sentiment was shit, but they only just seen a blip. They thought it'd be reliever quick. You smart, you buy with fear resist. I'm breaking it down and I'm kicking the facts. I love when they laugh when I say it'll crash. Just give me a minute, I'll take you to class. Like 2014, saw oil's first dip. Cheap energy make China in emerging markets rip. But oil had to dip cause Russia's really on some shit. They paved the way to take Ukraine and said they gonna annex it. Like, whoa, that was the first sanction. $100 barrels down to 80 started tanking. But as it got cheaper, more producers started cranking. Output kept raising, lower futures kept on trading. Same time, China bubble raising. We should've known it's trailing. But nobody was caring. How could that affect us? Buy the dips effective. If money was the medicine and healing wrote prescriptions. But let's go back to Shanghai. Let's talk them central bank guys. The market's down 60, so they had to move swiftly. Devalued in a day more than they have in a whole quarter century. But nobody thought that's fishy. Okay, 3 years. Currency even weaker. EM growth even bleaker. Where it goes, they don't know, but need a leader. LTR, not talking leaders. Long-term rates is what I mean. Or invert the curve and set the leader. Once it turns, they'll be believers. They see near. I saw for meters. Now it's here, so now they hear it. And I don't need it. Y'all don't feel me. Y'all lucky this my favorite. Josh answers, call me Lil Buffett. Been a decade since I made a meal. Y'all still haven't done it. Money come with problems and I love the repercussions. You an Instagrampreneur, nice piss but don't do nothing. Pull up dripping, I ain't got the time, I had to slide. You too high, remind me of the market in no fight. They like to creep a lot, I like to trade the spy. And I know they don't believe in God, but feel him in my vibe. Really rich, I pull up Millie in the parking lot. They tell me that they listening, so why you think I talk a lot? I'm making money on the market, trading on phenomena. I beat the market every year, come meet me in the octagon. I'm on my Babylon, you lucky I got cameras. Get knowledge like I'm Santa Claus, got millionaires in Canada. I'm buying gold in Africa, I weigh it, I don't count it up. The factor in the tax enough, you asking me, I'ma laugh it up.
Uncle, I forgot he said something in there, bro. I forgot. That was an old Philo, I think. Bro, we need to talk about that one. He said, money comes with problems, and I love the repercussions. Oh, man. That was a Felo if you remember it. We'll save that for later. Apple is selling off. Facebook was leading lower, but we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Literally today, that's it. It's just all Russia. There was a headline, like almost 10 minutes ago, Ukraine in talks with U.S. to shore up its finances, from Reuters. But it's really, really chill. Like it's chill but bad today. I mean, it's chill in the sense we're not down 3%, but 2%, with most of it starting on the NASDAQ, 1.5% on the SPY, but this is just all Ukraine situation. And then we're going to come back to this level. I mean, again, this is just like last time. If we start to break from 439, remember that 438, 437 fiasco? Remember when we called that out? We were like, if it goes, and then remember it like broke, and then it just started buttering. So watch out for that type of move. I don't know if it'll happen. It's too very, very difficult to say right now. Again, just like that other day, but watch to see, what levels we go through. But you are approaching some key levels. It's moving a lot slower. And yes, it is very early. The clock is not on our side right now to be hitting lows like this. And then again, you're just at the mercy of any headline though at the same time. So in the next hour and a half, even after hours, any sort of headline, Russia, Ukraine oriented, that is going to send things either down or it'll butter and take us, again, 437 realistically is the danger zone. If it watch 438.50, and then if it butters through 438.50 to 437, and then how it holds 437, then anything below there, it's just really bad. But you're on the cusp of it. It doesn't feel the same way as when we had some of the other plays, if you remember. So just a couple of days ago, it's just different. So the butterflies are up. I just want to see, again, that play, monitor it, please. So if you did do the butterflies, just like compare them and just see how they move. Mine are only up 8%. You probably got better ones. Stupid fail. But I do want to watch how because then again, depending on how long we have to deal with volatility, that's why I'm saying let's understand like some of the new shit going on with the market now, because it'll pay us a lot of dividends on the back end. So that's why I want to see how they're moving and playing out. But again, because remember, even what I showed you with 2018, that took about 3 months. So just keep that in mind. You sell the butterfly just like a normal trade. You just go to close it. So like if you did it, that's the thing. Robinhood makes it a lot easier. So TD Ameritrade, you have to go and you just right click and do create closing order or whatever. But on Robinhood, it lets you you close it all in one. It does it right there for you. It tells you the bid and the ask. But if it does go crazy, you'll notice the problem with Robinhood like this, the spreads will be wide. So again, you want this play. We need them. That's why the more theta that comes into that play, the better for you in the long run. Is this Tech 2.0 bursting? It can, but not necessarily. So again, if you look at the tech bubble in 2000, valuations were going down. But what happened first, people were worried about Europe growth. It started with Europe growth, and then all of the American companies started guiding down. All of the internet companies like Intel, some of the biggest one-day losses, that's what would start happening in 2000. But prior to it, European growth pretty much crashed. And then because of Europe, people are like, yeah, our growth isn't going to be good for tech. Tech started guiding down or missing big. But then there was like 5 other things. There was like 9/11. There was 2 scams from Enron to Paycom, WorldCom, or whatever. And then there was even at the back end of it, you had fucking SARS. So there was a lot of stuff going on at the same time that compounded to create your quote-unquote tech bubble. So factor that into today, right? You're getting earnings and guidance bubble. You're getting people selling it off. People are worried about rates. Europe hasn't really crashed yet. You haven't had a big scam, or you haven't had something that drained billions of dollars of liquidity through either mistake or fraud. And we still got a little bit more time here. But do you see what I'm saying? this could turn into tech bubble 2.0 if Russia gets crazy, if Russia turns to a war, Fed continues to increase rates, inflation goes up. All we need is a couple more Grim Reapers and then just like one little fraud. I don't know, like just if the Tindler swindler, if he made his way to Goldman Sachs or something, and like we get something where, I don't know, you know what I'm saying? But you would need something along those lines, or the Fed really fucks it up and or Russia really gets really, really bad. But it's starting to look like that because if we have enough events. Do you see what I'm saying? If there's a bunch of my enemies, yeah, straight up. Is it worth watching? Yes, go watch. You will just, it's mind-boggling how stupid it is. And honestly, I don't know. It might motivate some of you in the wrong way, but I hope you realize, like, if you just, like, man, these motherfuckers are hustling out here and y'all just won't go ask people if you could buy a house. I'm just saying, that's it. If you gave me the Tinder swindler before he went bad, we could have just, that's it. He would have been great at real estate. He would have been great at real estate, bro. It's just wild. It's wild. But essentially, though, what I'm saying for, like, if you wanted to compare right now to the tech bubble, the thing going on right now is we do have a lot of events, but they need to materialize. That's the thing. A lot of the worries we've seen in the market as of late, none of them have materialized except for inflation, and then everybody starts acting dumb or like they knew about it anyways. You know what I'm saying? So you need, like there would have to be real global tensions materializing to a new scale. You would have to have the rate hikes in the balance sheet reduction. It would have to materialize, and it would have to be large. But that's what I'm saying. That's the only way we get a quote unquote tech bubble 2.0. My enemies are after me. Homeless, please set buddy for real. Dude, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's like it's a good scam. That's how they get you. You know that. That's how the fake rich people will get you. That's it. I was talking. I've had so many talks about this already, just with people. I'm like all of these, bro, and it's kind of sad now. I'm kind of scared because like the 2 top Netflix shows right now are all about scamming people, and I feel like you are just going to fucking inspire the youth. But he got them right after he paid them back, because like think this dude is insane. It was just honestly just a giant Ponzi scheme. That's all it is. But I was just he fucking it's just wild. I was like, man, it's a wild scam. My enemies are after me. Bro, he literally was like, my enemies are after me. He got away with that phrase, bro. Inventigana, yeah, I watched a little bit of it and then I read it. That one's crazy too. That one's very, very good. But it's like, they're good, they're entertaining, but it's like, what the hell? Can you explain this scam? I feel like you're asking me for a tutorial and not a summary, if you know what I'm saying. So just go watch it. I don't want to give you a tutorial because like he did do some specific things, and there is it's a distinct sort of scam he pulled, but the language is just how he said literally, my enemies are after me. Yeah, man. Tutorial and summary are 2 different things. Tutorial and summary are 2 different things. Man, it's just everybody's crazy. But that's what I mean. If you are ever going to get inspired to any of those, I hope you guys realize you can do whatever you want. And like for real, if you just applied yourself in a positive manner, like you don't need to go rob people or like you don't like, I'm telling you, those people and the other dude, like they would have been successful at anything if they like actually were willing to work at it. They just had the personality for it, where they're not even personality. They just wanted it. That's it. I would say without a doubt. Yeah, Spy's coming down, and we were talking about Netflix shows. Again, this is what happens when it's a little slower. but we are coming down. Again, we have our other plays. I did close out of the Ford puts early today, but I think they're around the same price, so that is good. It did it butter 438.50. Holy, yeah, no, 4038.90. 439 doesn't matter. 439 is like a burn one, low key. Because remember, it did that last time. Remember, I said the same thing there, and I said, okay, let's see what happens when we get here. But you still have cushion. It's just like that Monday. This is almost feeling exactly like the Monday, but it feels a lot calmer. So, but 439 is not that bad. But look how close 438.50 is. You're literally half a point there, but now it's like, pay attention. You're close to it, but that's it. How does this look slow? Just comparing to the other days. I mean, go watch the stream. Like literally, go click on Monday's live stream, and then go watch 30 minutes between 2 o'clock, and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. It was faster. There was just more news. There was more updates. There was more uncertainty. The market was breaking key levels. It would correlate with news events. This is just nothing, and then you're moving a lot slower. You're not buttering 1, 2, 3, 4 points. Like you see, so you have this level here, but that's what I'm saying. 438, 450, and then we go from there. I love you, bro. I love you too, baby. God bless you. Yeah, you had a lot more horns. Yeah, right? They don't feel me, bro. Yeah, I feel you, bro. You get me. Hey, man. For real, you could like correlate amount of horns to there. Again, the market this is still crazy, but relatively, like, where's the VIX? That'll give you a lot more. I bet you the VIX was higher. Yeah, take a look. Even then, we're a little bit at the level, but look at the Monday VIX. Oh, y'all don't feel me. The bonds are crazier than the VIX right now. But even then. But again, it could develop really quick. That's what I learned from Monday. That's the thing I learned from Monday, because the last time I was like, nah, I was like, all right, it's a little slow. And then 1, 2, 3, things just started hitting. So at the end of the day, it's like this could pick up quick. But for now, it's a little bit better than Monday. Uh, 36. How can Apple support the market? Apple makes up 6%. So Apple's doing very good individually. But at the same time, it's what's it called though? It's only 6%. So it does have some effect, but you got to realize it's everything. Everything affects everything. You see what I'm saying? But 6% makes up a lot, but it's not like it's single-handedly doing it. But then you got Apple and like 4 other names. Now we're talking 20%. You know what I'm saying? So, but it is relatively everything. Apple. And you talk like Donald Trump. Apple. I'm puckering. Terrific. And then Apple sell bonds to the government? Probably. Apple, yeah. The Facebook puts went up 100. They expire. I'm just going to hold them at this point. I mean, I cut out some of the other ones. We grabbed a couple of calls here and there. Did the safe haven start to drop? Just watch if that happens, yeah. And then, like, what was it, like Kellogg's, CL today? No, they're still doing good. So that's keeping up the market. That's the difference. Today would have been an ugly day. That's the difference between Monday and today. The difference between Monday and today, not everything is selling off. So you still have a lot more strength with a lot of different names. See, you have consumer staples. This is rotation. On Monday, even consumer staples were down too. So you actually have some level of defensive, not defensive like boom, boom, bang, bang guns, but like defensive consumer staple, more conservative industries. Again, even utilities as well too. No, people are buying. Again, that's the difference between Monday and today, though. You had everything selling off on Monday. Today, 90% of everything is selling off on the fears, but there's still some level of people willing to throw money out on some things. The March 18th is up 30. Gold and silver doing nice. Difference is risk off versus panic. And even then, you could argue those are kind of two of the same things. It's just a matter of just if risk off panic means just no one buying anything. That's how I view it, at least for my interpretation. And then it's more or less like when you see people still willing to buy and stocks still hitting highs on days in a good amount, then it's just more rotational than not. This is because of Ukraine today. And again, that's the part that sucks. You got to factor in, and like we were talking about, don't let them distract you. At the same time, you still do have the Fed minutes. But granted, even after Fed-Bullard today, there's been a 4-day rally in the Fed futures. You see that? So the Fed futures, at least for March, and even a couple have calmed down, but there's definitely been a bounce. Let's see. What date is that? Where's the beginning of February, though? That's the beginning, though. So this is a little bounce, but this is where we started the month. So we haven't recovered the month, and we started the month right here. But we recovered a little bit, so we're kind of back to this level. I would say, I think that you could kind of justify it. But those haven't gone bad. So today is primarily Russia, but you have to realize you did get other events today, and you are coming off of the minutes. But at the same time, there was nothing about the minutes that was bad unless you wanted to interpret it. Like I said, again, hopefully you're not an asshole and watch the watch list, but we talked about it, the complacency that if the market wanted to take yesterday's Fed minutes negatively, you could interpret what they did as kind of complacent. If people are like, oh, Fed is now going to make us wait till March, they're not really seriously considering some of these actions, then people might start pricing in something further. But as of now, we've gotten the opposite reaction. Russia moving closer to Ukraine's border. Mm. $50 points baked in. Nah, it's on the table, but it's not baked in. It's not what it was last week, 2 weeks ago. That part is surprising to me. Because I'm like, wow, I thought the market, especially after last week, I thought they had it. But it's even 50-50 after yesterday. Yeah, nah, you're pricing in. The only thing baked in is one hike right now, believe it or not. So even though the Fed futures have it at I think they're even at a quarter. Yeah, they're right at a quarter. So it's surprising. It's just different than last month. Like you literally, you had everybody go really, really hawkish, and whatever happened in the last week, you have people questioning it. Or that's at least what the bonds are reflect. Remember, it was at 90. Look at previous week probability was 97%. That's a big change in attitude in the last week, especially after minutes and everything else. But then now you got Russia and the other stuff factoring into it. But people aren't they're hawkish about the amount. The longer end of the curve is still doing its thing. Like, again, December's still pricing in what? 6? 6 easy? But 50's there. It's on the table. But remember what I was telling you guys. I was telling you this last week, though. I said, even though it's 97, what's going to happen? At the end of the day, all that matters is where this number is coming into March 16th, because a lot of things could change, and clearly that's exactly what's happening. So you don't have to, even though the market could get extremely hawkish for some periods, you see how it could quickly pull back. But this chart only matters if it's above 60 by March 16th. Then that is what the Fed will do. And that's what I think the market's realizing. And that's why now we're going to be a little bit data dependent, and a lot more of the data points will drive a lot of these. But does everybody understand the 60% thing? I will explain it now, but does anybody do you understand why? We need to wait by March 16th, and pretty much here's what I will guarantee it. I will personally guarantee it. We could make this bet again, but y'all don't pay back your bets. But either way, literally, come March 16th, the Fed will do whichever number is 60% or higher. LDI, Loan Depot, they were clapped. Again, remember, watch UWMC. Remember, they've been clapped since earnings. So Loan Depot, UWMC is a sympathy. And remember, they got double clapped there with their earnings. But check the news. I have not used my monthly deposit yet. Man, it's so hard to find Loan Depot. It keeps giving me other tickers. $13.49. Did JP Mortgage adjust price target to 12? I don't know if that's old or not. Is that it? That's the only thing that came in. 149 though. It was an hour ago. Nothing on LDI. All I see is that an hour ago. So watch out for that. That's popping though. Again, UWMC was a sympathy, but SPY's coming down. You're at 4,380.50. This is a danger level. So if we butter from here and go to 437, I mean, again, the real just is the keys of Monday. Or the lows of Monday. That's it. So once we break 438, if it goes all the way to 437, then we're going to start having a battle here between 437 and 434, and today's range will get a lot wider. Inshallah, baby. Well, good afternoon. I hope it's a good day. It's still morning, actually, in California. That's crazy. But good morning, afternoon. We love you. Oh, yeah, markets are closed on Monday. Let's see. So, Samuel, we got the offer in, right? Just get the numbers. That's all we want. I want you to... So if you want to, as an investment, and all of you could learn from this one, if any agent, if they're saying, hey, this property's for sale, it's an Airbnb property, and we've ran it as an Airbnb, we need those numbers. So if you guys don't know the situation, Samuel sent me a property. I actually really like it, but I want to know the Airbnb numbers that they have. So literally, if you should have got the offer in, just ASAP, make the offer, if whatever. I know we already have it signed, but just do whatever you need to just to get the numbers. That's all we need. All we need is the Airbnb data. If it's good, we'll take it. We could even counter and up the offer if we need to or whatever. But at the same time, if the numbers are good, that's all we need from this. And then if they're not, then we got to just, that's it. We'll move on. FSRD. What's fast radius? They get halted? Check air DNA. Nah, you don't. I'm saying they have real numbers. So, like, they've ran this Airbnb, and she said it's been booked for, like, 3 or 4 months. She said every month during the summer was filled. She said, so that's why I'm like, okay, send us all your data. Because then if I could look at the whole data, I know a good property from a bad one. That's it. Oh, if you just show me how it's booked out, we could get a lot on it, and then we know if it's really worth it or not. The ticker was ISPO, I think. SPY still coming down. It's fighting here with 438.50. Watch if we get a bounce here. It could do a little dribble, and then we'll see. But as long as you don't butter, it's good. But we could go any way from here now. Hyper halted. FSRD got halted. Holy hyper. It's 12%. It's like 12%, like 3 blocks. Spiking on ultra low squeeze potential, all of them. I think ISPO probably inspired a lot of people today. Everyone's like, it's here. It showed up today. The short squeeze random runners, it showed up, and then one of them hits, then it gets everybody motivated a little bit. So it's there. I think that's probably what all these names are doing. Can the entire market be halted? Yes, it's called a circuit breaker, and we have gotten to live through that. You could actually just go back during March. We have it live stream, and you could see what it was like. I rewatched that. I want to go see it. I need to. We got it live on video, bro. So look at 438.50 bounce. It didn't break it. See your email. Let me double check. We've been doing a lot. We've been doing a lot of real estate ones. She wants proof of funds for a fucking $70,000 property? Bro, just show her the NFT. Just tell her, bro, why are they just being like this? Why are they adding so many steps for this? I'll be like, yeah, 13,157. Literally, we have an NFT the same price of the house. I didn't know. I mean, most of the offers, like, it makes sense on the other ones. It just seems like they're not, like, again, all we want is the Airbnb data. That's it. Like, we even asked for it, and they said they would only give it with an offer. So we're like, okay, we wrote up an offer. We sent in an offer. But then now it's just like, we want proof of funds. Yeah, here. No, sorry to cry. I'll get it to you though. I'll get an email. I want to see. Let's see what this fucker has. It is. Let's just see it. Let's go. We'll do it. We'll play along. This will be fun for everybody. Send it anyways. Just tell. We'll get it for it. Don't worry. That's fine. I want to see. Let's see what this fucking number. If it is like, I want to see it now. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Nice lady in the fuck. I don't. She's playing games. That's why I don't like. I'm like, dude, just tell me the number. Just give it to me. SPY is drop again. There was that little dribble. It was a little bit bigger, but you're coming down now. You're buttering 438.50. Watch if it goes straight to 437 or not. Or if it could still even hold up here, but this isn't good. Show proof of funds is a bank account balance. It just depends on who they are. Some it could be a bank statement. I've been able to use Coinbase ones too. Or you have a letter from the bank, or it's notarized and it's signed. It's saying official statement from this bank. Then we have this much on file with this person. We notarize it, all that, and then that's it. Peanut butter. Hyper resumed. Again, there's a couple of runners happening right now. I think a lot of people, even in the midst of this, there's a couple of these low flow ones, but be careful with it. You'll probably see a couple called out in the Chad. SPY is coming down, though, again. Jeez. Upstart's falling. Some of the post earnings are holding. It might be headed to 420. It has to break through. Again, we got to deal with 433 at the very lowest. Right now, you're just in the danger zone of Monday's levels. So if it butters fast from here to here, that's the low of the day. But anything below 437, then you start talking real panic. Because then literally we're just going to set a new low on the week. And that tells you something about everything that's happened this week. People are pricing in the S&P lower than Monday. You can use the long term as proof of funds. Some people will definitely let you. Like even in this, honestly, should we try it? Good. But I just want to see these numbers. This motherfucker. Down 1.8. The Nasdaq's down 2.4. I did it in my app yesterday. We'll see. I think if I want to use the long term, I think I have to put the company name on it. Or I have to change the name. Because I didn't offer under me as an individual. Look at CPTN. That sounds really familiar. Septon, what the hell is dude? They're like halt. Oh my gosh. Dude, what is this? Bro, even my chart like glitches out. Do you see that? Like look at my chart, right? Like you see my what's it called? Like you see my like scroller, like do you see how it moves all smooth? Look at what happens when I get to this one. It like glitches. Okay, there. I was like, maybe it was just I don't know. It felt like laggy for a second. I was like, bro, I can't even read this. I just got a smooth scroll, you know? Steady hand, steady hand. The random names. I think ISPO started it, and then everybody just got it, like, felt good. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's it. You had one good short squeeze. There's a lot of fear in the market. So, I mean, people are going to, this is what happens a lot of times. We've seen it. And then once one of them started working, that brings confidence to the next one. And I think that's what's kind of causing it here. I think it's just its own little pocket of the market just doing their thing right now. Again, watch 438 here still. Still a key level. 65 more candles, almost in power hour. Like a small group making moves before everyone gets wrecked. Not on these names. I think the names are like Reddit more likely for the random runners. And again, if the bonds, I think if you want anything with real big money doing something, it would be reflected with bonds. Or that's at least what I'm looking for. Spotify, they were at the lows. Ford is dropping. God bless you, Jimmy. God bless you. I'm in the Galado. Laughing like Ricky Ricardo. Wah, wah, wah. FTK news. Spotify Rogan deal worth at least 200 million. Another one? We're scared. I think you should be more bored than scared right now. This is the key level. Or at the very least, I mean, again, we have some interesting plays. We still got other puts even from the last couple weeks. We even got to add. We got butterfly plays. And as you see, the butterflies, you still make money if the market goes down, but we make more money if it does it in a choppy manner. So just think about that. So it's going to be good. I mean, honestly, earnings are kind of wrapping up, but there's going to be a lot of movement up until we get the Fed. And even then, the Fed futures are chilling out. I'm not going to be scared until this does something new. Because right now, what's happening, this is just convergence. So in a weird way, this is kind of what we want to a degree. Do you see what I'm saying? Like convergence that means the bonds aren't going lower, SPY's going lower while the bonds are able to come back up a little bit. So it's closing the gap, if anything. But the other days, it was vice versa. Monday, we were waking up with bond futures, everything hitting at crazy different levels. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm. Out the money buying. Do the people selling have to buy the stock? Yes and no, and then vice versa. Once your play expires, the chances are they're going to counter. They're going to go back to normal, and then that's where you get different sorts of squeezes sometimes. Does that mean Spot made $100 million off Rogan? Probably. Let's see. And then there's nothing else that came out. Yeah, Flowtech extends gains on resumption after contract up 110. You're slowly coming down. It's doing it slow, but we're going low, and we still have an hour now on the day. Baba's starting to sell. Those plays are coming back up a little bit, but we're still down. Do I personally listen to any Rogan podcast? I only listen to like the Like if it comes up randomly, like a small clip, usually. Well, I cannot listen to a fucking 3-hour podcast at any moment. If I'm like, again, I'm live for 7 hours, so it makes it a little difficult. But I've watched like the couple minute clips, or if it's like something interesting, I like to listen to some stuff. Trump can be deposed by New York Attorney General. Oh wow. Trump deposition? Yeah, he can't save you. You think he can't save you? Yeah. Uh-huh. Deposed is when the lawyers ask you questions, then they videotape you. Oh, shit. No way. Fuck yeah. God willing. God is good. Hold on. I need to see. Bro, did this guy... MTech moving. Hold on. SPY 438. Almost. You got 0.2. Mar earnings leaked. Is it moving big? No, wait. Didn't Marriott already reported? No, they already reported. SPY is buttering now. We're about to go to 437. It's weird. It kind of did it at 438.50. We chilled a little bit there. But now you're starting to go. A lot of things are getting clapped. I think everything's just selling off. Check if consumer staples, see if they go down or if people keep buying. Not everything is selling, though. It's very interesting, but we are selling off. I think Dow Jones accidentally posted them again. Or they posted an error. No, Cisco. Oh, dude, something's fucked up right now. Bro, they just reposted Cisco earnings, too. Yeah, something's messed up right now. Bloomberg is tripping out. It's just putting all the old news for yesterday is just coming out. No, it's not guidance. It's just literally all of the... or is it guidance? I don't know. Roku below 145. TLT, again, as we talked about, do you guys see the danger? We talked about it in the morning, right? Remember I said if the SPY stays the same and TLT goes lower and they end up following each other, it's going to be bad. So, realistically, wait till the bonds start moving, and then we'll find a floor here on the market probably. BRC, Black Rifle, prop in. Is that coffee? 437.50. Again, 437.30, 437 flat. That's where it gets bad. You want to buy any leaps? Yes, but you got to be careful of the volatility. But, I mean, you saw what happened if you get a good leap and a good bounce like we did on the Airbnb ones. But let's see. Judge rules. I don't know if the market's reacting to that. There's some weird stuff right now. Bro, what? Even the Disney news from yesterday, they came out, but it says correct. They're like correcting a lot of news from yesterday or something like that. Interesting. SPY coming down more. You're at 437, 438. It's battling for that. You got another random cheap runner, KVL up 13. That thing's starting to go now. No, not the market. Bloomberg. I don't even think Bloomberg. I don't know. I'm not confirming anything, but the Bloomberg is just tripping out. A lot of news from yesterday and even earnings from yesterday. It's coming out right now all over again. It's being weird. It's not like too bad though. It was just you noticed it for a little bit, but now it's better. 437.70. Yeah, you're pretty much right at the floor. 437.50. We got a lot of time left, man. If we break, it's about to be panic. Mm-mm. $430 number. It is. It's the number just from where we're at the lows of Monday. I mean, just factor how bad Monday was, all the data we got this week. The real question you got to ask yourself, are you willing to price the S&P lower than Monday after everything we've gotten? And by the looks of it seems like that's what the market is down with. And now as we get to those levels, we'll see how it reacts. And then again, we have an interesting Friday, and we are coming off of a very, very big digestion day. SPY 437.50. The invasion is happening. But again, people, that's all day what people have been saying, but this does not look good. So now again, 437.50, I believe that was the support level of Monday, and then everything just started flushing from there. So you could go as low as what, like even 434? But watch out, we have a lot of time left, and again, we are still at the mercy of any headlines, but it is starting to pick up right now. Let me see. Interesting. House denies decision has been made on executive order on crypto. S&P falls 2% now. NASDAQ down 2.6%. So any big break, I mean, I would watch for the break of 437, but again, we broke last time on Monday at 437.5. I'm looking at a couple of other plays here too, but I'm just also keeping in mind, I kind of like the butterfly place because, again, I still think we could make a big move, but if anything, like if we are going to go down, the big fireworks are going to happen tomorrow. This is the lead up, but understand today's Thursday, so this could totally set you up to another one of these sell the lows, and then boom, Friday could bring us right back here, and then we have to wait till Tuesday because of the short week. So, but then again too, we could also very well panic, and if the market really wants to freak out right now and make this harder to bounce tomorrow, then you bring this thing down to 434, 433, call it a day. Why do you think TLT? Because it led the way this morning, and it's been weird. But again, we called this out in the morning, but it was weird because you could see it. TLT started dropping. Do you see how today was wacky? This is why TLT was messed up. And again, look at this morning. SPY starts going down, bonds start going up, right? And then SPY goes down a little bit more, they start going up a little bit higher, right? And then the SPY comes up a little bit, bonds went up a little bit, but then eventually, right around here, it broke. And then what started happening is bonds started going down, but then the market, again, we were doing an inverse. So theoretically, you would have thought the market would have went up here, right? Bonds start dropping. We thought it was going to go up. But then that didn't happen. And then now it looks like the SPY was catching up to bonds. So even though bonds are still positive on the day, we will see, but that's where it kind of started to slip. But if anything, this just is a little bit of convergence. There's Cisco. Where's the other earnings? At least Walmart and consumer staples are holding up. The Facebooks are up almost 300% or 200. Too many uncertainties. It's a long weekend too. But then again, you still have tomorrow before the weekend. And we're going to see if they do any pivot or anything like that. Too late for puts. It depends which ones. It depends if you have weekly or the ones with time. And again, the butterflies, you could do the butterfly from yesterday. It's only up 15%. So it's not like, it's really not like the things moved up a lot in a really weird way. And you got to think about it. If we're really going to flush, like tomorrow was looking pretty bullish. We are selling off now 437.20. You got a little bit, see if the S&P candles get a little bigger here. Yeah, let me see. Where's Nvidia? Nvidia actually kind of chilled. Disney got clapped. Just hopefully like Abivi, Altria, and the other ones. You don't want to watch the consumer staples slip. That could happen at this level. You see what I'm saying? So if we are going to really start buttering, you're going to watch Altria and anything consumer staple. They're going to start getting clapped. The Baba puts, they're coming back up, but I got scammed still. But they're coming back up. That's why I said we might get lucky on these coming into tomorrow. But we have to sell them early in the morning, or we sell them hopefully by the end of the day if this breaks through. But again, watch when TLT really makes a move here, honestly. Because then it looks like the SPYs they're going to catch up at some point, and we'll notice a correlation. But we do got to watch a little bit here at these levels. But I still don't think it's moving fast. But we are at a point, if the defensive names, consumer staple stocks, if they start coming down, then we get clapped. And then we're talking 435. Pretty much there's got like 2 points tied into this. I'm sorry, I opened up the camera on the house. Lending Tip said there's a showing, but it's just the people working on it talking to each other. 437 flat. Again, so watch now to 435. I mean, maybe we should keep it up. Here is comparing to Monday, so you're almost at that level. Monday, we bounced at 435.50, 435.75. I'm just going to do double. Is that okay? So I'm going to put this SPY up here on the 1 minute, but then I want to keep like a 5-day chart so you could kind of see how it stacks up. You see what I'm saying? And then remember, this was the level from there. Yeah, remember 430, 420. I mean, but if we close around this level at 435, I mean, you got a big gap down on the table. It's potential for tomorrow. I wouldn't say it's going to happen, but kind of like vice versa. Again, yesterday was looking bullish. Just keep that in mind. Why do I keep switching to it? So just pay attention here. I'm going to keep, this is the SPY, so you can see this was Monday, and this is when the bounce first started. Otherwise, everybody was still shitting their pants before that happened. Bro, Facebook's at 209. Yo, low-key slipping. It's good. Cue the music. Not yet. Not yet. It's still at 437. 435 is, I mean, scarier than 437. But it's, I don't know, Monday until the VIX and other stuff, but we still got 40 minutes. I mean, it's not, I'm really even thinking about tomorrow at this point. Okay, all you got to do is just don't be an asshole and watch the watch list, and you'll be good. You'll be good. It's already Thursday. It's already Thursday. Some Facebook leaps. If Facebook could get to 190s, I will consider it for the long term. I watched the watch list twice to make sure I wasn't an asshole. That's really good. That's smart. That's what I'm talking about. See, so a little bounce there. Again, this hasn't done the same thing as yesterday. Sorry, we good. We good. Have I seen this amount of volatility in your trading pass? Yeah. I've seen a lot more. This isn't that bad, quite frankly. I've genuinely been scared at sometimes. I'm not scared of this. This is like, oh man, this is crazy. This is just like a different market. I think it's a lot's changed in the last 2 years, but this isn't like 2020 was crazy, but even then, like 2019 was still pretty wild, or 2018 with the taper tantrum, 2015, the flash crash, even like the 2013 European crisis, and then the other taper tantrum, even like random point, even like 2014 too. Like there was a lot more, and the market would move big, but it was a lot smaller. The market wasn't as big as it is right now. There you go. So small bounce. DWAC looking like a rock in the ocean. Like, I don't know, orange with a toupee. Oh. flying on a Harley. Yeah, I don't know. Why is it dropping like that? D-Walk is getting clapped. Nvidia, I don't want showing me. Huh? Trump deposition. They're like, fuck. Sell that shit, bro. All right. There it is. All right, we got the address in. We got them the proof of funds. So we good. But D-Walk's getting clapped. Spies at 4. It's chill. I mean, I'm really watching I want to just see the break of 437. It's either we break 4037, look at how much time is left, and then does it make a run of 435? But right now, any close around this level looks a little bit worse for tomorrow. Again, you're still at the key levels. Let me check if bonds start making a move. Nope. Very weird, man. That means we are literally at the mercy of what's it called? Like we're at the mercy of whatever Russia headline we get between close and open tomorrow. Russia purgatory, pretty much. But again, after seeing 2018, I wouldn't be surprised for wave 3. I would not be surprised if we test somewhere around here, but then bounce and then the third one. But I pretty much I think we could come down here on Russia, but then I don't think it's gonna break. And then I think it'll come up, and then the third real test. Then once it really finally breaks through, that's when I think it's good. You're going to let the Facebook puts ride at 200? Yeah, because I don't have anything else. I mean, I have like the SPY butterflies and anything else with a good short-term contract. I mean, if I leave it here on that volatility, it'll be good. Or I'm at least willing to take the risk. But yeah, I'm going to hold it there. And it's because I closed out another put today. I closed out the big Ford put. You think Putin buying options? He might be. It'd be funny. Putin's crazy, though. But Putin would just manipulate his own currency. It's very simple. It's what he did in 2014. It was one of the most... It was the weirdest way to skirt a sanction, even though he still got clapped and clapped people and starved the citizens. But he has a different way to do things. He's again, if you had pretty much, I'm trying to tell you, like if you had the disposal of the damn government, you would make a lot of money, but you wouldn't do it just buying puts. You see what I'm saying? Like he could do it. He could control the currency. That's it. He did it because when they sanctioned him and then they tried to cut off oil and then they tried to drop the price of oil and then we had pumping and it was reversed. Instead of oil prices being too high, they were too cheap and they wanted to crush oil with that. Then they sanctioned them. Then they did all of this stuff. So what he did is that he knew that oil is traded in dollars. So pretty much if oil was dropping and they were trying to starve his revenue for his balance sheet, what he would do is he weakened his currency so that he would sell the oil, but then he would sell the oil in dollars because all oil is transacted in dollars. So even though he was getting $35 a barrel at the time or something a little bit less, give or take, he would collect it in dollars, right? So then if you weaken your home currency by 50%, that means more dollars gets you more rubles. So when they were fucking him, pretty much during all the sanctions, he would sell the oil at a lower price, collect the dollars, right? convert the dollars for more rubles because he weakened his currency, and then he would hold the rubles in his vaults and he would hold them in reserves up until he could strengthen the currency again, or till the situation dissipated about a year later, and then he strengthens the currency, and then he pretty much got double the rubles, but now the rubles go back to the original value. He found a way to effectively sell his oil between $60 and $90 a barrel, even though it was trading at $30 a barrel through currency. So he could do a lot of things, but the put joke is funny, but I mean, he could do a lot of different things if he really, and he banked off of it. Again, he literally, America and the Saudis were fucking selling oil, just jerking each other off to get $30 a barrel. Everybody was like, it's an oversupply. Oh my gosh. And then he was just dumping everything. They thought they were going to starve his balance sheet. Again, 80% of Russia's balance sheet is oil. So if the price of oil drops 50, 60%, then you can't fund your balance sheet for your government. So he found a way to literally he kept selling it into the lows, but he was getting so much currency, and then he fucked with the currency swaps, essentially, the valuation, and that's how he came out a winner. Again, his people had to starve, though. I mean, it sounds cool on paper, but I mean, the only way he accomplished this was by starving people and putting them in very, very difficult positions for an extended period of time, so he could actually pull it off. So, it sounds cool, and it ended up working out, but it had a lot of human cost associated with it at the end of the day. But his people love him, at the end of the day, it did make them stronger and more domestically reliant than relying on other people at the end of the day. Starving people sounds cool on paper. No, asshole. And you probably watched the watch list. You're just a dickhead, okay? I still love you. But I'm talking about making money and doing the currency translation. That sounds cool on paper. But that's what I'm saying. The fact was it led to real starvation, and it led to real actual, destruction. Judge calls on Trump and children to testify. Then he changed the law to make himself president forever. Are you saying he might do the opposite this time? I don't know. I don't know what he'll do. I didn't even know he was doing that then until it was done, pretty much. And even then, a lot of people don't even realize what I just told you today. They don't realize this isn't really too talked about. I think it's one of the smartest things I've ever seen. But again, you have to weigh it against the cost. I mean, pretty much if it didn't work out for him back then, Russia would have failed. But then they ended up coming out stronger than they were. I wish I could truly understand what he did. It's like, again, imagine, what's that analogy? It's like, imagine we just had to sell everything in cans of Red Bull, right? Let's say I had to buy whatever we did in business, right? I had to, but I'm trying to pay rent, but you wouldn't let me pay rent unless I paid in Red Bull. That's how oil is. So you could sell oil, but all oil is transacted in dollars, the United States dollar, right? You could use PlayStation 5s, okay? But the whole point is you could only use the currency. So then if I have, let's say now, though, I primarily, I sell water bottles, okay? But every time I sell water bottles, I sell them I trade my water bottles for this. No, this one's not going to work. This is going to get too confused. It's I don't know. I need to think about it. Because I say, then I sell the water bottles and I trade them for Red Bull. But then the water bottle price ends up getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. So that every time I convert a Red Bull to water, the cheaper the price of water is, the more bottles I get. But the Red Bull gets more and more and more expensive. So he would sell his water for Red Bull because he had to, and then he would get it back It's just, it's not, yeah, it's not going to work. It's not going to. Scratch that. Sub. Yeah, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I need to just take like a 20-10. That was a bad analogy. Usually I hit with them, but not today. I'm going to just, sometimes LeBron needs to get on the bench a little bit. So I need to go pee. I'm going to stretch my legs. You know what I'm saying? I'll be back in here before power, final 30 minutes. Just let me get a breather real quick. I thought I explained it good the first time, but I don't know if we can make it simple because it's just not it's not something that really happens. I don't know how to describe it, but we are coming down again. I do need to go pee, so I'll be right back. I love you. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Amen. God bless you. Ooh. Diddy-ba. Ooh. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Bro, let's go. Bro, we got 2 showings. Let's go. I don't get it. Dude, this real estate market is stupid. Bro. Damn, new low. Yeah, that's a good example. He made his country's money worth nothing, sold oil for dollars worth double or more of what his currency was worth, but then he held on to the worthless currency because he sold it in dollars, but he would convert it back into the currency and then held rubles in that way because then he knew he was going to strengthen it again. Go pee. I did go pee. It came back though. Bro. So Lending Tips was fighting me on the listing price. I told him to put it $400,000 above listing. I said, let's just try it and see what happens. And there's already 2 showings in the first 24 hours. No offers yet, but 2 people are seeing it at that price point. Yeah, bro, real estate is stupid. I feel you. I feel you guys now. I just wanted to try it. No, that's insane. No, because it's like, I don't even want to sell it anymore now. I'm like, why do they want it so bad? Hold up. Nah, but I do need to. It's very smart, but killing my own. Yeah, for Russia, it's a very, very crazy tactic. Again, that's why I'm saying it's like it is smart, but it's assuming it's like the reality of the situation was wild. I've shown this video before, but I don't know if you guys want to see it. Do we have enough? Do you guys want to see it a little bit? Because we're at 4:30. We're doing the dance at 4:37, not at 4:35. Yeah, right here. Are you ready? This is what it took to accomplish it. Because they started sanctioning him, right? And they said, you can't do this. So he wanted to weaken the currency, and he said, well, guess what? We're also going to sanction you too. And he banned imports. Because the point was, but here's the thing though. It is honestly, no visual, yeah, I'm giving you explanation. But the thing about it is that this is a very hard situation to say, was it smart? Was it good? Was it bad? Did it cause pain and suffering, but did it also have benefits? I'm telling you, it's wild because at the end of the day, it made Russia more reliant on themselves. So he ended up in weakening his currency, he said, listen, we're not even taking in any food. He would destroy any food, any imports out of Europe? He said, nah, we're going to grow it and do it ourselves then. It's going to have pain, and it's going to cost a lot up front, but then in the long run, it allowed him to pull off this plan. Okay? So, but here's to give you, this is from 6 years ago.
Without giving a single thought to the hundreds of thousands.
Hold on. No, let's see. I don't think they show. I need to just show you it. Wait, where they just got me on the thumbnail, you fucker. Oh, you fucker. They got us with the, it's supposed to, where is it? No. Whoa, come on. Bro, where's the clip? It's this clip right here where they literally go through with imports and then they just destroy it. Hold on. I'm going to find it. Russia bulldozer food. Yeah, here it is. Right here. This is 6 years ago. 2015. Again, and even again, this is after they sanctioned and did all of that. So literally cheese, any food, any imports, they would just bulldoze it. Did this for at least a year. Just perfectly good imports, everything. They ban everything. There has to be another one. There's one where they go and the pigs, like everything. Yeah, this one here too. I think this one. Yeah, literally, like, look at this one, yeah. They go, bro, this guy goes through and inspects imports. Look at this, bro. Is it real life? He said, don't we have our own beer? How do we run out of beer in our own factories? They're saying, why are you selling other people's beer? What? I'm pretty sure this is a government official. Minister of Culture of the Cossack Society. And I'm in solidarity with them on doing this. And then they start destroying the cheese, bro.
In retaliation to
it didn't matter what it is, and they did this to like highlight it. Dude, is this the crate? Is it the pig one? Okay, there's a lot of going on in this video, but you get the idea. Pretty crazy, but that was part of it. That's what I was saying. That's like part of it, but that was 5-6 years ago. People don't. A lot of people don't know that, but it's like that was right in front of you back then too. So. And again, it was same thing all over Ukraine. Same. This was all because of Crimea and all of that. You are praising madmen. No. No praise has been given in anything. I think we fully underscored that it's up to you to make your interpretation on this. There was some things you could say were smart, some things that you could say were absolutely awful. This is education and learning what happened. This is our history, and it is very, very relevant, and you could kind of see it, and especially if we're trying to forecast what could possibly happen here. But I mean, this is all just education for you to take in. And again, I mean, all of you could, I'm sure after going over all this, I'm sure all of you probably have your own opinion. You know, again, I mean, it's pretty wild. So, but again, it is also the same situation here with Russia, Ukraine. Ericsson bid to block Apple imports, gets U.S. agency review. Hey, yo, Eric, so they like, yo, we gonna send money to ISIS and we want to ban Apple. Yeah, that's a good idea. What the hell is Ericsson do? Ericsson, I don't want to hear it. If I was the judge, I'd say, Ericsson, you go in timeout. And let's talk about this once you have your ISIS situation figured out. But that's why I'm not a judge, and I love everybody and don't judge anybody. Amen. DraftKings pricing in for earnings. Let's take a look, my friend. 289, 290, about just over. That's more. That's like it's almost 15%. Square, Roblox, partnership chatter. What I don't get. Maybe actually that'd be spend money, buy Roblox easier on your phone. Maybe. Or maybe if they get out of the Apple stuff, they could benefit off of it. I don't know. That's interesting. None of them are moving yet. And even then, the SPY's holding up for 4 to 7. Roblox Cash App link. That's what or maybe like something to the apps. Okay, it's leaked. We're dropping a Roblox Cash App 99 off on TikTok right now. What does that mean?
You wanna get crazy, crazy. Shorty, take it slow.
Shit. What are they doing? We're giving 99% off Roblox Boost, 20 with your cash card. So it's like a promotion. No, it's real. They posted out on the Cash App Twitter, and then that was the link that they had. Uber bounce. Everything's kind of, it's not bouncing, but it's holding. But tomorrow's going to be interesting. Hold on. Oh, they're in the house. I'm allowed to spy on a showing, right? She said it feels a little dated in person. I want to know what they're saying about the house, bro. I'm trying to scope the market. This is all live. They're just talking right now. Yeah, I am creeping. Yeah, it is this close. There's a house and then the what's it called? And there's like a sign. I think they like it. I don't know. I wasn't able to get that house. Kind of bummed. Nah, God loves you. God loves you. He looks out for you. Every single deal that I didn't get, I'm glad I didn't. Especially I'll be like, oh, I missed out on this one. So, again, that one was unless you were going to get it at 3. The avocado ban, did you hear? Bro, that was because of like some guy got threatened, like a regulator got threatened, a US regulator, got threatened at one of the farms, and they banned the avocados. Not even 2. We were 2%. I mean, even the Nasdaq's down 2.6 right now. Yeah, the cartel threatened the inspector, And that's why we banned avocado imports. Free avocados till it's backwards. We'll see. Chipotle says they have I think 2 months of avocados left. On avocados. I mean, no, why put calls on avocados? The prices are going crazy. Airbnb moving. What time is it? 12:48. 10-minute rigged. Watch out to see if this makes us move. Cells flowing. Anyone stream clap? We good, man. Could that tactic work again due to inflation? I mean, I don't know. And again, everybody has inflation. At that time, it wasn't the case. ISPO, prior connection with special meeting of 16 million. Wait, what? Avocados are transitory. SPY coming down, 10-minute rigged. What's the balance right now for the MOC? Is Facebook moving again? That's a big one now, so watch. It could go straight down to 405. Facebook's going through there, everything. Whoa. That was pretty big for the 10-minute, man. That was, I guess, almost a point right there, low-key. Yeah, Apple is getting a big candle. Apple literally falling through, but same thing with Facebook too. 500 million to the sell side. So SPY 437. Again, I'm more worried about 435, but this held way better than Monday. That's the thing. 437.14, big volume. What about the daily? Daily volume's kind of low, though. But again, we're coming right back here. You're pretty much in the middle of the end of February. I said 435, not 405. Sorry. Yeah, Apple's selling off big now. Again, you can see where we stack up on the SPY. This is anything below here. We start just getting into the real lows there from Monday. Okay, it's 436 now. You finally broke it by a third. Microsoft's coming down again. Facebook. Some of the puts aren't going too crazy. What are the SPY puts at? And then you got 20% on the SPY puts. But SPY's coming down 436.77. Nasdaq's about to go down 3% right now. Closing at the low, yeah. We'll see, though. I mean, you might close at 435. Again, there's only 7 minutes left. We'll see for the final bounce. I have so many SPYs up here. I forgot. I'm looking at these. Their right list, 1253 right now. It's again, you got the question is, can you drop 4 points, or can you drop 2 points in 4 to 6 minutes? But there's going to be some level of bounce here, but this is just a bad close, if anything. Walmart. Did they come down? If the defensives and consumer staples. No, Walmart's coming. See, so it's not that bad. Yeah, Dow is down. That 800? No, is that 600 or 800? Yeah, Walmart's looking good. 2.2 billion to the sell. Yeah, Roblo's still green. They didn't move much. Even I'm surprised Airbnb went red. And then the Facebooks, surprisingly the Facebook puts they were already holding that price level. But the Walmarts did do good. Walmarts are up almost 100%. 3.5 bill to the sell side. I think that might have been earlier. We got faked out, bro. I don't think today was straightforward. It was just straight red. That's it. It was just the fears in the morning. We had to deal with all that same stuff again, and then it just kind of it just played out like this all day. You got 5 minutes left. Again, the fact that we didn't flush through, I mean, this is a bad close, but it could have been a lot worse. And it's not like I don't think we've hit the final that wasn't like, oh my gosh, how are we gonna come into this? But tomorrow is Friday, so that's what we gotta wake up, or that's what we gotta wait for. OPEX, Friday 18th. Maybe, and that's the thing, though. Right after February 18th expiration, though, that's going to free up a lot of room. So you might even get a big bounce maybe after that. I didn't even think about that. But then you have Monday closed. Google confirms new 100 million Google Career Certificate Fund. I don't know what that is. Then that Trump news keeps coming up. NASDAQ fell 3%. We're coming back down again. You got 4 minutes or 3 minutes left. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, if you guys are holding on to any bags, please stow them in overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seat. We'll be coming through the aisle with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 5 p.m. Pacific time. Make sure you guys are there ready for takeoff at 5 p.m. and please do not be an asshole. But as always, we appreciate your guys' business as we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It is about 69 degrees and sunny. Looking like a good day there, but a little bit red for the S&P 500. So hopefully we close out the weekend good. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. And if you're interested in your Cole Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Bring it home, baby. That's it. I don't even think we got any crazy earnings after the bell. Today's a simple one. Today's a simple one, bro. It's going to be, this is all what happens after hours and what we wake up to in the morning. Big option expiration tomorrow. So it's going to get crazy, man. It's going to get crazy, man. You know what I'm talking about? It's looking real crazy out here, bro. It's crazy. You better bring it home, man. Okay, what would Pony Montana do, huh? But get ready. That's it. Finalize the plays. Again, we got our butterflies. We didn't really do too much today. We got a couple of plays, and we got plays working from over the week, but it's a very, very interesting one. But 1 minute! Oh, that was a big one, man. We came ready to play, baby. Ready to go today. Ready to go. So bring it home. You got less than 30 seconds left. Yeah, 25 seconds, man. 25 seconds. This is it. The moment of truth. Oh, was that DE? Yo, deer? Yo, deer is just flushing right now. Hold on. Did I say 379? Oh, okay. It's not too bad, but it was. Ooh, I thought that looked bigger. Less than 10 seconds. Bring it in, baby. Bring it in. Oh, man. Oh, man. What's going to happen? You don't even have any crazy earnings, so you can relax. You can relax a little bit. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's the gang. Come on. Come on, I need a GG in the chat, bro. I need a GG in the chat. Oh, I need a G. Where is it? Come on, I need the music. I need everything. Oh, give it to him. Give it to him, bro. Come on. Come on.
We did it, we made it, and deep bitches hating. We did it, we made it, and deep bitches
GG, baby. GG. GG. GG, I love y'all. I love y'all. GG. Send a GG. Lurker, non-lurker, it don't matter. You need a GG. God bless you, Chad. Thank you for being here. We love you. We appreciate you. The year's not over. It's gonna be crazy. There's volatility. The Russian, the Texas, the global. GG. 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 GG.
About funds talking yields and the buns of the cart to the front. Show ass in the day what you learn in the month. Eating 1 meal a day for breaking your lunch. Go for layups, not done. So I'm gonna say what I want. I get paid for my thoughts. I'm with pay, so I stop. Influential as fuck, boy.
Oh man, Chad, that's the day. That's the day. I'm really excited. I'm happy to be here. But listen, I love all of you. Okay, God bless all of you. Oh my gosh, 2.5. I did. Chad, you've been holding. I see. This is why my voice is gonna be clapped. Meta is no longer a top 10 biggest company by value globally. Wow. Facebook is no longer one of the highest valued companies in the world anymore. Oh my gosh. But GG, chat, I love it. I can't believe y'all. Y'all showing love on the likes, man. I love all of you. Thank you for liking the video, man. We don't have any crazy earnings right now. There may be a couple, but For all of you, I don't care if you got a membership, non-member, stream alert, none of that matters, man. For real, what matters is your attitude. And even if we don't know you that long to really get a good vibe of you, but if you just gave me an opportunity, I appreciate you. But to anybody, whether you're new or old, man, if you came in here with a good attitude, ready to contribute, ready to play, just about everything that we're doing, staying in the game and understanding, man, that it is just a long-term mission. You're going to see a lot of stuff, both short-term and long-term, but realizing the opportunities that being invested in the stock market holds and just showing up every day, you know, with the same level of commitment as thousands of people do here every single day for the last couple of years, man. You know what I'm saying? God bless you and thank you for real, bro. And all the positive attitudes, all the beautiful souls, all the people praying for their brothers and sisters in here, man. And all the people who can vibe with us no matter what you think we believe or don't. And realizing we are humans, man, and it's all love. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? They don't feel me, man. I know somebody feels me. Nah, but for real, man, thank you to each and every single one of you. I know I say this every day, but I hope it never loses its meaning. And there's a reason why it does happen every day. There's a reason. I hope you realize, man, we gonna show up every day in the morning, but I cannot leave every day without telling you guys how thankful I am to be here. For real, you know what I'm saying? This is an opportunity, man. We never expected this to be what it is. I never expected the market to be like this. I never thought I would be able to live through some of the craziest days of the market and share it with people. And we got recorded. All of, you know what I'm saying, man? So it's beautiful, man, and just God bless you. We didn't expect any of this, so especially if some of y'all, we didn't expect anything, but you showed up and you got a membership badge, or you even just were positive and you just showed love, because clearly you see, man, you can show up here, you can say whatever you want. Nobody said you have to be nice, you know what I'm saying? No one controls you on your computer screen, but some of y'all have just, without any sort of pressure or anything on top of you, just you being yourself, y'all have shown love, and y'all have came in here with a beautiful, loving attitude, and just I am grateful and thankful, and I hope you guys are ready for what the stock market has in store. I don't know if they feel me, man. I don't know if they feel me, man, okay? At the very least, we're going to experience it together. So God bless you, Colt. Thank you guys again for being here. Big shout out to all of them. Special shout out to the stream alerts too, especially if you holding it down and you don't even need the stream alerts, especially if you just hear every day, like you getting all of it. You know what I'm saying? I love you, man. God bless you and thank you again. We would not be here, and I hope some of y'all just realize that there is just so many just people who have supported without ever asking, man, and they y'all help out, man. I hope y'all realize that. You know what I'm saying? If I didn't have this many people who have my back, bro, I don't know how long we would have kept going with stuff. You know what I'm saying? And I just hope you realize, man, whatever we're able to offer to anybody else, man, you guys are all part of that, and you guys are part of the reason why it's here. So I just hope you realize it and just get ready for a good year, man. I don't know, man. Like, shout out to my God. I feel it's going to be a great year. You know what I'm saying? It just feel like a great year. I don't know. There's something about it. I don't know. I don't know if they feel me, bro. I don't know if they feel me. Do they feel me? I hope. Do y'all feel me? I hope you feel me. Because I don't know. I don't know if they feel me, man. So, here. Just let me, I need water now. And then I said it, but I love you, okay? For real. And just thank you guys again. And I hope you're ready for tomorrow. Don't miss the watch list. Thank you for liking the video. For real. Some of y'all just hold it down. Just very, very crazy. And we are blessed to have you, for real. So even the early gang, you know what I'm saying? Early gang, watch list gang. Just don't be an asshole. Watch the watch list, okay? Just watch the watch list. So here, hold on. I gotta go grab a water real quick.
Looks like you lost another one. Shout out to my God, I feel it's gonna be a great year. Running Peloton, but my talk is like Shakespeare. Tell me what you want, I got lawns, I got trace here. Don't forget the cars and the songs, I am grateful. Lift you with my arms, you are small and the mental. I could take you all, I'm buying cars in the spread, bro. Yeah, I made the law, did it all fundamental. Yeah, this shit to God, cause he gave me lots of extras. It's a cop. Finger to the sky, boy, you know what that mean. Money like the blood, why you think it's Carradine? The origin of families, the origin of king. But that's some etymology, don't let me flesh that.
Okay, I'm back. I'm back quickly. I'm back. I just need a water. I need a water, bro. You know, I need a water. I thought my voice was going to be a lot more clapped after this morning, but it ended up being good. So God bless you, Chad. I love you. I love you. But that's the day, man. We don't have any crazy earnings. Check out the links. Okay? Second link, first link, scream alerts, all that. If you don't watch the watch list, you're just genuinely an asshole. I mean, it's okay. I mean, just you be you. But you know what I'm saying? I mean, make an effort. Be a better person. Watch the watch list. I'm totally kidding with you. Please do not condemn yourself, okay? Just don't take a joke too seriously. We love you. But, I mean, again, some people might agree with me, but I'm just saying we love you, okay? We love you. Check out the watch list. God bless you, okay? Check out the... Oh, yeah, I'm still up there. So, and then, too, if you guys are weirded out, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. But I think I still got that old Dropbox leap. But if you ever wonder, I do show my face. So if you ever wonder what I look like, I'm just not really comfortable in front of the camera. But this is me. 'Cause I know some people always want to see me. So here it is, just in case. And if you would like the merch, some of you, bro, yo, send me your merch, bro. If you guys like, if you swagging out, bro. Some of y'all been taking pics. I don't know if you putting it on Tinder or something. You know what I'm saying? But like, send it to me, bro. I like seeing it here. Hold on. Someone's at my door. Hold on. Send it to my guy. Still on stream. Don't worry. Don't worry. We end very soon. Don't worry. We end very, very soon. Don't worry. Don't worry, Habibi. Habibi. Don't worry, Habibi. You see my Habibi. My Habibi came. I have one of my Habibi. He came. We have work to do. We have today. My Habibi come. He saw, so I tell him come. It's not this guy. You say Habibi. You say hello to them. Hello, Habibi. You see, this is my Habibi. He say hello to you. Good. Honest. Oh, you want me to tell you, bro? Will I get more matches if I wear some merch in my Tinder pic? Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, I don't want to tell you it's proven. Wait. Ocean's 11. Spy's going down. Oh. Yeah, futures are tanking right now. Hold up, that one got me. You want me to tell you something? None of you guys noticed today. Nobody noticed today. Bro, I have my girlfriend on the mic today, and none of you said anything. I was pretty surprised. Then nobody picked up on it, huh? It's my birthday. It's not my birthday. You think it's my birthday because I have a friend here? No, it's not my birthday. She did speak. She was on the mic. She came by. We needed to do some stuff. She's helping me with some things. Y'all didn't even know. But y'all harassed me on stupid questions all day about her. With some other stuff. Okay. Disappointed. No, the heater guy was the heater guy. That's why she had to help me with something else while I'm again, she knows how to do some of that stuff. She met the last time, anytime. She's good. She know how to work. Bro. She know how to work. But anyways, I got to get going now. But I love you. But ladies and gentlemen, just please don't forget the final part. Okay, that's my face. And I want you guys to see me. Okay, and make sure, shout out if you got the money. Even my boy, he just LOL, he just gave a little LOL chuckle in the background. But yeah, that's me, man. Because he knows I don't look as good as I did a couple years ago. Honestly, I looked a lot better a couple years ago. But it's nice. I mean, again, it's like I'm a lot stronger now. I'm a lot stronger now. You know what I'm saying? Thank you. But it's not my birthday, I'm telling you. I'm serious though, like for real. Is it my birthday? No, yeah, he said, nah. It's not. We're not doing anything. Nah, my birthday, we go party, bro. We can hit Miami for President's Day. Miami. Man. All right, but anyways. But not for real, man. I don't know if you got the Felo, bro. Okay? But I really need you. I need you to pray. Pray. Don't pray for me. I don't want me to tell you to pray for me. Just go pray for somebody with the same effort you give when you pray for your own stuff. Okay? That's all I'm asking. I'm telling you. Okay? And if you're wondering if something hasn't been fixed, If there's something that hasn't been fixed, try this. And then see. But you got to really be about that life. You got to really be about that life, okay? That's all I'm saying. James 5. James 5, okay? James 5. I think you won't read it. You ain't, I mean. Oh, man. All right. But I do got to get going. I love you guys. God bless you and thank you for being here. Read Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. Okay? Can you read those? And there, or lead the field if you're feeling a little aggressive. I need you to wake up and drive. You are not a chameleon. Please, it's Friday. Let's have a good Friday. Let's have a really good Friday. You guys want to have a really good Friday? Let's do it. Yeah, I'm down. You're down? Okay, I'm down too. Let's do it then. Dude, Friday's going to be lit. It's going to be lit tomorrow. We're going to make it lit tomorrow. That's it. We're going to have fun. We're going to make it lit. All right, you down? I'm down if you're down. We will have fun. If you're down, I'm down. I'm down if you're down. Oh, dude. Oh. Friday. Let's go, baby. Amen. All right, let's do it then. So wake up and drive then tomorrow. That's it. I need everybody in drive tomorrow. You should be yelling Friday and drive and Friday and drive. Friday, that's it. Just get ready. We going to bring it, baby. We going to bring it. But go read those. Do not despise the day of small beginnings, my friend. Okay? And I will see you tonight on the watch list. And I will see you in the morning. And have a wonderful evening. And don't worry, before you go, don't worry. I'm not going to do you like that. I'm not going to do you like that. Okay? I'm going to go to YouTube. And I'm going to search Airbnb and look at what comes up. Look at what comes up.
I don't wanna rap that. Yeah. Peasant out, Pluto. Rollie on my wrist. Nah, I don't wanna rap that. Pull up in a big body, I don't put a tap back. Hit me with the divvy, I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty, I don't even need the ass fat. Guinea was a freebie, I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy, I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing, y'all need man skin. Little more balance and a lot of bit of candy. Pull it to the valley, got these motherfuckers carrying. Pulling up the Lanto, got it looking like a million. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy? Put us on my father, y'all don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a Indiscriminate athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me. Nah, it's the same OJ, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, no, I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't gave us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from them. They was took a shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can trip about a Rollie on my wrist. Nah, rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery. And maybe live the season and keep on buying stats every month. Spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just a G and me. And when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah.
And just like that, we have to go back to the reality. Okay, my friends? Back to the reality. I love all of you. You have a wonderful day. I'll see you on the watch list, and I will see you tomorrow morning, baby. It's gonna be Friday. Ah! But I love you. God bless you. Peace out. Have a wonderful evening, and go pray for someone, all right? Seriously. Simple. God, beautiful. I love you. Goodbye. Oh, wait, Josh! Ah! I want a Friday pony! Okay, love you. Bye. Oh, man, I don't know. My voice is gone.